Good morning, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Revo MXGB British Championship. Contrast to our last round at Fat Cat. It's not quite what we hoped for.
No, absolutely crazy. Yeah, so we went from boiling away at Fat Cat in the exposed area there near Doncaster to here we are right by the seaside, Jeff. How we do love to be by the sea. Beautiful day yesterday, although yeah, we had a little bit of rain and it wasn't particularly blazing hot. But yeah, of course today it's a whole other kettle of fish. It is completely, as you can see on screen here, very murky with the fog coming in off the sea. So we're basically between the North Sea and the Yorkshire Moors as it comes up from here, and we are catching, I think, the worst of both at the moment. So, but we'll see. Track is still rideable. Everyone's still getting round. They're in the middle of MX2 qualifying right now. But it's going to be a hell of a day, Jeff.
It is. We've been here before and had worse weather than this and seen some great racing. All the riders get round. As you've seen, it's a clay, hard-pack kind of circuit. We have been starved of rain for so long. This water that's come down overnight basically is not really soaked in yet. So what we've got is we've still got a very slick hard pack circuit. Hopefully, as we go on throughout the day, it will start to dry up. But what will happen is the water will soak in and tack up. You can see there, I mean, it looks like something from the Somme at the minute. Listen, people, wherever you are watching around the world, we're going to do our very best. Our cameramen are going to be out there and doing their utmost to try and make it a good viewing experience for you guys. There's going to be plenty of wipes of cameras, I think, as we go throughout the day. But the moisture in the air does play havoc with the zooming in and out of the cameras as well. So I'm just getting that out there now. We're doing the best we can in difficult circumstances, like the riders. But yesterday, Ben, we had some great racing. We didn't have the pros here yesterday, but we had all the youth racing. And I have to say, I thought in some classes yesterday, arguably the best racing of the year so far. It's particularly, I thought the big wheels were amazing. Big wheel 85s yesterday.
Yes.
Some of those racing was absolutely at it. They were swapping all over the track. There's a load of split lanes on this circuit, loads of line choice. It was really good, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 5 sections accounted it overnight. Yeah, we've got 5 split lane sections. There's a one on the screen here just now where you can take the low line or the high line, and that's repeated around the track. And I'm not usually a fan of them because usually it just basically makes one line narrow and that's the fastest, and usually that's it. But here, for some reason, they've so well designed, they've got it so that both riders can be alongside each other on the split lane and still come out almost together. So yeah, it really works well, and it did work well yesterday. Yeah, like you say, Jeff, the small wheel 85s was incredible for me. The last race there, the front two were absolutely together all the way through. And those are the top 2 in the championship as well. It was great racing all through yesterday, I must be honest.
I absolutely was. 65s as well, and the 125s and 250s. Real close racing. Going back to the track very quickly, yeah, a lot of experience put into it. James Noble, obviously used to be a Grand Prix racer, so the Noble family. So back in the day when the course was being designed and developed by those guys, loads of experience gone into it. It's just a shame right now, loads of you viewing around the world can't really see it properly. But it's going to be what it's going to be. So we're still going to see some great racing, I'm sure. In fact, in many ways, obviously when you get a mudder, it always gives you that different perspective, and inevitably something happens to someone. You know, it's unavoidable. It does. It just does. You know, you get a bad race, you slide off, you get problems, you get issues. So, you know, I'm not wishing bad luck on anybody, but we know, obviously, that it's going to be a bit of a war of attrition out there today to get through it without any mistakes. That's the key. Yeah. Basically, try to ride a mistake-free race. Sometimes, when it's good conditions, you can make a little bit of a mistake and you can kind of work it back. When it's like this sometimes. But then there's other times as well where people just excel and will charge through the pack in the mud. It's going to be good. Yeah, it's going to be a stunning weekend. I mean, we've got the youth riders went yesterday. So we had 3 races for the smaller groups, big wheel 85, small wheel 85 and 65cc. They had 3 races yesterday. The 125 and 250 class had 2 apiece. So that leaves 1 race today for each of the smaller capacity bikes. And then the 2 races for the 125 and 250. And of course the MX1 and MX2, which for them is the penultimate round. So here we are at round 7 at Whitby. Our next round for the MX1 and MX2 will be at Landrake. So that leaves just 100 points left on the board starting from now. After today, there will be just 50 points left on the board. So really, we will see
championships possibly being decided, and certainly championship prospects being diminished as we see it narrows down for the end of the weekend.
Yeah, we are absolutely getting into the sharp end here at the Revo MXGP British Championship, fueled by Gulf Fuels. It's going to, like I said, it's probably, okay, look, Conrad maybe might be able to wrap it up today and whatever, but that MX1, I'm sure, is going to go right down to the wire. Pretty much like it was last year. So that'll be, you know, and look, it's seemingly looking like it's going to go down to the wire with the same two riders again, to be fair. But let's just see, you know, we've still got, as you said, 50 points on the table today. So
yes, that's right.
It can all change. It can all change in one race. That's the beauty of motocross.
Yeah, absolutely. And the MX2 class out on circuit at the moment, still just doing their qualifying times. By the looks of it, it's nearly done. In fact, I think it is done. Yeah, I think that's the riders coming into the pits, as far as I can tell. At the moment, we've got Dylan Walsh has set the fastest time on the Revo 7 Kawasaki. So no problem in the mud for the New Zealander. He's out there, fastest qualifier so far, 2 minutes 16.49. Sorry, 2 minute 14.643. Conrad Muse second. Jamie Carpenter third, and the title is between those two riders. Basic maths. Here comes Dylan in from the pits. He's finished. Thumbs up. He's fastest. Well done to our cameraman there, Mike, or one of our setup crew here. But yeah, long story short, 42 points gap right now between Conrad Muse and Jamie Carpenter in the championship. If that is 50 by the end of today or more, because Conrad will take a tiebreaker. So if Conrad makes 8 points over Jamie Carpenter today, he is British champion for the third time. Yeah,
and good on him too. As you can see on your screen right now, yeah, this is a big production we put together here. Obviously, you're seeing it free of charge. You know, you don't have to subscribe to the channel and all that, but we're not taking your money. You're getting to view it. Just log in. So these people on the bottom of the screen, the guys at Bell, Fly, Oakley, RFX 7, they make it happen quite simply without their incredible support in making MXN-TV become a thing, and us doing it, and now doing the Revo British Championship as well. It wouldn't happen. So look, go out, support those brands, because if you do that, you're going to continue to get free to view live coverage of British motocross. It's that simple. Get behind these people that support us.
Absolutely, and they have helped us to raise this standard here of the coverage of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Could we be a little bit smug about how good this has been in comparison to the AMA series this year, who've had real issues with that?
It's too late, you've done it.
Oh my word.
You've gone and said it.
I don't want to annoy anybody, but yeah,
no
with the Fat Cat coverage was really well enjoyed. We had some good numbers, so thank you everybody who tuned into that particular event. And yes, despite the weather, we will make this as good a presentation as we possibly can. So the MX2 qualifying has finished. Just have a quick run through of the results,
absolutely.
Just make sure we're all good there. So to let everybody know who is where, Dylan Walsh actually did the most laps of anybody by the looks of it in that session. 6 flying laps for him. 2 minute 14.6 was the fastest time for the Revo 7 Kawasaki pilot. And just coming across the line at the end of the session, it looks like in second place was the 132. So I hesitate there because at the moment it's just come up with a screen with a race number, and that is not in our program. So don't quite know who number 132 is, but there's no name on my screen either. But yeah, he's currently second, whoever that might be. But although it was showing Conrad Muse right up there as well, and then Jamie Carpenter behind him. Bobby Bruce also set a time in a great time, top 5 for the number 579 ASA United Gas rider. And Jorgen Matthias Talviku, who's joined us from Fat Cat onwards for the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna team. He is showing currently in 6th place. Tom Grimshaw, number 16, is there in 7th on the Chambers Racing Husqvarna. Jamie Law in 8th place. Sam Nunn on 9th. Mickey Ellis 10th. And then to go between 11th and 20th, we've got Callum Mitchell, Carlton Husband, Alfie Jones, Jake Sheridan, Liam Garland 15th. And Adam Collins, Ben Franklin, Charlie Cole, Jack Lindsay, and John Meara. It's quite a full grid, though, 28 riders in total, so we've got plenty of talent out there in the MX2 class today. And, yeah, they're certainly going to fill the track in these muddy conditions here, Jeff.
Yeah, they are. We're just trying to work out, yeah, exactly who, because obviously on our schedule there and whatever, 132, it might be a little timing glitch more than anything, actually. So anyway, get to the bottom of that. So we're going to be going racing pretty soon. Obviously, we finished the qualifying for the pros, the MX1 and MX2, as you've just seen. Before we do that, let's go to an ad break. Obviously, these people supporting us, so let's show you their product. Right, you can see just about on your screen the riders coming in. This is the 125 and 250 youth category MXY classes. They have just been out on their sighting lap. I hope they saw more than what we could.
I mean, I've raced in stuff like this in like deepest Welsh Wales when you literally were like you were going down the straight and you couldn't see the corner. Yeah. And yeah, it's reminiscent of that. I mean, the whole track is actually quite reminiscent of that. Even on the Friday track walk when it was dry, it's off camber, grassy, all that sort of situation. And now we really are in those sort of strange conditions here for these riders.
To be fair, the track is in relatively good nick considering the amount of rain we've had. It is the fact that we have got low cloud just basically sunk down on us at the minute. Yeah. That's the issue here. The track's actually in relatively good nick. So we've absolutely ridden in worse. I can certainly remember the event up at Duns one time. Oh, my God, that was, I thought that was the Armageddon. I thought that was the end of the world, that particularly one. So yeah, as you can see the bikes, I mean, I know they've only been cruising around and not racing yet, but they're not too muddy at the minute because it's still hard underneath, so the mud's just kind of flying off the sides. If it starts to dry up, that's when it will become claggy and get heavier. Right now, it's all kind of skating off the top because the ground is so hard. But this will be interesting. It always is. Ben, yesterday, the racing in this class, again, was phenomenal. Charlie Heyman was in a class of his own, but beyond that,
Yeah, behind him was absolute chaos. Yeah, I mean, you can see again with the bikes, as Jeff said there, some people might think we're absolutely insane to say, good, it's going to keep raining. And actually, as a rider, that's what you want, because as soon as it dries up, it sticks. The bikes get heavy. Yes, it's slippery when you're wet, but these riders are professional level. They're going to be fine with it slipping and sliding around. But yeah, when it gets really heavy, the bike is obviously much more physically strenuous and yeah, just more difficult and more easy to make mistakes, certainly. But yeah, our rider in shot, the fastest qualifier and the fastest rider yesterday, Charlie Heyman there, the number 422, SJP Moto KTM. Also, it's good for the sponsors to keep the bikes clean, and you can see them all there, all the logos are present. Here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, Charlie Heyman, uncomfortable with the camera, never one to be clamouring for attention. He really doesn't like that camera being on him. But he's going to have to get used to it. He rode supremely yesterday, head and shoulders above everybody, it's got to be said. Absolutely stunning riding. And yeah, the 125 and 250 classes, as you say, Jeff, behind them were scrapping all over the shop. And yeah, great racing yesterday. The 125 saw Tyler Hooley take second in the 2 races eventually, but he had a monumental scrap with his other fellow graduates from the Big Wheel 85cc class. They gave us some great racing last year, and they're repeating it in the 125s this year, aren't they, Jeff? Yeah,
it was brilliant. He was having such a good race. Those 125s. Musto was in the mix as well in that 125 category. Remember, just before you go any further, these are combined, same age group, but we got 125 and 250 racing together, but they're scored separately. So if you're new to this and you're watching, and we wonder what we're talking about when we say 125s and 250s, all the same age group, but some are riding 125 2-strokes, some are riding 250 4-strokes. And I would imagine, going off of yesterday, what we saw around the first corner, the 250s will have a little bit of an advantage off this gate because, well, Jack Taylor pulled 2 brilliant hole shots yesterday, riding for Team Green. So I would imagine, I'd expect to see a couple of 250s leading the way, but Charlie Heyman made light work of them yesterday and got to the front.
Oh, yeah, and it's debatable if the weather's going to be better for the 4-strokes, you might think, with the sort of power they have.
Yeah, the way the powers deliver it, it's just, obviously it's more the traction, lower RPMs, and they just grip up. A 125, it tends to spin. Yeah. 2-strokes are a bit more aggressive. The 4-strokes really should just get that little bit more grip off this mesh start, because obviously the low RPMs and the way 4-strokes work.
Yep.
But you never know. I mean, I said that we've seen Jack Taylor getting 2 great starts yesterday. I've probably obviously given all the 4-stroke riders
the hoodoo
now, and you won't even see one in the top 10.
So yeah, the results from yesterday, just to make it clear then, Charlie Heyman won both races and was top 125, of course. Tyler Hooley battled with Wal Beanie. Both times those 2 riders were 2nd and 3rd. Ollie Colmer currently lies 4th overall in the standings for this event. He had a 4th and a 5th. Cole McCulloch had a rough day. He was 5th in race 1, but he failed to score points in the second one. So Cole has actually lost his 2nd place in the championship that he held before yesterday's racing. Colmer has overtaken him and moved up to 2nd in the series there. But Ben Musto, most of all, has gone from 5th to 4th in the championship, overtaking the absent Joe Brooks. Sadly not here today, is one of the race winners from this series. So yeah, Charlie Heyman has won 13 of 16 motos in this class. The only other rider out there that's won one is Ollie Colmer. Back to 2nd in the championship for him, the number 456. And he has won another one, which was back at Ling. So that's how the 125s shape up. The 250s being dominated most of the season by Tyler Westcott. He's taken 12 of the 16 motos so far. 3 of the other races were won by riders who aren't here. Travis Steels is up now in MX2. Baylis Utting was a local rider to Blacksall, who won the first moto there. But fantastically, Jack Taylor took a win yesterday for Team Green Kawasaki. He had his heart broken by Tyler Westcott in the first race. He passed him on the last lap, and I've not seen a rider so gutted all season. But he repaid the favour. He got back up there. Tyler Westcott was coming, but then Jack increased his pace and got better with it. So it was great racing all through the pack yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good to see Jack take a race win. He's been working hard at that. So that was good. Here we go then. Gage.
And Jack's run it through. Jack Taylor has embedded the Kawasaki in the gate, and everybody goes. They are go, but it is not go for Jack Taylor. He's still trying to retrieve the Kawasaki from the gate. We've got a KTM in front. It's Ollie Colmer who's got the whole shot by the looks of it here. we give out the 24 MX Whole Shot Awards in the second of each block, so there's no award here, but except for the reward of itself. Somebody just cuts inside the bank in there to try and avoid the melee, but it was Coleman that was out in front. Charlie Heyman was on his heels though, and Jack Taylor, after absolute glory yesterday, has dropped right back now. Well, he's still trying to get the bike started after being embedded in the gate. What a nightmare, Jeff.
Yeah, honestly, that's a weird one. I don't know what happened there. Sometimes when you, maybe he just clunked it into gear and he didn't quite have the clutch in. Yeah. I don't know, but that wasn't like he didn't deliberately mean to do that, obviously. What I meant is he wasn't set. He just suddenly kind of
just launched forward. Yeah, maybe a clutch issue perhaps.
Yeah,
who knows? It's scary to know that as the racing hasn't even really begun there from that side. But they're certainly out there now in the murk as they come through towards the finish line area. We'll get our camera guys sorted out so we can make out some riders for you as soon as we can. Very difficult conditions here. We can see Charlie Heyman is up towards the sharp end there with Tyler Westcott up behind him. You can see the bright red plates on that HJA Motorcycles KTM. But, oh, what a mess it is, Jeff. This was such a beautiful track yesterday.
Look how hard it is still underneath. How that, you know, it's hard packed. That water has not sunk in yet. As they come over that inside ridge, you can see the shininess, and it's still rock hard, but real slippery on top. I told you straight away I bigged up the 250s and a 125 would get the whole shot. It's bound to happen.
Oh, and he's down. Ollie Coleman falls from the lead, just slid gracefully to a halt. Looks like Heyman it is that's taken advantage up into... No, it's not. That's Walbini, who is the race leader. Difficult to see the numbers, as you can see. My eyes are only as good as yours at home, so if you can't see the numbers, neither can I. But, yeah, Walbini is there. Oh, and a problem there for James Barker. Ben Musto just goes around the outside of him. The off-cambers at the far end of the track there. Ollie Coleman leading a race for the first time in quite a few months here, but slid down from that place. But the race ain't over. That could happen to absolutely anybody in these conditions.
I'm telling you, these conditions are getting... This is difficult stuff. That is so hard pack and slippery underneath. And 125s in particular, you know, you've got to ride and got to kind of keep them on the high RPMs. You know, low pack, you've got to try and roll that throttle on without the rear wheel spinning. Of course, these are still young men learning their trade. They're not full-time, they're not pros yet. They're going to make a load of mistakes. They're super keen, they're eager. They haven't quite got that mental capacity yet of how to manage a race perfectly. They get caught up in the emotion of it all. So you're going to see mistakes. There's absolutely no two ways about it. And not just with these lot as well, by the way. The pros will be out there slipping and sliding around as well. It's going to be, as we said, a battle of attrition to just get through to the line. But look at Heyman already starting to work on Walbini. Yeah,
Charlie Heyman is pressuring Walbini. Beanie goes for the inside line over that jump, which was very rarely used yesterday. That's one of the sort of split options there. No problem with doing the jumps, Jeff. Sailing down the downhill triple, on the downhill double tabletop, sorry. But Walbini getting pressure now from Charlie Heyman. Your twice race leader yesterday and the series leader by some margin. He's got a 53-point gap in the championship. But the youth riders still have Warmingham Lane, of course, in 2 weeks' time. That is accounting just the youth classes at Warmingham Lane. So these guys have still got quite a lot of time before championships are decided. But you've got to say Heyman's the favourite. They slip and slide across the finishing line just past our truck here. You have got Beanie leading from Charlie Heyman. We've got the leaders coming down the hill, Jeff. And Heyman goes around the outside. Charlie Heyman rails around the outside of Walbini to take the lead. And, well, it's never a foregone conclusion in this weather, but that looks ominous.
It does, and they're showing how the split lanes work. He's already got his goggles off. I think he might have just whipped those goggles off just after he went into the lead, because I think he had them on when he passed. So when he went out of our camera view over that first probably little corner jump, he probably just whipped them off, clean vision. Now he's out in front. Now he's got to make sure he stays out in front. That's
for sure. Until he catches lap riders, that's going to be a real issue.
Do you know what? I don't think he's probably run out of roll-off film. He certainly wouldn't at this point. What that probably is the moisture getting in his goggles, because obviously you can see the moisture in the air. And once your goggles steam up, it's just, you know, get rid of them because you can't see anything. It's like you're riding with misty goggles anyway, so you don't want to make it worse.
Yeah, it certainly is, one where we need tear-offs on the cameras at the moment as well. It's always tricky, and you might find the odd splodge of mud finding their way up to the cameras. It finds its way everywhere in this sort of going. But yeah, Beanie was impressive yesterday, 2 third places. Certainly getting the better of that 125 now, back in the class where he really should have gone straight to perhaps. But yeah, so he's there in the 125 class again. And again, last year himself, Ben Musto, Tyler Hooley, they were all riding big wheel 85cc bikes in the British Championship. So to be up here at the sharp end as they were yesterday is seriously impressive. But Charlie Heyman is just controlling all of them today and yesterday.
Yeah, he's in control of the championship. You know, he's the dominant rider. Charlie is a quiet, reserved kid, young man. He kind of keeps himself to himself. You know, he doesn't really express his opinions too much. You know, regardless of when you're talking, but he lets it all come out when he rides. He's methodical. He is fast. And he's looking good again here. He just basically lets his riding do the talking, which in many ways, that's the way you need to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, don't get caught up with, you know, like trash talking or anything. You never see Charlie do anything too much like that. He just goes out there, keeps himself to himself.
He doesn't see Charlie talk at all.
Yeah.
Alone trash talk. But yeah, here he goes. He certainly knows how to talk on a bike. Fantastic riding there, railing the outside of the two split lanes there, so you start outside and then work your way inside, and we saw both lines work yesterday to good effect in the dry. Here comes Heyman revving it down the staircase, as we called it yesterday. It's basically 8 jumps. You can see on screen, this is the jump after the finish line as they come into screen, and there's 8 of them taking you all the way down to the bottom of the circuit, with the culminating fantastic, I would say perhaps the best name of any jump I've ever heard, Dracula's Drop.
Yeah.
Which I think is stunning.
On a good day, which is, you know, we're racing, so that's a good day, but on a clear day, you get some amazing pictures from there. It literally looks like they're jumping out to sea over the top of the town of Whitby.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just such a picturesque venue up here. Not right now, though, unfortunately. But, yeah, these guys, as I said, they're coping pretty good. Obviously, we're filming Charlie out front. It's going to be a difficult day for our cameramen. They'll do their best to pick up any battles we see further back down the field. Of course, trying to identify riders in this slop and this mist is not going to be easy. So bear with us at home, folks. We will do all we can to try and cover the racing in these conditions to the best of our ability for you at home. Obviously, hopefully have a chance to speak to the riders when they come in as well. We're going to try and catch the winners of each race for a quick chat after the race. But right now, it's Charlie Heyman on the SJP Moto KTM. He's heavily supported by our brand at Beer. He wears a Bell Helmet 7 racewear, uses a lot of RFX products. Oakley, of course, as well. So all those guys that are supporting Charlie are also making this live stream happen. So thank you to the guys at Beer, Race Effects, Bell, 7, Oakley, all those guys getting it done. And we're going to take this one down to the wire, I think. You know, certainly when I said the MX1 category will hopefully go the distance, and we'll be down at Landrake in a few weeks' time. But we've still got a whole day of racing here. We really do hope that the schedule will stay as it is. It's obviously subject to change depending on track conditions and what happens. But we should be sticking to the schedule. You're going to be seeing the big wheel 85s coming up next, but we've still got plenty of time in this one. Charlie Heyman into the pits, goggle change.
Oh wow, goggle change for Charlie Heyman. Then he's done a couple of laps, nearly 2 laps there with a full change of goggles. So yeah, he's had enough of not being able to see properly. And he's got enough time on the rest of the pack. Stop for goggles and still stay in front. Warbeanie is still there in second place. We're just trying to see who is behind them at the moment. We're getting issues. Water's getting in everywhere. But so it's Warbeanie there. If we can just stick to this static camera, that'll be handy so we can see what the running order is. We've got second there is Warbeanie. And who we got behind? Looks like we got another KTM rider in third. And that's one of our wild cards, number 79 in the 125 class. Ryan Christian has actually come across the Isle of Man for this race. Yesterday he had a couple of decent point scoring rides. He was 19th in both of the races. On screen I can see now Tyler Hooley is riding nicely. Looks like he's up to third place on the ASA United Gas. Tyler was second both times out yesterday and actually advanced himself in the championship from 7th to equal 4th with Ben Musto. How do those two riders constantly find each other. They are equal fourth in the championship after yesterday. That's crazy. When they took the 85 Big Wheel Championship to the wire last year, and only a point between them in the favour of the rider in shot there, Tyler Hooley on the number 101. Looking good in the mud though, Jeff.
Yes, he is.
On the pegs, beautiful riding.
Yeah, he is looking very smooth. He's not, from what I can tell, he's not over-revving that bike. He's trying really concentrating on trying to keep that rear end just turning without spinning, and that's the key. The minute you start spinning up, you obviously just on the spot go, no, easier said than done, because it honestly, we have, well, basically almost been heading for drought of late. It's so hard packed, starved of rain, and now just annoyingly we've all started the night before we've come out to race. As I said, that won't have a chance for it to soak in. You can see just about through the mist there, those shiny patches on the track. So plenty of that going on, and these guys are doing a great job at keeping it on two wheels for the best part. Charlie Heyman, I got to say, with the goggle stop, did that so well. He basically got into the lead, took his goggles off straight away, so he could see and try and gap the field, and he did that. And then gapped them enough, they probably worked out how long a pit stop would take, called in, fresh goggles on, and away he goes. So smart riding from Charlie and his team. You can see some of the 125 riders now struggling really to get up this jump, up this hill.
Yeah, and they were sailing over that even in the small Wheel 85 class yesterday, so that gives you a measure of how much the rain has affected the circuit. Now we're getting some timings too, Jeff. I'm not sure how accurate it is because it's currently still showing Walbini as actually showing Walbini as our leader. So we'll try and get that sussed out for you if we can. But it's tricky here. And 250 class, I think we've got Dominic Newbury actually in front, the number 404 rider.
Now, usually we try to get the timing screens up on your screen at home. The reason that we're not doing that just yet is because, as Ben says, we've got a bit of a technical hitch with the timing. Timing is so reliant on 4G signal and 5G signal here when we're, obviously at these venues. A lot of venues in the UK, unfortunately, don't have, internet, Wi-Fi, so we have to go on that. And sometimes there's a bit of a lag. If we get it working, we get it right, we bring the times up on screen for you. But right now, they're a bit hit and miss and a bit delayed by the look of it.
Yeah, we've got 8 minutes left in a race plus the single lap, of course, for these riders. We've got number 10 on screen, Harvey Cashmore, circulating well on the 250 4-stroke KTM. And, it looks like we've got some timings, Jeff, so we're looking good here. Now, going to take advantage of what we got. So, in the 125s then, Charlie Heyman that is away and clear in front by 6.5 seconds over the 326 of Walbini. Tyler Hooley is third. And then we've got the first of the 250s. Dominic Newbury is up there in front, which would be for sure a best of the season for him. Ben Musto, fifth 125, and James Barker's just moved past Ben Musto for fifth on track. We've got Tyler Westcott is up there in second in the 250 class at the moment. Jack Taylor has recovered and got ahead of a few riders there on the circuit, so it's no major handicap there.
In the murk there, somewhere in there, is a great battle going on between Walbini and Tyler Hooley. There they are. There's Walbini. Hooley is now right on him, getting facefuls of Whitby's finest terra firma thrown in his face. But he's closed in on Walbini dramatically that lap. We did say how Tyler Hooley is riding a nice race, a nice, smooth, controlled race, good throttle control. And by riding like that, he's now closed and caught Walbini. There's Walbini coming out of the corner, just in front of him on that Store 114 machine. But here's Hooley on the AC United gas, just having a pull on the roll-offs there, maybe just getting reset to have another run on him. He probably does know already. He's got a part of the track where he thought, okay, I could really see that I closed in on him there.
Yeah.
And if he's going to do this smart, just hold back enough and try and get a run on him at that part of the track. That's the way to do it. You don't want to be sat there the whole time just getting fielded. You can see he's really struggling now with the roll-offs.
Yes, yeah, definitely. It's getting tricky there for that. These two battled it out yesterday. So this is for the fight for second on the podium overall in the first of their two races today, the third race of the four overall. And basically Beanie has to beat Hooley twice if they are in this sort of running order to pip him on the podium for second overall on the weekend. But Beanie is certainly showing his chops in the mud here. We've also got some good racing going on here. James Barker and Ben Musto are very close to each other on circuit, but about 2 seconds apart, which is close in this going. Bo Brown, the number 323 rider, is also going very well. He is up in the top 10 on the AGR Motorsport Isle of Man KTM, the rider coming across from the Manx Land there.
I just want to give a shout out to Jack Taylor, because I tell you what, considering he was sat on the start gate by the time the other guys were already, round over the first big jump, he has worked his way up to 16th in the race, and impressively, that means he's got to be pretty much in the top 3 or 4 in the 250s, I would imagine. Looking at it. Yeah, we'll try and separate it by class if we can in a second, but yeah, certainly. So a quick run through the 250 class. We've got Dominic Newbury, who's 4th on track and top 250 at the moment. That would be a first for him this season for certain. Tyler Westcott, who's ever present, he is 2nd 250, but there's a couple of 125s between himself and Dominic Newbury. Then we have got 1, 2, 3, 4 125s. Ollie Colmer, having recovered from that first lap 4 whilst he was leading, is currently 11th on track, which is 9th 125. And then, yeah, can you believe it? Jack Taylor is 3rd 250 right now. That's he's been mud plugging to come back from where he was. Good on him. Yeah, and he was dragging that Kawasaki, which really properly embedded that gate. They're going to have to check that gate, aren't they? Because he really had a good force of that, really. I'd like to find out what happened, but if he had clutch issues off the start, then he clearly... It's not affecting him now. On the track, so probably the red mist and everything came down, and he's just gone hell for leather. No, just so angry that he's probably not even thinking about the mud and just letting it hang out, and that's a good comeback ride. Yeah. So the mist is sort of not really going at the minute. It's kind of like it started off. There was a little moment this morning before we came live on air where it just started to lift a bit. Oh, I feel. Do you know what? I feel for you. Have you been there? We've all been there. Absolutely. Been there, done it. The frustration. And then trying to pick that. He's obviously fallen on one of those banks there. So he's heavy. He's got to get under the seat. We're not really sure who that is. Looks like I'm trying to read the number upside down. Looks like 638. It's probably 538. Billy Thornton, one of our local riders, wild carding this weekend from North Yorkshire on the KTM. Yeah, he knows this dirt well, and he's having a good inspection of it right now. So yeah, he's hating life out there. Somebody's trying to join us in the commentary tower here. Can't quite see who that is. He's got a bright yellow crash helmet. That's Mackenzie Marshall, number 555. Had a very good day yesterday. I'm not sure of the movements behind the scenes there, Jeff, but he's been on a Kawasaki all season, and now that's definitely a Yamaha. Oh, absolutely. Marshall had a great day for him yesterday. 2 third places in the 250 class. But he ain't going to get that with the bike firmly embedded in the trackside banners by the finishing line. That's a pretty crazy place to stop. I should imagine he's come out of that corner and he's just probably lit it up a bit too much, and it's obviously spun off to the right. Yeah. And he's gone into those barriers. He obviously said in motocross you can't, if anybody comes out and helps him, he's going to get penalised. You can't have outside assistance, so he's got to do that all on his own. The marshals are not allowed to help anyway. Nope. They've got to actually stand out there and rider safety. So the marshal can't help. Mackenzie's probably going, come on, dude. Just nobody's looking. Nobody's looking. Just give me a little. The camera's really not on you. Don't worry. Yeah. No, that's the assistant clerk at the course there, Jason, who was very helpful to myself when he landed here. First away, straight away offered me a pot of coffee and all that stuff. So yeah, I know Jace will want to be helping him, but he just can't, like I say, with the regulations as they are. But what a murky day here at Skelder Bank at Whitby. Just almost impossible to see what's happening through. But Charlie Heyman, no surprise. Well, that's the second set of goggles he's taken down. Yeah, that's it. So he's getting thoroughly filthy out there. And is he coming in for a third pair? It looks like he's up on his haunches. Is he going to come in again? I think he'd just stick with it for now. No, he's just going to stick with it. Or did he chuck his goggles off? That's what he did. He slowed down just to chuck them over the fence to his pit crew so he doesn't lose them. Here go without. Obviously, it's not ideal. There are stones and dirt, and you can. But sometimes the goggles just have to go. You can't. They just steam up, and you just got to run the risk. It's as simple as that. We have got 11:25 gone on the clock. No, it's a little bit more than that. I think. Yeah, it's virtually getting time for the. It's nearly time for the last lap. So Charlie, go across the line there. Will be 2 laps to go. So I'm just going to head down to
try and catch him. Hopefully he'll want to talk to me
Yeah,
this time and
hopefully.
see how we go. So I'm just going to sign off, leave Jeff here, and I'll be right back after interviewing Mr. Heyman or whoever wins this race.
Yeah, that's Ben off down to trudge down through the paddock. Don't slip up, fella. Last thing you need to do is come in here covered with mud. So Ben is going to make his way down the little part of Skelder Bank to where we pull the riders off the track to speak to the winners. That's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and speak to the at least the race winner of each race today in a little winner's circle we've got down there as they come off the track. Right now it's looking good for Charlie Heyman. He has a 33-second lead over Tyler Hooley, who has found his way into second. Dominic Newbury, 4:04, currently leads the 250 category in third. Walbini now back to fourth in the race, but the third 125, ahead of Ben Musto. Then it's Tyler Westcott, currently in sixth in the race. That would make him the second 250 rider. James Barker currently in seventh. Bo Brown is in eighth. Then it's Ollie Comer, the early pace setter, in ninth. He slid off on the opening lap ahead of Dan Arkle for 10th. Rafe Broadley on the AC United Gas for 11th. Then it's Sid Putnam having a good ride out there, slipping and sliding around for 12th. And then the third 250 rider working his way up to 13th after hitting the start gate, Jack Taylor. Matt Tolley is now down to 14th, and Ezra Melman is currently in 15th. That's your top 15. So Heyman just doing what Charlie does, leading the way, but on this last lap in particular, he will be really concentrating just to keep it on the island. No heroics from Charlie at this point. But you've got to keep your concentration. The worst thing you can do is think you've got it in the bag, particularly in these conditions. Think you're home and dry. I got a 33-second lead and just switch off. That's where it all goes wrong. Did I just see a bit of dust click up there? I think I did. We got one lap to go now then. You can just about see our staff there, our flagger, well wrapped up from the elements. She is going to get absolutely plastered there throughout the day with all the roost coming off the back of the bike. So yeah, difficult going. Remember, we're going to be live and uninterrupted all day on MXN-TV. Regardless of what happens with the race schedule, we'll bring you up to speed as we go along. If there are any changes, as we said, we're doing the best we can here, so you can at least see what's going on. I kid you not, outside of this commentary booth, the viewing is not much better than what you're seeing on screen. It really is. It feels like we're up in the clouds at the minute. So difficult for everybody here, but it's motocross. To win a championship, you've got to be able to ride all conditions. It takes a lot these days, or any time, for a motocross race to be cancelled or postponed. Obviously, the only way that really happens is when if it gets a real problem for riders' safety, and by that we mean the medical team being able to access the circuit, take riders off a circuit. That's when we have to seriously start looking at maybe you've got to shorten the program or cancel or postpone. But right now, all the riders are getting around okay. Not easily, but they're getting around okay. As we watch Charlie Heyman on the SJP Moto machine, powered by Beer, we're going up that long rhythm section straight. If you want to see one of the most spectacular things ever on a motorcycle and in UK motocross history, go on YouTube and punch in Scott Elderfield Big Jump, because Scott did up that rhythm section, just did a jump that nobody even considered or saw, and launched over an entire rhythm section in one go. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen anybody do on a motorcycle. So go on YouTube, just punch in Scott Elderfield Big Jump, and you'll see this incredible leap that he did down that back straight. It's well worth a watch. Heyman up on the pegs, nice and easy. He knows he's just got to concentrate around these next two corners. Here it is, nicely just sat, beautiful technique in the middle of the bike, body weight perfect. There he goes, he slips and slides over the line. He takes the opening moto in the 125 youth category. He's going to work his way down to Ben, and we're going to catch up. We're going to go to a quick ad. We'll be back with Ben, hopefully talking to the race winner.
And here we are with Charlie Heyman, race winner in the 125cc class for the third time this weekend, but a lot different conditions for this one. Charlie, how was it out there, man? It looks horrendous, but how was it feeling for you?
Yeah, it was a tough one. I got a decent start and then got a lot of shit on my goggles, so I had to drop in the pits on the 4th lap for some new goggles. Got back out in the lead, then carried on and finished the race off nice and easy. But yeah, it's tough in the wet out there. It's really slippy and deep. Yeah, it should be. If we don't get no rain, it'll tack up a bit later, hopefully.
Yeah, that'd be good. And obviously you went through the goggles there, 2 sets, but you just, after that, was that it? You just thought, well, I've got to race with it?
Yeah, I went through 2 sets. That's just being on the back of people and pulling my goggles and using the film. Note you can do about that. But yeah, I think riding with no goggles is not ideal, but I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get cleaned up then, Charlie. Thank you so much for seeing us, and yeah, have a good final race of the day coming up later, all right? Well done, sir. Head you back to Jeff at the pit lane and see how we go from there.
Found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal. and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, folks. Yeah, obviously we just put a load of adverts out there for all the good people that get behind it and make it happen. As you can see, it's still gloomy weather-wise. Anyway, there's still a lot of happy people out there. I just call it liquid sunshine. You know, you still got to embrace it. It is what it is, and we're hardened motocross fans. So as you can see, we've got the big wheel class getting stacked up, ready to go. They haven't gone out on their sighting lap yet. We're getting reports in that we might be just having a slight alteration of the circuit. I don't know if that's 100% official. That's what we're hearing here in our commentary booth. So that's why it's a little bit of a delay. That's why we threw all those adverts out there, because obviously a slight delay in getting these big wheel 85 riders out for their sighting lap. I'm not sure if all of them will take up that option, I have to say. I probably wouldn't. That's my personal preference, but some riders will want to get out there and just get a feel of it before they twist that throttle in anger. Billy Askew sat there at the front. He had another great day yesterday. It seems to me that Billy Askew, since Fat Cat, has suddenly had a bit of a growth spurt. I don't know about that, but he just suddenly seems a bit taller and bulkier. And that was longer, only, what, 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, yeah. It's crazy, isn't it, how quick these kids can suddenly grow and get too big for these 85s, and then they're ready for that kind of 125 or 250 option. But you got Billy Askew there. Jake Walker sat there next to him, number 99, rocking the, well, no graphics on his bike.
No, none at all.
Well, there's a few on the front, but looking to... So if you want to get behind Jake Walker and sponsor him, I think he's probably looking to, fill this gap here. Behind him is Freddie Gardner with his arms crossed on the Matt Gardner Racing KTM number 14. These kids were having such good racing yesterday.
Yeah, so, quite incredible racing yesterday.
You can feel how squelchy it is underfoot, actually. Our cameraman, you can hear it. Look at that. You see, there you go. The start. They're going to. Luckily, obviously, we've got these mesh start gates now, so we're not going to get those horrible ruts off the start. But those start gates, as much as you get traction off them, and they're designed with the mesh for the tyres to hook in, they are still going to be slippery out of the gate today. So the riders have to be really good with their throttle control. So Ben is he's totting up all the points from yesterday. No, currently, so he's up to speed with the 250s and 125s, doing his homework here. He's got his multi-coloured marker pens.
You can't beat highlighter pens, yes, absolutely.
Well on it.
Right, so there is a detour down the bottom end of the circuit. We're just seeing here, looks like they're cutting the track around to miss out. Yeah, so that's they're missing out the big off-camber bermed corner. There's a double lane. You actually couldn't see it. Yeah. You could see it on the coverage actually once we got close enough through the gloom. So yeah, they're cutting out that big off-camber. It's a right-hander, 90 degrees. So they go slightly down the hill, and then you've got a big berm up the inside, a big berm around the outside. They're cutting the track before that. So I'm sure that there'll be signs around there, because I don't think it's worth anybody doing a sighting lap in this at the moment. They'll have the option and probably all shake their heads. But yeah, so that's what's happening at the moment. So that's the slight delay. Should I give you a quick rundown for the 125s?
Go for it. Go for it. Do it while we can.
Cool, good stuff. Okay, so we have got 125s then. Charlie Heyman obviously was the race winner in that one. Tyler Hooley took second ahead of Wal Beanie in third. Ben Musto worked his way through. He told me personally he didn't fall off through the whole race, which is great.
He's so happy with that.
He was fourth, yeah. James Barker had his best result of the weekend in fifth place. And then in sixth was Ollie Colmer. So Colmer losing 10 points further to Heyman in the championship there. And then Rafe Broadley, Bo Brown had a good ride in eighth place. Ninth was Dan Arkle, and 10th was Sidney Putnam. One notable absentee in that race, Cole McCulloch, was not out there at all. So, yeah, do you know what's happened to him?
I do, yeah. Basically, for whatever reason, I don't know the exact facts, but Cole, after the first race yesterday, they packed up and went home. I don't know if that's an injury or just something more than that. I don't know. But McCulloch, after the first race yesterday, that's why, obviously you didn't know that, you were up on the commentary booth. That's why you didn't see him out in the second one. So he's not here. So he's going to lose a bunch of points, obviously. He already has.
Yep.
But you won't see Cole McCulloch today.
That's a real shame.
No. On the Hitachi machine.
Cool, so just to run through the few 250 finishes that we had there. So, yeah, Dominic Newbury took his first race win of the entire season in the 250 class. And then second was Tyler Westcott. Jack Taylor was third, so it's still close between those two for the overall, just 2 points between them. And then fourth was Hudson Roper, his best result of the weekend so far. Fifth was Josh Bassett. Sixth was Finley Evans. And seventh was Harvey Cashmore. But that was all she wrote there. And Mackenzie Marshall was credited with eighth despite having retrieved his bike from the fence line posting. So yeah, there we are from that side.
We've got a team manager stepping in here in the dry. Let's have a quick word with him. Let's speak to Neil Prince, has come in from the SC Sports owned Husqvarna team. Neil, you've got loads of experience racing, riding, winning in the mud. You were always good in the mud as well, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I wasn't bad.
Modest.
I did some okay results, so it was okay. I mean, to be honest, today's racing, we had lots of races back when you rode as well, Jeff. We had probably 5 or 6 rounds like this where it was really muddy. So I think it's good because it brings out, it's a different style of racing. You've got to prepare different. You've got to set your bike up quite a bit differently. Like, you've got to try and manage the bike to keep it going as well. You know, and because the mud obviously gets in the radiators, blocks the bike, the weight of the bike, you know, you've got to, there's a whole different lot of factors when it comes muddy.
Yeah, but preparation is key. So I guess you guys, as a big team, you know, going for a championship, all that is planned at the start of the year. The truck is stocked up with that kind of stuff because you have to consider all conditions. You know, it's not like you guys come in and go, oh, it's raining, you're all frantically running around. I guess everything's packed neatly in the van. Well, I hope so. And you get, and the mechanics are on it. I mean, this is always a tougher day for a mechanic, isn't it? You know, they work incredibly hard at the best of times, but they got their work cut out on a day like today.
Yeah, they have, because, you know, if the rider is in traffic and the radiators are getting blocked, we have nets to stop the mud from going into the fins and then blocking up the radiators. But like today, it's quite claggy in places, so if they're following riders, they're taking mud to the radiators, and then obviously puts in the fact that there's only a certain amount of heat the bike can get rid of. And here today there's a few jumps where you can kind of jump, it'll get a bit of fresh air in there. But if the air does stop, you've got to, you know, if you're following someone, you're better off pulling back a little bit and then having a go to pass him and make the pass quick so you don't block the radiators up. That's quite important. And also, you know, like then I just watched the 125 race, and if the guys slip off, for instance, just one time you get back up, you actually can't twist the throttle because of the mud on the throttle. So, you know, if some riders have a full diamond grip, which is no grips on there, you have to kind of put a full waffle on so you got some grips. You got to get a bit of leverage on the throttle, because you can have a leader just slip off in a corner, and if his throttle gets dirty, he's in trouble. Like, it's not going to get any better soon.
Yeah, it's you know, but like you said, I'm totally with you. You know, obviously motocross is just so a real champion, and championship needs to be done over all different conditions. Obviously, we are going to get mudders here and there, and you've got to deal with them. Mist is a bit of a problem today as well, but I think from a rider standpoint, that's not too bad, because you focus a certain distance up front. Obviously, for us with the cameras and everything, it's not great. So I don't think the vision's going to be too bad for the riders today. Terrible for us. Talk about your team currently. Obviously, you've gone and done some AMA races, but you're focusing also on the British. And, of course, you've had a change of rider. So how's all that working out with Jorgen? And
yeah, very, very good. I mean, obviously, with Florin, it just got to a point where, you know, we need to be getting results. And with Florin, it was just, you know, it was just one of those situations where it just wasn't working for us. And then Jorgen, obviously, JMT could come to the team, and it's been good. It's been, you know, because the mechanics from James to Paul to myself to Ian, we all put work on all them bikes. So we don't want to see a bike just ride off the track and say, yeah, I'm not feeling it today. Yeah. No team needs that. So basically, GMT's a breath of fresh air on the 250 side. Josh Gilbert's always a breath. He's a good kid, gets on with the job. We've been a bit unfortunate. We're at 2 races this year, but he gives 100%. Charlie, obviously, he's a legend, really. Like he brings a smile to the team that when you're on a down day, he can lift everyone back up. You know.
Team player, a real team player.
Yeah, and his brother Sid just had the ride of his life. Like,
yeah, he did. We commented on that.
Come 12th, and I mean, flipping hell, like that was amazing. So, you know, it's all good. And my boy's out in the 65 class, so I'm going to be doing a lot of running later on.
Well, are you really though?
Yeah, a lot.
Careful. I'll tell you what. If Neil Prince, I'll just tee it up right now. Can we get our cameraman to keep an eye on him if he's running around? Because if he goes down on his backside, I want it showing on the telly.
I've done it already this year. Trust me, already done it.
So, what are the plans for the rest of the year? You guys, you've got another American trip coming up, haven't you? Pretty soon.
Yeah, we have obviously MX Nationals next week, and then me, Paul, truck driver, and Sid, we fly to Texas to collect the truck on the Monday, and then we have to prep the bikes which were left in the truck from the last round, and then we drive then 1,600 miles to Unadilla. The riders obviously fly in four hours away from the trucks. They've got it easy until Saturday, and then Saturday Unadilla. Then the week after we have Budds Creek, and then the week after we have Ironman. So it's a busy schedule, but we look forward to it. Mr. Putnam's given us a chance to do that, and it's quite amazing. Even I've been 30 years racing and in the sport, but that is just amazing to go there and do that, and it's a massive opportunity to the riders as well.
And you've got loads of experience, but have you found even on these trips that you're something new and you still always learn, never too young to learn, are you? You must be picking up a few little things, how it's done over there, and varying things that possibly you'll be able to bring back to the UK and use as an advantage here.
What I found is over there in America, they look at every little detail. Them bikes, you have a 4-hour window of racing, so technically you've got 25 minutes to turn the bike around from race to race. So in Colorado, the bike was still at 67 on the radiator fan before the second race. So I was using bottles of water on the radiators to cool, actually, to get the engine cool.
Really?
So you kind of see why in America they have so many mechanics, because if you've got to swap the engine, which you hopefully don't, you're in trouble, because obviously there's only me, Paul, and our truck driver there, basically you can work on the bikes because of the riders there. So you can see why they have a big setup. You can see why they wire so much stuff and they have so much Loctite, and they cater for the bike doing practice and never touching the bike again till the end of the day. And that's quite interesting to see how they go around that, really.
Yeah, because they got that different ruling as well. Like, you've got to stick to that one. They can't jump on a spare bike and stuff like that. You've got to pretty much use that. So you can swap stuff out, but you've got to use the same chassis and stuff, haven't you?
Well, you see Pro Circuit, Star Racing, and KTM not so much, but Star Racing, Pro Circuit, them engines are out in Colorado after one race and a new engine in for the second race. So you're watching that going, oh, my engine's got to run another 3 meetings yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So the way they do it is, it's quite interesting how they operate compared to even Europe in World Championship.
Yeah, it's great. From a British standpoint, the fact that we've now got like an interest, a genuine interest, like we've had it with Supercross, obviously when Dylan Woodcock went over, Jack Brunel, obviously Dylan Walsh. So this year we've got some real interest in that. Now you guys doing the AMA as well. We all watch it, we all love it, of course. But it's that extra little thing. It's like, okay, let's cheer the boys on. And of course, Josh got off to an absolute fly. I was like, that's awesome. And then unfortunately, the one at Hangtown. But from a rider's standpoint as well, they must be learning so much as well.
Well, we obviously we did like some KTM tour and stuff, because I know quite a lot of people in the industry. So we went to KTM, did a tour, and they asked about our bikes and what we're doing. We said, we bought bikes, Mun Racing, trucks come here. And they were like, well, what's done to the bikes? Well, pretty much same as what we do here, but that's it. Then obviously we qualified at the first round, all got in like really well, and I had maybe 4 or 5 text messages from people saying, what a fantastic job you did, even qualifying with what you've got. And I was like, well, it's no problem to me. It's Husqvarna, it'll do the job, no problem. So that way we got a lot of recognition, and then Josh was unfortunate to crash quite big at the second round. We had spectators come into Colorado just to meet Josh Gilbert and check he was okay.
Now that is awesome.
And that's like, really, he's inside the truck, and they're like, so that way we seem to get a lot of notice there, because obviously we're doing something different to other people, really. So I think you will start to see more people do it, because if you're doing World Championship and you go to, say, Indonesia or these places, it's a massive budget to do that. And you can go America and do, it's not a cheap thing to do, but some teams will go, I'm better off going there doing 3-4 rounds of that instead of spending that amount on one round in America, not America, in the World Championship Series.
And of course, either way you look at it, a lot of the major brands, you know, are American brands, you know, and all those kind of things. You know, like you guys wear Thor, for example.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
so that they're American, huge brand over there. So it's a nice tie-in, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it's good because obviously, what was interesting when I went to KTM, when I rode Grand Prix back in 90s to when you rode as well, GPs, all them guys from Ben Townley days, Josh Cobbett, all them riders, all their mechanics are all at KTM.
Yeah,
they're all there. You go in the engine room and you're like, God, how's it going? Because you recognise the guy from pushing Townley's bike through the pits years ago, and all them European guys, they've all moved to there, and they've got good jobs, obviously, and then they've took a lot of stuff from Europe over there to make the brand, and because there's a lot of experience in Europe as well.
Absolutely, yeah, it's good stuff. Neil, thanks for coming in. Look, we're getting some sausage rolls delivered us too. It's all happening here in the commentary booth. It's fantastic. We obviously wish you the best of luck with the team today. You, like with predictions, you always want to win. Are you feeling good about it today, lads? You know, have you got a good gut feeling today?
I mean, I'm not the person who brags. Goes, we're going to win today. I want them to win. I'll cheer them on all the time. Like whether it's third or, as long as I see them ride how they can ride.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a fifth or a first. Yeah. As long as if they're riding how they can, I'm put it on the table that day. That's the best you can do. And if it's a fifth and it's sixth or a 10th, that's where it ends.
So as a team manager point of view, as long as you get in that vehicle and you drive home and you know that everybody's left it out on track, that's it. That's all you can
and they're happy. If they go home knowing we've done the best job we can, they have. You can't do any more than that. Yeah. And that's all I look for, really.
Well, we're going to get under racing now. Thanks for coming in. Have a good day. There you go. That was Neil Prince there. Nice one, Neil, from the SD Sports Home, powered by Stebbins Car Superstore Husqvarna. A good insight to being a team manager as Ben is inspecting the debris, the food that's coming in. Is that for me? I think that's from my good lady that's turned up. Wow, I get well looked after. Okay, we're going to get ready now and go racing with the big wheels.
Yeah. TCs on the start line. Big Wheel 85s are on the starting line, getting ready. They have gone out for their sighting lap. Mostly are supposed to see if the track has changed or how much it has changed. Of course, there were alterations as well down at the far end of the circuit. So just to run through then, Billy Askew, as it has through most of the season, 16 motos run this year. He has won 14 of them, including all 3 yesterday. But he didn't have it all his own way. He had to really battle hard. He had a few collisions there with Jake Walker, and sadly for Jake, he came out the worst, especially in the third race there. He also suffered a further crash up by the finish line right in front of us, and took a while to get going there. Ended up 18th in that particular one. So Jake Walker is dropping back from Josh Vale, the number 479 rider, who is second in the championship at the moment. And he had a third and 2 seconds yesterday to Josh Vale. Freddie Gardner had his best day so far of the season with a 4th, a 3rd and a 5th. He currently lies 3rd overall in the standings for this event, and has moved up into 4th ahead of his teammate Freddie Gardner, ahead of his teammate Charlie Richmond. So watch out for 441 Billy Askew. The revs rise, 5-second board is up, they head down and go. Who it is, it's going to come through, is it between Josh Vale and Billy Askew. Askew nudges it forward in this series leader's red plate. Broadside speedway style around the corner. Fantastic style from Billy Askew. Josh Vale has dropped down to 3rd place. Don't quite see who has gone past him, but he has dropped down there to 3rd. Jamie Keith, the 184, had a good ride yesterday, and I think he's up there. And Jake Walker it is that's battling with Josh Vale in the black kit and red bike. So they slither around the first lap here. This is treacherous on a small bike.
It is. I'll tell you what, I'm still kind of in awe of Billy Askew around that first corner. That was awesome. Honestly, his throttle control and everything, he was kind of full lock, but he really just feathered it round there. That was awesome. It looked, I'm going to say it, it looks like it's starting to clear up a bit, the mist anyway.
Yeah, the mist is certainly.
Fingers crossed, I'm not even superstitious. Why am I doing that? Anyway, let's hope that it does start to clear up, and for your viewing pleasure at home more than anything, the riders will cope with it no problem, but we want you to see the action. Definitely starting to clear up a bit, so that's good stuff. The track, though, is slick. It's gnarly. There's going to be mistakes.
Yeah, there's going to be mistakes there. Drew Stock is number 18. He has had a good weekend so far. 8th and then 5th and then 3rd in race 3 yesterday for Drew Stock. He had a great battle with Josh Vale and Jamie Keith for that position yesterday, and he's right up there in 2nd place as far as the timings are showing us at the moment. They go past the finishing line just the once so that we can see where they are, but certainly Billy Askew out in front.
Yeah, Askew looking good, but good shout out because Drew Stock yesterday was so good. He got overtaken on the last lap with 2 corners to go by Jamie Keith, and he just kept his calm and did a brilliant return pass, block pass. He could have rode it in there really hot, but just did a brilliant, not only did he overtake him, he then blocked Jamie's route out to secure that 3rd spot, and it was brilliant. Yes,
absolutely stunning. So looks like they are doing the full circuit. There is a section there where they've cut across. I take it that's for the 65cc class.
Yeah.
Maybe the small wheel 85s as well. We'll see how that works out. But Josh Vale is there in 2nd place at the moment, which has been his want in the last few rounds anyway. So yeah, Josh is working hard. I'm in 2nd place on the SJP Moto Husqvarna, and showing good throttle control, but yeah, Billy Askew's flying away in front.
Yeah, well, Billy is the guy to beat, you know, that's fact, you know, it's not us overly bigging up. If the guy is always there at the sharp end when that's Drew Stock in 3rd. Some of these guys, of course, have got little wet weather tops on, little lightweight jackets, so we might not always be able to see their number on their back. Askew, we can clearly see hit well, say clearly, as soon as that...
Burying the GRT Impact KTM in that left hand that they're still clearing that little tabletop with ease. Interesting to see them taking the inside jump there, Jeff. That was not the line of choice yesterday, so maybe the outside just looks a bit too slick.
It's twofold. On top of that, they've also, that little spine jump that they come into, they've made that steeper today to stop the pros attempting that huge double.
Oh, that's a shame.
So, yeah, that is a shame. And in these conditions, I can't believe that would have happened anyway.
No, for sure.
So I think that's a bit of both. Like, because that jump's now steeper, the guys are just taking the shorter route because they know they've got to take that jump slower now anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's also up there. Could just see going through the trees there was Ryan Waggett, number 551. He had a good day also yesterday, 6th. And 2 7th places, currently lying 6th overall in the meeting standings. It does look a bit clearer, Jeff. We can see more of the circuit in one shot, less of the mist, which is great to know. The forecast was that it would start to clear up by about 11, 12 o'clock, and we're nearly at that point already. So, yeah, Josh Vale coming down the staircase here. 8 jumps in succession after the finishing line, which takes them right to the bottom of the circuit. And, yeah, Josh Vale in good form there in 2nd place, but Billy Askew has disappeared out of shot. He is out there, 5 seconds clear as it stands at the moment. We're just waiting for things to clear through so that we can see. But yes, so Drew Stock was in a good 3rd place as well. And going through the jump there, we can see just down by the FIR banners. And Drew Stock is getting attention from Jake Walker. So that is 3rd and 4th. Then we got Waggett in 5th and number 551 on the Husqvarna machine.
Ryan Waggett is one of the easiest riders to find on track because he always wears, well, basically flow-coloured kit, you know, fluorescent-coloured kit. He's got flow graphics on his bike. So from a commentator's point of view in these conditions, yes.
It's a gift,
It's an absolute gift. He's easy to spot.
Yeah, the Raji Rai Racing Team Husqvarna. Looks like we've got one of the Matt Gardner motocross squads. That would be Freddie Gardner. Is right up at the sharp end again as well. So he's trying to haul in Waggett. We've got a 4 there. Lucy Barker is down on the little KTM there, number 3.
Lucy's been riding great, though. She's getting really good. She gets out there and really does mix it with the boys. It's great that we've got female competitors out there. So always walking. She's always got a huge grin on her face, Lucy. She's always really happy. And that's great.
Yeah, she's lying 8th in the championship, in fact, as they went into this weekend. So, in fact, after yesterday's races, she is still 8th in the series. So, yeah, up the far end of the hill comes our 2nd place rider in the series, Josh Vale. He made hay over Jake Walker in that department yesterday. He went in only 3 points ahead, but he stretched it out thanks to Jake's misfortunes and is now 27 points away from Walker in the championship. But that's not insurmountable because it's 45 points in this class for a race win, right down to 1 point for 40th place. So pretty much you finish, you're going to score some points, and that's how the youth riders are rewarded for their efforts. And yeah, Josh, it's not out of the realms yet. He is 60 points nearly back from Billy Askew, 57 points to be precise. So yeah, that side of it is it's going to be tough for him to catch up, but certainly he's still plugging away.
Obviously the track is the same track as yesterday, but so different now with the overnight rain. That big bowl corner at the bottom, the line of choice yesterday, particularly for most of these kids, was to rail that berm flat out round the outside. And if you look now, like hardly any of them are using it. They're now going to that inside line that has been developed by the pros. And that's the difference as well. The pros wasn't on track yesterday, and when you send the pros out first on any track, particularly when it's wet, they're going to cut very different lines to what any of these kids will use to develop. So once the pros come out, they kind of open up the track more. And these kids pick up on those pro lines, and that's why it's so kind of cool that we've got youth riders competing at the same track on the same weekend as the pro riders. It definitely helps improve their skill set.
Yeah, to see how the track cuts up when the professional boys get on it, it's an absolute sight to see how massively different to how an amateur circuit or the schoolboy circuit would be getting cut up when you hit the pro guys getting on the case with it there. Just showing on screen, we have following Josh Vale around. He is still behind Billy Askew, who stretched the gap out to about 11 seconds right now. So Askew showing his dominance here in the tricky going. Josh Vale takes the little tabletop on the split lane down the far end of the circuit. Down towards the sea there, and he actually puts a lap on Jamie Keith, who's had a rough few laps there. Jamie showing on our screens is right down in 15th place. That's much further down than he was yesterday, which is a shame for Jamie, not loving the conditions here on the gas.
No, Jamie's more often than not a front runner, so not a good opening moto today. Well, this is their only moto today, actually. These lads had 3 races yesterday. Jamie really struggling. Look at him footing his way around there. Does not look a happy puppy at all.
Of course, it sounds...
Maybe he's got a puncher, you know, we're giving it, you know, it's hard, so spin it around. You know what, I think he might. I mean, it's slippery enough as it is, but... No, maybe not, but he's really suffering. Either way, his rear end seems to be going all over the place more than anyone. So.
Looks like he's got a slick tyre on, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, it could well be a case of, as it is in these conditions, I know it sounds silly, but the faster you go, the easier it is there because it clears the mud. You know, you put mud around a dirt bike tyre and it soon smooths off for the knobblies, as Drew Stock puts a lap on Jamie Keith there. Drew having a nice ride in third. That would be a bit
different than yesterday because they were racing in that final moto yesterday, right to the flag, and this time Drew's, like you said, put a lap. I think Jamie's definitely got a problem. I don't think it's a case of he's just not enjoying it. He's got some kind of issue there that's slowing him down. But Drew Stock on the Madison Free Flow machine, looking particularly good. He started off the season. He's coming off the back of an injury. He missed a lot of the pre-season. Had a nasty injury to his midriff, all his lower back and his kidneys, and you know, his lungs and everything. But he's now, just slowly throughout the year, now caught the others up, as in, you know, he is now becoming a front runner, working his way back to fitness, Drew Stock, and he's a stylish little rider, gutsy little rider.
Yeah, and he's in contention for the podium, Jeff, as well. Yeah. He was only, he was just, he's actually 2 points back of, 3 points back of Jamie Keith for 4th overall, and if he catches 5 points on Freddie Gardner in this race, then that means he will be on the podium. Vale and Askew have the top 2 places locked out at the moment if it stays like it is. So Drew Stott looking to maybe get onto the podium here overall at the weekend.
Yeah, that would be good for him and good for the team.
Yeah, and Freddie Gardner currently showing in 8th place at the moment behind Austin Beastie and Ryan Waggett. So as it would stand, that would be Drew Stock onto the overall podium unless Freddie can make any further advances from that 8th position. It's all possible. Every corner could result in a slip-off for one of these lads, especially very difficult in the less powerful machines to burn through the mud and get driving forward. But they're all, there's the top riders in the country, definitely, so they're making it look as easy as it possibly could be in this going.
But you can see how tough it is there. Drew coming out that corner, that rut was a real nice smoothing, and then all of a sudden it's just like a 50p, just suddenly jagged, and now the bottom, you know, they start getting jagged in the bottom as well. Little acceleration bumps, and what can happen is that can really unsettle the bike when you're on the power, and just you can hit like a little acceleration bump, and it can just be enough to just spin the rear wheel off track, you know, off your line, and before you know it, you've spun right round, washed the front. It's, you know, it's just 100% concentration at the best of times in a motocross race, but particularly you cannot switch off for a second. If you do, you're on your head.
Yeah, you're toast. Yeah, that's it. I think he meant to take the left lane in that split lane and ended up having to take the right one. The decision was made for him, but he's being caught by the looks of it. I think that's Jake Walker. I mean, he's, like I say, with the jacket on there, no numbers on his back to see, and the number plates are covered, but just by the stature and the style, that's definitely Jake Walker is catching Drew Stock for third place. It might affect Drew Stock getting on the podium, in fact, but Jake Walker is just trying to recover some points after a disastrous third race yesterday.
Nicely through that section. You can see that little spine jump starting to rut out heavily, and really look at the ruts leading into. That's great technique from Drew Stock there around there. He was on the pegs all the way up into that middle of the apex, where he then just sat down. Nice body position, rolled it back on. So he's riding well and feeling the flow. He's trying to keep up on those pegs as much as he can.
You see how he picked it up out of the rut as well, so he didn't take the real choppy bumps coming out of the rut, just stuck to the inside where it was smoother. Nice line, nice riding from Drew Stock. Really is showing great technique in this going, which, well, if you've got great technique, it's going to pay off more in this going than it is any other going at all. As number 305, that's our wild card rider there from nearby York on the Chambers Racing KTM, Ripley Carter, just still circulating, but a lap down there on the leaders.
You can see how hard packed the circuit is, because incredibly, you're still seeing little puffs of dust come up occasionally.
That's amazing, yeah.
There's our race leader, Billy Askew, on the GRT Impact KTM, and we've said that many times this year across all national level, not just here at the Revo MXGB GB British Championship, fueled by Golf. He's been dominant rider at a lot of the other championships too.
Yeah, still picking his way through the lap traffic there. That was the number 87 of Alfie Payne on the JDP Development KTM there, just still circulating, but yeah, outside the top 10, actually showing 13th at the moment is Alfie Payne. So yeah, difficult conditions for everybody here. But it is Askew from Vale, from Drew Stock, Jake Walker 4th, and Lewis Spratt is having a nice ride. He's up into 5th place on the number 21 machine, sponsored there. That's just the KTM from County Tyrone. And yeah, he's he's going much better than he was yesterday, is Lewis Spratt. So this conditions are favouring another Irishman there, I believe.
Yeah, you go, there you go. Yeah, some people just love it. I've got to say, not for me. I didn't particularly. You know, it's kind of like, okay, we've got to deal with it as a rider, and you do the best you can. But like, some people excel in mud; they like it, they want it to rain. Not for me. You know, as I said, sometimes when you're a bit taller and you can paddle around, yeah,
oh yeah,
I'm not the longest legs in the world, so I wanted the ruts to get deep so my feet could touch the ground.
Yeah, the paddling, there's one of the few things where the height did pay off. I wasn't too bad in the mud. I could sort of paddle it around, and yeah, the extra height and leverage sometimes just helps you actually keep upright, you know, rather than just let it slide around. So, but yeah, it is. It's a different technique altogether. You actually really like it when you get to the point of being able to ride it properly. It's really good fun. You just get covered in mud and you just have to grin through it. And yeah, I never minded it too much. But I'm
the same. You know, I didn't mind riding the mud. I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. I didn't love it, but I still enjoyed it. What I didn't like is when it was wet and cold. That's the worst one. I'd never minded the mud. The mud's everything. But when it was like really cold and sheeting down, and then you got to do that thing at the end of the race where you got to get all your wet kit off and pull it off over your head. Oh God, no, I didn't enjoy that.
It's when you haven't got spare kit and you got to put your kit back on for race 2 or 3.
Oh yeah,
that's the worst one.
We all had to do that in youth motocross back in the day. Not these kids now. They have like 3 or 4 sets of kit. Like they don't even know they're born.
They don't, do they? I mean, yeah. Look at this camo outfit here from Billy Askew. He's been all colours of the rainbow this weekend as Billy there. I saw him in red and blue yesterday, and yeah, now he's got the old proper camo stuff going on, looking good in the Alpine Stars kit there. Head to toe, I think, isn't he? Alpine Stars for Billy Askew there with the spy goggles on. And yeah, like I say, I think it's still slightly drizzling, so the bikes aren't showing super heavy. They're not really getting super covered in mud and getting really heavy. It's just and that makes it really slippery. But again, here comes Billy with his supreme throttle control, which he showed in that first corner when he speedway style around the outside at the first corner to claim the whole shot and disappear. Now we just see Riley Vose pick his way around, one of our wildcard riders with a famous surname there, or Riley Vose on the Husqvarna.
Yeah, Dad Ryan.
Collision there.
He couldn't do anything about that. He came over that jump and the rider in front of him just lost control, and Riley had literally nowhere to go. Even if he'd have anchored up, he would have just still slid into that rider. So unfortunately for Riley, nothing he could do there. Basically, he was collateral damage to an incident. It looks like Billy Askew is probably going to get, if our timing is shown right, he's going to get the 1 lap to go board this next lap around. Yeah, that was such a shame for Riley. He was looking good, but Riley, Dad Ryan, a GP rider back in the day and top Supercross rider as well. Still riding actively a lot. Ryan actually his dad, so they go out riding, father and son, which is great.
Nice. Yeah, although he's got a lap down there as Riley, he is actually still showing in 12th because, it's so tricky to keep things going. 1 lap to go board then for Billy Askew. He's on his final circulation there as Jeff goes down to catch maybe Billy if he stays on for the entire circulation here. And he's actually coming up to lap Gus Musto, who is there in 11th place at the moment on the Matt Gardner Motocross KTM. As you can see, the tractor-style ruts heading down the staircase there for Billy. So he's picking his way around nicely, showing a bit of style. Still not afraid to kick it slightly sideways if it's beneficial for his lap time. Then he heads down to the bottom corner on the track. Big, deep berm there, and then they power up. It's slightly off camber. Cannot really see that on the camera as they go down by that classic Yorkshire dry stone wall. As, Billy Askew coming up the grassy section of the circuit. It's proper old-school schoolboy motocross there. Picking his way around Gus Musto to put a lap on the young Matt Gardner Motocross squad rider who's new to this class this season. Brother, of course, to younger brother to Ben Musto, who races the 125 class so successfully. And Billy on the Big Wheel 85 GRT Impact KTM. A massive squad, has a great presence in this paddock here with Ollie Colmer in the 125s. Finley Evans returning to action this weekend in the 254 stroke class, although he didn't have a great outing in the third of their races today. But as it has been for the entire weekend here, Billy Askew in dominant form, looking to wrap up a perfect 4 out of 4 weekend to make it 15 wins from 17 races, can you believe, through this season so far. He won all 3 at Cullum. He won the first one at Foxhill, was denied by about 5 millimetres of the race win in race 2 at Foxhill by Jake Walker, which deprived him of the overall for the only time this season. He won both races at Ling, both races at Canada Heights, and then 3 out of 4 at Fat Cat last time round to again take those overall wins in those venues. And now with his 4th race win of the weekend, he came into this race with a massive 57-point lead in the championship, and it's 45 points for a race win. So it's looking dominant. It's not done yet for Askew. The youth riders still have 8 motos left to go. So there is still 360 points on the board for these riders. And Billy's now on 714, or he will be, he was on 714 before this race. So he's now going to be on 759 and looking in dominant form, and again pulling away from Josh Vale, who's had a great season for his another year in the Big 185s. But here goes, checker flag time. Billy Askew takes the race win, 4 out of 4 for the GRT Impact KTM rider, and a fantastic result for him as one of the riders just slithers across. That is our number 305 rider. Sadly for him there, Ripley Carter just falling as he crosses the finishing line. Across the line comes Gus Musto to finish. You made that on the live stream, mate. Well done, sir. Yes, sorry. Ripley Carter just deciding to give it the big double fist pump as he crosses the line, picks his bike up after the finishing line. Josh Vale actually stalled the bike in the last corner there, but didn't lose 2nd place in the end. As we just watch the finishing line to see other riders across the line there. So far, just Billy Askew and Josh Vale have finished. So proper scrabble across here. As now that the race is finished, that marshal can help young Ripley Carter as he picks his bike up, tries to retrieve it from the fencing. He's only just outside here. That's the truck there covered in mud. That's where we are inside our booth. That's where I am at the moment. Jeff is on his way down. And we're just handing down to Jeff Perrett who has got Billy Askew trackside.
Okay, we're down here with the race winner, overall winner as well, with the Big Wheel 85. Another, I was going to say immaculate weekend, Billy, but you're not immaculate. The track today compared with yesterday, just talk us through how much more it's different.
Well, we've had a lot of rain through the night. Personally, I like the track. I like it like this, a bit more technical. It gives me the upper hand because people struggle and I just get a good start and just go, really.
Have you, so mud's you more favourable, not favourable condition, but you don't mind it, obviously, clearly, because you've just absolutely waxed everybody out there. Is it more because you're confident with your throttle control in the mud?
Yeah, well, me and Ash have just worked in a lot of mud over the years, like through the winter. Even if it's like chucking it down, it looks impossible to ride. We've just gone out and tried to do a few laps just to get, if it just go like this. So it's obviously worked out.
And practice pays off. And like I said, another immaculate weekend for you. You've got the overall. I think you've won every race this weekend. You've got a great team behind you. So anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Everybody that's helped me, GRT, Impact, KTM, everyone that's helped me, CI Sport, JWR Suspension, Capes Carps, Alpine Star, Spy. Just thank you for everything you've done for me.
Well done, another great weekend, Billy. He's not, to be fair, he's not even that muddy, is he? He's got a muddy nose, and that's about it. Well done, that man. We're going to pass back to the booth, and coming up next, we got the small wheel 85s.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
All right, guys, so yeah, as we rejoin the circuit here to the sighting lap for the small 185cc class. We saw some fantastic racing for these guys, but just to do a bit of housekeeping here to make sure you realise there, obviously Billy Askew took 4 out of 4 to win the big 185 class overall, and then second overall was Josh Vale with a 3.222 weekend, but a bit of drama on the last lap in that big 185cc class. Jake Walker overtook Drew Stock for third place, and that was crucial because it basically means that by a single point, Freddie Gardner, who ended up finishing 7th in that race, Freddie Gardner hung on to the podium position overall, and he will join us in on the podium later. He finished 3rd overall by a single point, and Drew Stock rose to 4th. And then 5th overall in the standings for the weekend was Jake Walker, so he lifted himself up with that last lap pass as well. And then 6th overall was the number 551 of Ryan Waggett. Just to round out the top 10, 7th Jamie Keith overall, 8th was Ollie Bubb, and 9th Lewis Spratt, and finally 10th overall was Riley Bowes, the wild card.
Yes, as always, these youth classes provide incredible race action, and they battle just as hard. Listen, they're not paid athletes like the pro riders, whatever, but don't think for a second that when that crash helmet on, they don't take it serious, because they do. Particularly if you can get bragging rights over your mate. I mean, come on. It's everything, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know,
it has to be done. There's no doubt about it.
Quick wash down going on there for over 110. That's Alfie Heron.
Yeah, quick wash down after the sighting lap. So yeah, in this class we saw dominant form from Robbie Daly in the first 2 races yesterday, with Hayden Statt in second. Those are your top 2 in the championship. Currently got just 16 points between them in favour of Robbie Daly, but in race 3, what a race that was there yesterday. Not much passing to and fro, but Lewis, basically Hayden Statt was holding on to that race lead, with Robbie Daly literally chomping his rear wheel off.
He's good.
All race, and he held on to it quite incredibly. He was sailing over the uphill tabletop better than anybody else in this class, like downsloping it properly. Even Daly, who was behind him, just landing on top briefly and costing himself time every lap. It was a great show of racing and real tension all the way through. So great, and we'll get that joined through. Also, there's equal in points. Third equal in points are Joel Winstanley Dawson and Blake Ward Clark. So whoever is higher up in this race out of those two gets onto the podium as it stands.
As I said, you know, we might be coming down in age now, but don't think for a second that these kids don't give it their all. And they know exactly where they are in the championship. They won't be going like who's doing what and how. No problem at all. They'll be going to the line knowing what they've got to do, how many points they are behind. Hayden Statt, yeah, you know, speaking to his dad last night, it's like, God, we really, really want to try and win this championship. As good as he was in that final moto yesterday, you know, his dad was, you know, not angry or miserable or anything like that, but just a little bit down that he couldn't flip the points more around in his favour. And Robbie took the first 2 race wins. He's like, we've got to get out there tomorrow and win that moto tomorrow to get the points back and win the overall. So Hayden Statt is particularly good, I've noticed, throughout the last year in particular. At handling pressure, he doesn't tend to look behind him much. He rides his own race. I've hardly ever seen him sort of check out what's going on behind. He's just eyes forward. Doesn't get flustered when he's got riders behind him. As you said, he had number 800, Robbie Daly, behind him for the duration. You know, literally breathing down his neck. Yeah, and didn't falter, literally, like that.
Absolutely stunning. I mean, that uphill tabletop has a big berm, big banked corner, the Scott Sports corner, which in the dry yesterday was so fast. They barrel downhill, round that big berm, and then up they go. And of course, that's on the small bikes. That's what Hayden Statt needed to get that move done. And even with Robbie Daly pushing up the inside every lap, he still went outside for it and hung tough.
He did.
He basically kept hanging tough on the outside with it nailed. So brilliant to see.
So let's see how these small wheels get off the start. The start is not quite level. It just rolls down a little bit. And what happens sometimes is they hold the front brake on to hold the bike there because they're not strong enough to hold it with their legs. Then they let the front brake off so they can obviously twist the throttle. And you said, see, yesterday I saw some of them sort of rolling back before they went forward. So let's see how they cope.
That's right, 15-second board is still up, we can tell, because all eyes are fixed in one position across that starting line. They will universally dip down. They do so as they can prepare to go. Looks like Lucas Moncrief got his start slightly mistimed there. And up in front is Hayden Statt. Straight away, the leading contenders are up there with Robbie Daly second, Sonny Rooney third, Joel Winstanley Dawson is up there in fourth place, Blake Ward-Clark and Ollie Waters, who was impressive yesterday but didn't quite get the results his pace deserved, is up there in a good start again as well. This is a stunning stuff. Joel and Stanley Dawson doing us all a favour. Bright yellow, high-vis jacket. Thank you, Joel. We can see you wherever you are. Look at that.
He's a smart kid. He's realised if I wear that, I'm going to get loads of name checks.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I'll pay that one off.
We've got a bit of carnage on that first little spine jump. They all come. It's a bit like a Western beach race scene there. They all kind of came up and stopped. The riders towards the tail end, but a pretty healthy class of small wheel riders out there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Ollie Waters going for the big blast around, trying to get around the better off Blake Ward-Clark, as Finley Pickering also negotiates the gas through the murk and the mud here at Skelderbank in near Whitby. So here we go. Hayden Statt working his way past the finishing line. We hear him buzz past our window right now as Joel Stanley Dawson is up into a solid third place, up behind
Daly. I think it was in second. Yeah. So, if as Ben said, if yesterday was anything to go by, regardless of the track conditions have changed, you're in for a belter here because Robbie Daly and Hayden Statt are literally, you know, it was like having a stayover. They literally could have stayed in a tent. They could have ridden around with a tent over them, a two-man tent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was absolutely. They were locked solid yesterday together, and it's looking to see exactly the same now as well, with Statt in front.
The contrast in style as well, Ben. What I mean by that is that I've called him diminutive on several occasions because he is so small and slight.
Yes.
The race leader, Hayden Statt. Robbie Daly, on the other hand, is quite a stocky kid. You know, for his size, he's strong, and he's solid.
And it's not that he's older; he's a debutant in this class, so he is as young as they can be.
You can kind of see the difference as he gets closer. Hayden is tiny, you know. So in many ways, I'm not sure how that works best. You know, Hayden is therefore a little bit lighter, maybe. Yeah. So, but you know, in these conditions, but
helps with the start as well.
Robbie can sort of muscle it a bit more, I think.
Yeah, absolutely helps with the start as well if you're a bit lighter. But then you have also got to boss it around, and Robbie Daly, a master at doing that, with Statt now on the gas up the far end of the circuit as they work along the tree line, just about clearing that double there, although with a bit of difficulty. Keeps his back end over the back of the bike to keep the drive going through into that back wheel. Firing up there, got the hand guards on, trying to keep the mud off of the grips and making sure they get maximum traction on the grips there. Looks like we might have lost someone there. There's a bit of a gap behind Hayden Statt all of a sudden. No, it is still there. Sorry, my mistake. Sorry to give Robbie Daly fans a bit of a panic there. But yeah, Robbie Daly is still there in second place. But Stat definitely pulled further up, further away, going up that back straight.
I have to say, I was quite impressed with the speed that he went up through there. He got all his timings right. So that's probably why he just pulled out a little bit on Robbie up that section. Look at him. Sorry, they're just balancing, finding it in there. But keeping his feet on the pegs all the way in, which is obviously the correct technique. It's all very well saying, well, if you sit down, if you're new to watching this sport, oh, you can put your legs out and balance more, but it's just more energy consuming. If you stood up and let the bike move around underneath you, it's a much more energy efficient way to ride.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get the jarring at the back either, the sort of painful process as you hit some of the square edge bumps that still exist out there today. Although the track was graded and ripped a little bit more for the pros today, then the weather came around and played its own havoc with it. But yeah, Stat is being closed in a little bit. Robbie Daly has made progress through those last few corners. They hop over this little tabletop on the way down the big staircase as Hayden Stat, and they move towards the bigger tabletops there, flying the small wheel 85s over those big jumps. And they are fantastic at negotiating these big jumps on these small machines. It's around the left-hander at the bottom end of the circuit, past the classic Yorkshire dry stone wall there at the bottom, although there's nothing dry about it today. Hayden Stat is running nicely. I love that corner there, Jeff. The left-hander out, keeping the blast on the Manchester Motorcycles KTM. And now this is the cutting section. So they cut right here across the track. Don't take on that big, horrible in these conditions anyway, bermed corner there. Oh, Stat pulls up in the corner, stays on boards, but Daly is getting closer and closer at the bottom end of the circuit. Yeah.
Here we go again then. This is pretty much what it was like yesterday for most of the 3 races. But again, Hayden, he made that mistake, but did he fluster? No, he didn't look behind him. He didn't think, he just regrouped, got it back, didn't panic. That's what I like about Hayden Stat. He's got he's just switched on, racecraft. He just focuses forward, but he's struggling through there, and Daly's got a run on him. He's got the inside lane, split lane.
Oh, now Stat did the double jump here the previous lap, which got him some momentum. Couldn't do it that time, didn't get the drive, and Robbie Daly has taken the lead at the far end of the circuit. They head up towards the top and the start corner. And Daly, although he slithered a little bit up that hill towards the second end of it, so Stat has some hope again. But for the first time, Hayden Stat is getting mud in his face this time now. He's getting the roost from Robbie Daly, but he's fast, Jeff. Look how fast he closed in on Daly there.
Straight away, see, that's slightly different tack. I think normally you kind of reset, get a run at him. Straight away, I think Hayden's thinking, I've got to get straight back into the lead because of the mud. He's thinking, I can't sit behind him. I've got to try and make the move, retaliate straight away, and get that clean vision round the track.
It's getting very close here. They're starting to lap riders already. That is the number 51 going a lap down there. Josh Crichton, the County Londonderry wild card on the JCR Husqvarna. Here comes Hayden Stat. He's quick up that hill again.
I'll tell you, it's the power of the weight ratio up those hills. If he gets the timing right, okay, he messed up that section where he got overtaken by Daly, but then when he got it shifted up and went up the rest of that straight, he caught him up so much. So I think the power to weight ratio up those hills is definitely favouring Hayden Stat.
Yeah, for sure. And we look at the time is now 6.5 minutes into this race, which is only 14 minutes plus a lap in duration. So the young lads coming up to the halfway point here, and it is all to play for. Again, it is Stat versus Daly, as this championship is turning into.
I'm just looking at how slick those ruts are on those takeoffs, and just remembering what it's like to be young and don't care. Now I'm nearly 50, I just see danger everywhere. But these guys, they're just so talented. It's ridiculous. Until you've actually ever ridden a motocross bike, if you never have, I would highly recommend it. Then you'll get a new appreciation for what these guys do.
The control, the balance, just the fine feel for the machine, as well as Hayden Stat has troubles in that corner. That left-hander where he stood it up about a lap or two ago, it caused him trouble again that time, so he's lost a little bit of ground to Daly. But they're toing and froing, Jeff. They're really concentrating these two. You can't really separate them for much of the track, as Daly always trouble for somebody there. One of the little gases gets picked up.
2 riders down there as well, so there's another one just round the corner, so they're going to have to foot their way through here quite nicely. I saw it in the back.
And Stat's down. Stat went the inside line, and the fallen rider was there, and Hayden Stat is on the floor. There's another rider down in that corner. There's 3 bikes now with Stat as one of them, and down goes another rider I'm not sure if that's one of our leaders or somebody who is a lap down. It's not with Stanley Dawson because he's not got the high vis on. Hayden Stack finds tries to take to the grass to try and recover, but now Daly nearly collided with the back marker then. He suddenly saw him coming up the inside. But Daly now with a clear lead. That's such frustration for Hayden Stack and his supporters here.
Robbie looking behind him, like just trying to work out. He's getting a visual on Hayden Stack. You can stare behind you for quite a while there, Robbie, because you won't see him, because all of a sudden, pal, you have a big old lead, probably edging up towards around 20, 30 seconds, I would imagine now, by the time they come over or Robbie gets over the line. So Robbie Daly now comfortably in the lead after that mistake from Hayden Stack. On that really slippery switchback down there. We had riders laid out on the course everywhere on that one section. So that's obviously super slick as they come back through under the trees. That's basically where the two fields kind of join back together through an old stone wall.
That's it. It's uphill and there's no run up to it at all. So, yeah, very tricky for that side. Just checking through on the actual standings here. We've got Joel and Stanley Dawson holding a nice third place at the moment. But Finley Pickering is putting in the ride of the weekend, even the season for him at the moment. He's up into fourth place. Blake Ward-Clark is there in fifth. Remember what I said before this race, it's between with Stanley Dawson and Ward-Clark for the podium, and that is basically going in the favour of the number 236 Fast House KTM rider at the moment. So with Stanley Dawson as it stands right now, and of course that can massively change with 5 minutes and a lap still to go, is currently holding the podium position overall.
Yeah, so Hayden made it over the line, did he? He did. He picked it up and still managed to get it over the line. Or is that not reset yet?
This is, he hasn't crossed the line yet as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see when we get a reset on the timing whether he did hold on to that second place, because he was down for some time. As Ben said, we didn't see when Stanley Dawson come through the shot, but when we cut away from Hayden Stack, he was still off track trying to get back on. So, well, hopefully the timing will reset and we'll be able to tell you the top 10. Because on a visual, we've got no actual visual out of the commentary booth here, by the way. It's not like we've got a window we can look out of. So we are governed by the timing screens. Hopefully they'll come back to life in a minute. That is so slick there. Look how shiny it is. Have to say, Robbie Daly was absolutely superb through there. He just backed it off enough where the wheel turned over but didn't spin.
Yeah. Just saw where the lap rider was going. That was Jackson Haswell there, just plugging around still at the moment, trying to keep in pace. Hayden Stack has held on to second place. He is still on board that KTM, so yeah, he is still making a good result of this at the moment in second place, which is not going to get in the overall because he had to beat Robbie Daly. Then he had to go. He's in the same corner. Hayden Stack's had another trouble there.
Is that Hayden though? I think
it is.
Yeah,
real trouble there. Another rider stopped in his path, and he had the same thing again. Shakes his head in frustration. Didn't drop the bike that time, but certainly had to come to a complete halt and resume. I think we've just seen Ollie Waters in that corner as well, just flashing past him. Is stuck down at the bottom. More yellow flags going up this main straight. The problem is when you start to lose your momentum and there's a bike steaming up the way up that hill. As you lose momentum, he just slides and you just can't get any traction. It's a nightmare in these conditions if you lose your momentum. And here he is just, again, trying to pick up inside a lap rider.
Well, he's learned from his last lap, as in he's changed his line at the bottom of that hill at least, because that's where Daly got by him. So he's at least switched over to that inside lane, learnt there, which is always good, because you have to think on your feet big time when you're racing motocross, particularly on a track like this that can change. A motocross track changes lap after lap in regular conditions. Track like this, it's going to change. Ruts are going to get deeper. Some edges are going to get shinier, things like that. You know, so you've got to have your wits about you the whole time and be open, really open to changing your line.
Yeah, for certain. He's done well to keep his goggles on as Hayden Stack, but yeah, he's still in there in second place. Just saw another rider dropped it in that big Scott Sports corner there. Tried to go the outside line. It's tough and claggy out there. More riders stuck around the finishing area. I think there's one in either lane there, so whichever lane you take in the split lane, you're going to come up to trouble. But we're just trying to find the leader now.
We've got the, of course, later on we've got the little 65s coming out as well. That's definitely going to be interesting.
I mean, that's going to be a rough one. That is going to be a rough one indeed, as Hayden Stack now is catching up to Jackson Haswell, who was lapped by Robbie Daly about a lap and a half to go. So that gives you a measure of the distance between them. I think we're talking about roughly 30 seconds. There's Hayden Statt there with a 3-minute lap time compared to the 2-minute 38 of Robbie Daly. So that's how it's looking at the moment. That's the sort of difference between them. Half a minute as it stands at the moment, which is
if that's light, which it is.
Yeah.
I think Daly's made a mistake.
Maybe he has. Yeah,
because Hayden was only just going over that Dracula's drop.
Yeah.
And he's not far around the corner, so that's no way is that the kind of lead that we thought he had. I think that Robbie Daly's made a little mistake as well. So yes, he's still leading, but the gap is not as big as it was after Hayden Statt's crash.
Yeah, he's looking around nervously, so that would tell you that he might be a bit worried about being caught. He's around the far outside of that Live Motocross
that was
banner.
Hayden Statt going across there.
Yeah, it is actually much closer than it was before, Jeff, absolutely. As we come through to this troublesome corner there for Hayden Statt, certainly.
Let's see if Hayden's should be coming into view. Yeah,
there he is.
Definitely.
So on the charge is Hayden Statt, and there's a yellow flag lifted up. Is that for Robbie Daly? Oh, Hayden Statt. It is. Robbie Daly's down. Robbie Daly's down in the corner, and here comes Hayden Statt. Statt has taken it through his least favourite corner of the entire circuit, and Statt leads.
That corner has claimed both of them.
It really has.
And about 3/4 of the field, to be fair.
Wow.
Hayden would have said, and you just see straight away, he's learning all the whole time. He absolutely changed his line through that corner this time. Yes. I don't think it's because Robbie Daly was down.
No.
He's just gone, I've got to do something different to get round this corner. And he did change his line. And now, back to the original race leader. Hayden Statt is back in the lead.
And how much time did they have on the field? Looked like they had about 15 seconds after Hayden Statt was Finley Pickering. So if Daly cannot pick it up anymore, then he's going to lose further points to Hayden Statt, like his team was hoping he would. But yeah, even though with that move, that basically puts, if Hayden Statt can stay there, he is going to take the overall win for the weekend, even if it's on a tie break with points, if Daly finishes second. Down the double tabletop, he lands through towards the Scott Sports corner. But it could change at any moment, Jeff.
Well,
you
obviously,
can't take your eyes off it.
That big jump yesterday, they were clearing all clean over that. That was like a downhill triple. Not today, not a prayer. These lads are going to struggle to get up over these jumps. But Hayden Statt back in the lead. As Ben quite rightly says, if it stays like it is, they're going to score equal points. But the overall is decided on the better final moto. And this is the final moto for them for the weekend. So if Statt can keep it on the island, he will be taking over the overall. 1 to go. Ben is going to get his marching boots on down the slippery slope.
Just to mention before I do so, looks like Finley Pickering has actually moved past Stanley Dawson for third. So that's a great performance from Finley Pickering if he can bring that one home. I'm going to go down and see who I have to talk to. It could be either one of them, couldn't it?
It could be either one of them, yeah. You don't know yet. Hayden Statt's got to bring it home. Robbie Daly, somewhere in that murk, is trying to charge on. His top is come loose. Basically, it's all flapping around his waterproof coat. Hayden Statt is still your race leader. There he is. We can just about pick him out. He's going to have a good half a lap here. He can't make any mistakes because Robbie Daly is charging in second after the mistake he made. Yet again, the mist is rolling in. We thought it was starting to clear. It looks like it's not. Coming back. Hayden's got to make some smart decisions here. He can't afford to follow. There's Robbie Daly, not too far behind, fishtailing around this circuit. They're going any which way but loose to try and keep the wheels turning. And they're coming up to this really difficult section. So many riders, when you've got the two race leaders both crashing in this section. Let's just see. It's all about getting through cleanly for Hayden Statt. That's all he's got to try and do here. You can see how slippery it is. He's fighting the bike around that corner and coming into it. As he comes into shot, it's so hard to see him. I think that's him in our screen. That could be Robbie Daly. That's Robbie Daly. So Hayden's, they've both got through that section, that switchback. Now they're onto this back straight. Oh, Hayden Statt makes a mistake, loses power. And that's going to allow Robbie Daly a run up the hill. This is getting close. We have probably about a third of a lap to go here, maybe a little bit less. He cannot afford to make any mistakes. He's coming into lap traffic. No doubt he'll probably be shouting at them to get out of the way. They've seen the pros do it. They hear the pros do it. They'll pick up on that. A little pull on the toggle of the roll-offs. There is Robbie Daly still fighting, but Hayden Statt just about. We can see him on screen. Number 48. Luckily, he's wearing that kit where it's, he's got a nice white shirt on the back. Oh dear, he lands so heavy there, bashes his head on the handlebars. He is pushing it right to the flag. He wants this overall win. He's just got one straight and basically a little switchback split section to go. Just got to concentrate around this next corner. 2 to go, one sweeping left, then a sharp right to get him over the line. Robbie Daly is there to pick up any pieces. There he is in the background. Hayden Statt is almost home. There it is, checkered flag. He takes the race win by our reckoning, unprovisional results, because with timing's playing up a bit. So we think Hayden Statt took the race win. Robbie Daly, we think, is going to come in second. Third, somewhere out on track last time around, was Finley Pickering. Hopefully he'll still bring it home. We're going to go down to Ben, though. He's going to be talking to the race winner, Hayden Statt.
Here we are then with Hayden Statt, overall race winner and winner of race 4 for the weekend. Fantastic result, Hayden, but you must have been hating that corner going through the hedge every time.
Yeah, just really slippy sliding out everywhere, but all good, it was fun.
So what happened? Did you get like lap riders in the way, things like that? What kept happening through that corner?
Well, I crashed over there, and then through the corner, like there was like loads of lap riders, so it's like hard to like pick a line and just go for it.
Fair play though. So what does this race win mean to you then? You're happy with that? What's your thoughts for the rest of the championship?
Yeah, love it. Pardon, what did you say?
That's cool. Now. No problem at all. Thanks very much then, Hayden. Great stuff. Get yourself back and cleaned up. Your weekend is done, and we'll see you on the podium later for the overall winner. Congratulations. There we go there, Hayden Statt having a great result there to take the overall win in the small wheel 85cc class. And we move on next to, I think we've got MX1 and MX2 to follow. So looking forward to seeing the big boys out here on this savage circuit here at Whitby.
Well, as you can see, you haven't changed the contrast on your TV or thing. That is actually what it's like out there. If you are watching at home or wherever you are, we kind of recommend that you try and watch it on a bigger screen. It will help a little bit with the viewing. Trying to watch on a little screen when the conditions are like they are, and identifying riders is not easy. So hopefully you're, many of you are sprawled out on the sofa maybe at home, enjoying it with a nice brew or whatever. But obviously as we take this tour around, certainly final round at Landrake, that'll be a good one to go to. Always a great track down there. And get out, and when it comes, the Revo British Championship MXGP fueled by golf comes to town, definitely go and see it with your own eyes. I highly recommend that. As you can see, once again, big shout out to all these guys, because it just doesn't happen without the support of Bell, Fly, Oakley, RFX7, the guys at Beer, basically making this whole stream and MXN-TV happen. Of course, we cover the Revo MXGB British Championship and other championships as well, and other events at MXN-TV. So get on MXN-TV on either YouTube or Facebook, and subscribe, like and subscribe, because fingers crossed, you know, we're going to keep developing what we do here at MXN-TV. Certainly already got one eye on 2023 regards of the production and races hopefully we'll be able to cover for you in UK motocross throughout 2023. It's been a strange weekend in many ways. As I said, we've had track conditions varying types. It's great to be back at Whitby, contrary to what you're currently seeing on screen. It's a great part of the world up here in North Yorkshire. The town is literally just normally we'd be able to get our cameraman from this tower that you're currently watching from. If it was a clear day, we could get him to zoom in on Whitby, because you can see it. Today you got a job to see beyond the first tabletop, so tough times. But as Ben mentioned earlier, we're kind of right on the coast here next to the North Sea. Directly behind us is the North York Moors, so you're going to get kind of indifferent weather here. We are just working out here what is going to come, because up next we should be bringing up the Pro MX2 category, but I can't see them lining up yet. So we're just going to go through a couple of ads, and we're going to work out what the race director's thinking, and we'll let you know what race is coming up next and what time hopefully we'll be kicking off with that.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
So yeah, here we are trackside with Bobby Bruce, MX2 rider, and fourth fastest qualifier, you said, wasn't it? Yeah, so Bobby, your return from injury, and you've picked a wonderful weekend for it. So yeah, how was it feeling in qualification, first of all?
It was good. It's nice to be back racing after, I think, 5-6 months. So it's good to be back. Shame about the conditions, but it's the same for everyone. And I'm looking forward to the gate drop.
Nice one. What was the injury, if you don't mind me asking? What happened to you, and how's the recovery been?
I ruptured the ACL and MCL on my knee, so I had to get a full knee reconstruction. And it's slow, but we're back here now, so I can't really complain.
Nice one. And the preparation with the bike, the team, how is it all looking? The bike feeling good for you?
Yeah, it's all good. It's with conditions like this, there's not really much you can do, but I think it'll be some good racing. Get out, get clean, and it'll be good.
Nice one. What's your plan for the rest of the season? Revo British Championship and a few others. Are you going European as well? What's happening for you?
We're going to be racing MX2 in the GP, so Sweden next weekend, see how this weekend goes, and hopefully we have a few good GP rounds ready for next year.
Nice one. And are you with the team again for next year? Are the things progressing for next year's plans?
Yeah, it's all looking good. Just finish this season hopefully strong, and then start next year where we left off. So I'm looking forward to getting racing.
Excellent stuff. Okay, well, yeah, we wish you best out there, and yeah, I hope you have a good couple of races, and yeah, we'll see you for the rest of the season, and especially at Landrake as well. So yeah, thanks, Bobby. Any last messages to say to the audience watching?
No, just try not to get too wet, I suppose. But yeah, it's all good.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Bobby. Great to have you here. Thanks a lot. So yeah, we'll hand it back over to well, go through to some sponsors' messages on the live stream now, and then it will be time for MX1 Race 1 at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. So just to give you a quick look at the track situation here, obviously it's slightly drier overhead now. We're not getting as much rain. That is actually a slight nightmare for the riders because it doesn't wash the bike off as you go through. So now it's dry. I mean, you can see here it's slightly drier than it was. So that's going to stick to the bikes, make them heavier, make them more difficult to manage. You can actually see on the circuit here underneath there is still a bit of dryness there. On the regularly used lines, they are kicking up a bit of dust. So yeah, quite incredible. But underneath, that means it's hard, it's slippery, and even more difficult to control the bikes. But certainly, drying up is not necessarily good news for the riders because it is going to get heavy. But we'll see how the guys cope with it. They're going to be the best riders in the country now. MX1 class, race 1 coming up at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Can't wait for this one to happen.
Yeah, you and me both, Ben, as we're looking at still trying to see Whitby in the background. No luck today. We're going to go down, I think, any minute to the waiting zone, the Parc Ferme. See what the riders are doing down there. Here we go. Before they go out, lots of camaraderie. Look, there you go. Anderson and Billy Mack, loads of race wins and British Championships between those two. Great friends catching up there. But you can see the riders are down there. They got paper on the grips, any kind of prep to get ready for these mud races. They're like doing the goggles, and perfect timing. We've got Bob Buchanan in from Oakley and Goggle Tech. Now you're responsible, Bob, for a lot of these riders. That not all of them, but a lot of riders in the paddock. You prep the goggles. It's an art. I know because you're passionate about goggles. So
yeah,
explain what on a day like today. You're busy most days, but explain on a day like today what the importance of what you do and what you've got to do.
Well, firstly, yeah, I mean, I don't prep all the goggles. We've got a team of us. There's Lewis, there's Rob. You know, Lou's working hard today. Today's not so much hard work because there's nothing you can do with a goggle when it comes back from one of these races. You just put it in the washing for tomorrow and give out the new one. So today's not probably as busy as you might think it is. But, yeah, goggles today, I was talking to Harry just before he went out, and he said today's race is start and goggles. And
literally that important. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's the race. If you can't see, you can't ride, can you? But I was listening to Neil Prince earlier, and what Neil was saying about the bikes in these conditions is also exactly the same for goggles. He's saying, you know, you've got a rider who's trying to get by. It's just, you know, you get some riders that, like these boys, these pros, they know what it's about. But you got the kids and they just sit behind and they'll get filled in. And he was on about those radiators getting filled in and the bike's overheating and breaking. It's no different for goggles. You need to have a bit of sense. If you look there, look at Gilby there, Martin Barr. They've all got peak extensions on.
Yeah.
Simo there, peak extension on.
And the foam by the looks of it as well.
Yeah,
the mud don't stick.
Yeah, but you get a thing, you know, you're in behind a rider, you're into a corner, you know full well the other side of the corner, the rider's going to accelerate, there's going to be roost. So you've got peak extension, you just drop your head, look away, you save your goggles. There's Harry there, the Iceman. He won't be worried.
No, he will not be.
But yeah, the prep is one thing, but you also then need racecraft.
Yeah.
These conditions are all about racecraft. It's making everything you've got, not just your goggles, last to the end of this race. And it's all about being sensible and not sitting behind riders. Obviously, if you get the whole shot, you've got a massive advantage because you stay clean. Everything stays clean. Your grips and your goggles all stay clean. But yeah, you prep them the best you can. Like people can prep the bikes the best they can. You give them to the rider, but the rider's got to use them or abuse them, as the case may be. But there's Tom, foam on the top, peak extension right over the foam.
Yeah, same. Look at that.
Daniel, look at that one on Daniel, eh?
God, blimey, he's done his proper homework. He has Dan on his peak extension. It's like he's been on.
D-Thorn rocking fly now. Dan's a full fly man, come from beer, and the old man obviously, Ando.
Yeah.
He'll be wearing and the other thing.
He'll be good. He'll still be up there in this one. Love it.
He'll bin his goggles about third lap. But you also get riders that don't like goggles in these conditions.
Yes.
I mean, Jago Gertz is possibly one of the biggest examples of it. The kid hates goggles. I don't know whether he's claustrophobic or what he is. If you were pro grip, you'd be tearing your hair out. He'll do 2 laps and throw them, and come back in and get a fresh pair and do another 2 laps on those and throw those. But you get Sunrise. Charlie Putnam.
Yeah.
Showtime absolutely hates goggles.
It's odd, isn't it? I suppose, yeah.
In the heat in Fat Cats, you know, there's no roost, no nothing, perfectly dry.
Off came the goggles.
Off came the goggles. But
it's snow
in your rider, and
yeah, true. It's a calculated risk, though. You don't want to be. Well, it's always a risk. You never know. Yeah,
stones are the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Calvin Verlanderen.
Yeah.
You know, you've always got that in your mind, haven't you?
You know, and actually, it's a great circuit up here with good dirt, but there are some good old Yorkshire rock in the ground out there in a few places. When it's real muddy, sometimes they tend not to flick so much, but still, you're running a risk. There's years of experience being spoken about there. 2 of the chirpiest people in British motocross.
Well, he'll have a plain lens.
Billy will. Never changes.
He won't have any roll-offs, and he absolutely hates roll-offs. There's that thing. There's a generational thing when roll-offs weren't what they should have been, and you expected them to fail.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have got a natural aversion to roll-offs. Billy Mack absolutely hates them.
Yeah, it's like a generational thing.
We built him some roll-offs, and he said, yeah, they're absolutely perfect, but I don't like roll-offs.
It's like having them back.
Anyway,
this is interesting. Well, it's seeing that some of them are not opting for the sighting lap. Glenn McCormick, you know, top in qualification. Obviously confident enough with his race time, thinking, no, I'm not going to. If you're wondering, when he took a shot of Glenn's bike earlier on, number 337, if we can get the cameraman, I don't know if we can, if we got comms with him, to go down on the front. Look how slow down he's got the whole shot set. Obviously, it looks like his frame snap. That's not the case. He's already got his start device, his whole shot device set. And what that does is it pulls the front end right down, and then when they hit a bump, it automatically disengages. But it's not. I don't want you to think that like the geometry of his bike is messed up. He's just all set. So he'll gently tickle on to the start area. Another rider who's got ample of experience riding in mud and slop. When you live in Northern Ireland, you're going to get plenty of that. Martin Barr.
Look at the qualifying times,
yeah.
Jeff. They're all Celtic.
Exactly.
They're all Celtic.
That's what we're saying. Like for Glenn, you know, like first time he's top pro qualifying, but it come a bit of a surprise, but not a complete surprise to me, that one.
No. And you know, you've got mud. It's a different thing. You've got grass there. I mean, how many people actually see the green stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it turned up here on Friday, and the start straight's got grass on it. How many people start on grass now?
Exactly. Most tracks now are ripped all the way around and whatever. It's nice to see that variation. Obviously, with some, like Unadilla, famously, they never used to cut. They only used to trim the grass about that. But now they rip it all up. There's definite art to it.
La Capelle-Marival, that international there in France, they don't touch the start straight all from one year to the next, and they
still
don't
got the same bumps in it.
Yeah, and they leave it until the day before.
Yeah.
And you turn up and you look at the thing, and it's like, really? And then they prep it.
But that's nature
before.
doing its thing. There's Liam Knight. Good to see him out there. He's had, again, a kind of indifferent year. He's had a few niggling
so
injuries.
Many injuries, doesn't he?
There's Harry. What has he got? No, Sam Knight. Is that Harry?
No, that's Harry. That's Harry.
What does he have written on his absolute...
Right, this is Harry, right? Mr. Professional.
Okay.
Obviously, his peak has got sponsors written on it. So when he puts the foam on, he hand writes the sponsors that were on his peak onto the foam.
That's incredible.
So he's still showing the sponsors.
Is that what it is?
It's
Fair
what
play.
he's written. He's transferred in pen the sponsors that he's covered up onto the foam.
That's unreal.
And that is Harry Koulas.
That is that's very, very professional. You saw John Adamson walking through with a cut-up twin air filter stuck to his peak. Glenn McCormick seems comfortable and confident enough. He's got no peak extender, no foam on his head on his peak at all. Obviously happy with
they've got a long peak. That's
a
proprietary long peak.
Yeah.
A lot of helmet manufacturers now offer you, Bell do, I know.
Yeah.
They give you that option of having a long peak, so you haven't got to drill and screw an old crowbar lens into the peak or something.
Back in the day, like we had to, certainly.
Yeah,
God,
Sordy was doing that at the GP for the Itachi boys the other day. I had to give him crowbar lenses because that's what Sordy used to wear, eh?
There's another man walking through that's seen plenty of racing in mud. Andy Gilbert, the winner of the 1994 Western Beach race, if I recall.
This would just be like going around Little Silver, wouldn't it?
Yeah, love a bit of it.
Bit of big gold.
He's a bit more gung-ho than his son. Josh is smooth, calculated. Andy, back in the day, was full of aggression.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He used to hang out.
You rode Big Gold the other week, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Enjoy it?
Yeah, it was all right. It was good.
Good.
I think so. Just about survived.
I'm going to go back and do my day job.
Yeah, you've got to go and do your regular job. Bob, thanks for coming in and giving us some insight on what the goggle prep. Like you say, you come well prepared. The van's loaded up. Your real work will start on Monday when you've got to throw them all in the washing machine.
Yeah, tomorrow. We get the worst of it off tonight, but then tomorrow and then re-prepping because Lou's got to go to Hawkstone for the MX Nationals next weekend. I'm off at Uddevalla for the GP. So anyway.
See, life on the road as a goggle man.
Nice.
Keep up the good work, Bob.
And
Thanks
you,
for coming in.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, there goes Bob. He's off to do his thing, basically, because it's not just the pro riders. He looks after a lot of youth riders as well, right down to the 65cc class. It's always getting an insight. One thing I do like about this sport, and I always have loved it, which is why I'm still involved with it, is the industry. Basically, there's some great characters in our sport. You don't always have to be a rider. Obviously, we got the mechanics, we got event organisers, even marshals. We've got some real dedicated marshals that go to all the events. And quite frankly, without the marshals, events don't happen. So big shout out to them. But it's not just all about the riders in our sport. We're one big united family, travelling around the world, around the country. I've always kind of put us down as an exciting caravanners club. Rather than kind of, like you park up for the weekend and you get out some multicoloured windbreak and a plastic bowl set. We kind of do that, but we don't. We roll out bikes out of the back of the van and shred them over a weekend. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, plenty of shredding going on for sure. And it's fairly new to this side of the industry, being in the commentaries time now for just over a year. And been quite amazed how everyone is, like I say, really friendly. I mean, these are people I've seen in magazines, but looked upon as sort of heroes, some of them, and things like that. So to just sort of walk through the paddock, get nods and hellos from people that can see that where it's going in, it's great. I mean, it's it's a really friendly industry, and that hasn't changed. It's something that my uncle always commented on, and it's been great to be part of this. If you were wondering, you saw a little shot there of there he is. Harry Koulas, he wasn't running 1920s white wall tyres. What he actually had on there is a service tyre wrap. So basically, you can keep that on, like Formula One, but they're not heated. Yep. But it just stops all the dirt and grime going on the tyres before they ride to the line. Harry is now, as you can see, taken that wrap off. So he's got absolutely immaculate, dirt-free, fresh rubber. Amazing. Yeah, that's hook down on those gates. Professional hooks. Here we have a character, as you say, one of the characters in the series. Number 60 is out there once more. He's actually down as number 600 in your program, I believe. But yes, Brad Anderson, fairly local rider who has come down for another wild card. He actually rode in the MX2 class on a 250cc two-stroke back at Canada Heights. He'll be campaigning that, I believe, at the Vets MXDN there at Fox Hill Motor Park at the end of August. We're all looking forward to that event as well. And so Brad Anderson having a little bit of an outing here on a CRF 450. He's not going to take out a 500cc two-stroke. I was a bit disappointed at that, but it's probably not regretting that with the circuit as it is at the moment. But here we go then, Jeff. This is going to be an incredible scenario here. So much drama about this MX1 class right now. Well, it is. It's super tight. Obviously, Tommy has the red plate. Went into Fat Cat. Many people, he even said himself on a post-race interview, I dug deep. I showed people that, I want to win this thing. Yep. I'm not going to roll over. Harry was disappointed that he got beaten by Tommy fair and square over that last round. But the points difference between them is nothing really. And, honestly, I just can't see this thing being wrapped up until the last race of the season at Landrake. So loads of points between number 100 and Harry Koulas. Here we go then. Here we go. It's a key thing on this one. There are 13 points between them. So here we go. His eyes are down. 5-second board is up, and they are go. Searle gets well away. Searle gets away well, but McCormick, our fastest qualifier, has almost hit the whole shot. It goes down. Oh, he was right up the inside of Harry Koulas, trying to edge him out, I believe, to keep the whole shot. But no, he has gone down, and it is 1 and 2. Guess who? Harry Koulas first, Tommy Searle in second place, and John Adamson, who qualified second, is up there in third, ahead of Josh Gilbert, and it looks like Tristan Purden. Yeah, that was, McCormick there really wanted to try and get that clean run. He was so confident after qualifying, but he just overcooked it. He was so desperate to come out of that corner and have that clear track, but just pushed it too far, and in many ways, Koulas was quite lucky that he didn't slide into Koulas and take him down with him.
Yes, he really was lucky from that spot, that perspective. And Harry Koulas, the cleanest rider on circuit at the moment, in front ahead of Tommy Searle. It's Sean Simpson who is challenging in 4th place in the pink and blue shirt, with Koulas heading down the staircase now with a clear lead over Tommy Searle. And John Adamson 3rd.
Yeah, Adamson 3rd, exactly that. Another rider, Scottish, hard grafting. He loved these conditions, John Adamson. That won't put him off at all. Of course, these are all pros, but there's some riders that just love mud and excel.
Adamson making a move on Searle. Sorry, he's off. No, he saved it. Adamson went one way, then the other, saved the crash, but he ran slightly off track onto the slippery grass, and it's given Sean Simpson a clear run into 3rd place now. Martin Barr it is who's had a great start on the Husqvarna. I thought it was Gilbert, but it's Martin Barr up there in 4th place.
Check this. Billy McKenzie up there in 6th, I think. Loads of experience. Billy has had great rides in GPs in the mud.
Goggles go flying at the side of the track for a few riders already.
But, Martin Barr up there again, you see, and when it comes to mud, experience shows.
Adamson did survive, and only Martin Barr and Sean Simpson went past him. So Adamson with a massive moment as he tried to pass Tommy Searle for 2nd. That's an audacious prospect in itself. Actually went to try and pass the championship leader at the bottom end of the track. Quite incredible. I'm sure Harry Koulas would have bought him a beer if he'd have pulled that move off. But there we go, that treacherous corner that caught out the 85cc. Look at that.
To be fair, I think they've worked that corner since the 85 race. Looks like they've scraped it about a little bit, taken the edge off it. These guys would have obviously got through there much cleaner than the small wheel 85s anyway. As you can see, these pros still launching these jumps, and I tell you right now, these takeoffs are super slick. If you don't hit them square on, if you're just slightly on the turn, your front end's going to like wash out and scrub. So you won't see the guys scrubbing too many jumps today, because the risk of losing the front end is so high.
Yeah, you can see them sliding. You can see the skill there of Sean Simpson, just drifting the bike into the berm, just letting the actual the slickness of the track work in his favour there as he then bounces off the berm to get him traction out of the corner. Up he goes up the hill. We're focusing on Sean Simpson on screen. Tries to go for the big uphill tabletop, does it with ease. Amazing power of these 450s to do that in these conditions, Jeff.
Yeah, and of course the technique of the riders, the throttle control, where they sit on the bike, the balance, all those kind of things, making it look easy. You got to trust us, it really is not, particularly in these conditions. It looks like, to me anyway, that Tommy Searle is doing that kind of like, he's not trying to live with Harry Koulas early doors. Going to maybe just settle into the race, because Koulas is already starting to gap. He's going for it. Yeah, 3.3 seconds as they cross the line. Harry Koulas, our timing is working and live. Koulas is 3.3 seconds ahead of Tommy Searle as they pass the finishing stripe. Sean Simpson 3rd, Barr 4th, Adamson 5th, McKenzie 6th, and then we've got Peter Petrov, Josh Gilbert down in 8th place. That's poor starting for him. Liam Knight in 9th and Tristan Purden in 10th place, the South African wild card. I see that the Crescent team, Cab Screens team, using a new kit brand. They've switched over to Fly. I guess that's an arrangement or deal for next year. Already gone into place, I'm not sure, but they are now Fly supported team. And of course, Fly are one of the brands that enable us to do this live stream, so good for them. They got one of their new riders out in front. Absolutely, yeah. Koulas showing a clean pair of heels. Let's have a look at an interesting thing I found in the. We're looking at the numbers last night there, Jeff, doing my homework as always. We had 12 motors of the race of the season so far. Tommy's won 7 of them, and Harry has won 4. Now get this one: Harry Koulas has only ever won the first race of a weekend. He's never won race 2. 4 times he's won race 1. Great stat. 5 times Tommy's won race 2. Tommy has won race 2. So that's the difference there. So, yeah, there's 3 wins difference between them. But for some reason, Tommy always seems to bring it out in the second moto. Wow. If he wasn't conscious of this before, he can't hear you right now. That's why I said it. That's why I said it during the race. But I bet some of his team are down there thinking, oh, is that a fact? Right, I might just use that as ammo to fire him up. That's it, yeah. Moto. And also, here's another stat for you. I'm sorry to throw them out there here. I'll put my nerdy glasses away at some point. But, yeah, what's the points gap between first and second? At what, currently? 3 points. Yes. So I see what you mean. In a race, 3 points. 4 motos left, that's 12 points. Tommy is 13 points ahead. He could finish second to Koulas in every single race left and still take the title. Oh, wow. There we go then.
No, it could never be as set as that, but that's it. Somebody else has to beat Tommy Searle for Harry Kulas to be champion already.
Harry Kulas,
Oh, wow. So, 2 minutes 20.6 is some going in this sort of conditions. Crazy stuff. Tommy doing the work, as always, in there in second place, getting the start. Simpson third, Barr still in fourth. We've then got Scottish Frenzy up here with Adamson and McKenzie fifth and sixth. Petrov showing nicely in seventh as well. Gilbert, Liam Knight and Tristan Purden.
McCormick, fair play. He's picked himself up and got himself up to 14th already and got up another 2 spots now. 12th. Glenn McCormick, quickest in qualifiers, first time ever on the Chambers Husqvarna, and then laid it down on the first corner. He is livid.
Yeah, he must be raging.
Because he had an opportunity to maybe win his first race with that kind of pace. And he is storming through the pack after laying it down on the first corner.
Yeah, just to give a shout out to some of the riders in the points there. We've got this weekend in most classes there seems to be a Hutchinson. There's the Team Hutch local team, a family team I think, because they've got James Hutchinson here in MX1. They've also got several riders across the youth classes, and currently James showing well in 16th at the moment, ahead of Drew Anderson, and Brad Anderson is there in 18th as well.
Yeah, James several years ago now, but probably more than I think. Time goes so quick. Probably 6-7 years ago, had a good career going on, but picked up a few little injuries and stuff, and then as a family they kind of stopped racing for a bit, and I think now just rides for a bit of fun. Obviously it's a relatively regional event to him, so his wild card came out and showing that he's still got a turn of pace, so good to see him back out there.
Yes, Kulas is under control here in the mud, flying through the Yorkshire air as we seem to have had a little bit of a clearing of the mist, thankfully. The visibility is definitely improved here. Yeah. Sun's starting to peek through, can you believe, Jeff? So that's going to dry it out slightly there. Good. Get a little bit more traction, although it will make some of the bikes a little bit heavier there. And we've got a bit of a smoke coming, is it, from one bike? Looks like Tristan Purden's KTM has developed a bit of a misty problem. It's got some steam coming from that bike.
Yeah, radiators classically will probably be all bunged up, which is causing the bike to start to get hot and steam up. Of course, as they get hot, Harry Kulas goes quicker again.
And Purden has actually put a pass on Liam Knight in that lap. They crossed the line in the reverse order to how they are now. So Tristan Purden moving up to 9th place. This is his last ride, I've heard, in the UK this season, although he is making a concerted attempt to join us in the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, for 2023. So hopefully we'll see him in one of the big teams coming forward to next year. Certainly got the pace to deserve it.
Absolutely. There's Dan Thornhill. You can tell Dan, he's a tall chap. He's getting closed down by, is that McCormick?
Yes, it is.
McCormick charging. Our pole setter is down there in 12th. Now all over the back of Dan Thornhill. Dan is a tall chap. You can see him quite easy, and he's got quite, I think, a distinctive style as well, Dan. I can always seem to pick him up on the track pretty quickly.
He's certainly not
leg swag.
Yeah, not afraid of whipping it in this weather even, but he is still being closed down by McCormick.
See McCormick, he's got remember that Fox kit that Rick Johnson used to wear that was red on one side, blue on the other? He's got one clean side and then he's just absolutely black on the other where he laid it down on the first corner.
That would be that first corner. He literally used his side as a complete mudslide there, and he's got some pace. It's that red mist again, isn't it? As you said at Fat Cat there, he has got the red mist down after fastest in qualifying. Looked like he was going to take the whole shot, just trying to squeeze out Harry Kulas, and he just went a little bit too wild and slid down on his right-hand side, as you can see by the state of his kit. But McCormick now trying to work on Dan Thornhill to get up to 11th place in the race.
Yeah, I still see he's got some pace. I think he'll move up a few more places before the end of this one. I'm a little bit surprised at this moment in time to not see Josh Gilbert move forward a bit faster than he has. He's still kind of sitting there in 8th, hasn't really sort of moved up, and if anything, lost a little bit of time to Petr Petrov. Billy McKenzie, the wily old vet, ex-British champion, obviously multiple GP winner as well. He is back out racing the Revo British Championship, fueled by Gulf, and there he is in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Billy McKenzie. I mean, it's is it more physically demanding? Is it going to affect his pace, do you think, moving through the race?
It's less, Ben, actually.
Probably slightly less, isn't it? Yeah,
that's this level. It just takes the intensity off it, so maybe he can go the distance a bit more, because the pace, because we've seen him start races and be right up the front, but obviously, he doesn't train like these guys anymore. He rides a bit more for fun. So as we get around the 15-minute mark, he starts to sort of drop back a bit. But I think he'll hang in there longer this time.
There's a good little scrap developing there. Liam Knight and has got Dan Thornhill being pushed forward by Glenn McCormick, and the pair of them are closing in on the edge of the top 10 there. So Liam Knight's 10th position is currently under threat from Dan Thornhill and Glenn McCormick. Koulis sliding around that corner beautifully, Jeff.
It takes so much throttle control. You can see how shiny it is, and Harry just rolled that on and just committed to it and just let that bike slide round that corner in total control. Right now, Koulis, he's cometh the Iceman. We said he's super composed. He won't let anything bother him. Obviously, he got a little bit flustered at Fat Cat. He was disappointed that he left the door open for Tommy to ride through, and Tommy basically took the line. Harry had to go over the edge of the berm. And I think he was just mad with himself, not with Tommy.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was distinctly disappointed with himself. Also at Blacksall, he was annoyed there that Sean Simpson won that one instead of himself. And yeah, as Tommy said, the team himself all thought they were going to make points on him at Fat Cat, and they scored equal points for the day, and Tommy took the overall as a result of that second race move. But yeah, in this race here, McCormick has just moved past Dan Thornhill, so that's another position moving up there for our pole man. He's now just 2 seconds shy of Liam Knight as they crossed the finishing line most recently, and yeah, that's going to be so frustrating for McCormick knowing he had that pace. He could have been right up there for this one.
Yeah, obviously keep it rolling from Glenn's standpoint, do the best you can, and then just try and regroup for the second one and try and get a same start, but this time
stay on the
bring it around the first corner.
Yeah, he's making that Chambers Racing Husqvarna smoke as he moves up towards the top 10 now as our fastest rider in qualification, Glenn McCormick. But at the front of the sharp end, Harry Koulis is in dominant form again. 5 seconds it was last time around. Let's see if Tommy's made any ground in that most recent circulation. He completes his 5th lap, does Harry Koulis, and 4.4 seconds. So Tommy's caught half a second in that lap. I don't know if he's actually that fast, Jeff.
No, probably not. Not at this stage. It's so early in the race still for these guys. There's plenty of racing left to be done. And they've been there many times, as they've been for the last 2 years. These guys basically at the sharp end. So nothing new to these two. They're at the sharp end. Who's that burning coal? It's Gav, is it? Gav Stevenson, number 38. Yeah,
that's a big smoker. I can't see that one last in the distance. Number 38, Gavin Stevenson, and that's a shame for him because he's in a point-scoring position there in 14th. But no more. That Honda, I don't think he wants to go down that hill because I don't think he's going to make it back up.
See, all the smoke's going out behind him, so he probably doesn't know. His pit crew will certainly notify him this lap around. I would have thought they might even just do the thing, for what it costs.
Yes,
and pull him in, because
come in right now.
Blowing these bikes up.
This is the point. He's just approaching the mechanics area. Are they signalling him to come in? He's looking.
No,
he's looking.
Again.
Oh my Lord, that is going to be expensive.
We're trying to. We've just cleared the mist, and Gav Stevenson.
Yeah, he's looking around. He's looking around. Yeah, you can see it. He can. Yeah, the bike stopped. Yeah, Gavin Stevenson, the bike has expired just by the finishing line here.
Not quite yet, but I think he's realised. You know what? Yeah, he's going to park it. He's going to park it. He's going to at least come. Roll down the hill and off the circuit where they go off the circuit. Gav Stevenson will go out of this one. He's now acutely aware that thing is about to go bang.
Oh, wow, that's a proper smoker. I've not seen one that bad for some time. That's wow, that is Vesuvius fashion here. It's becoming a visibility hazard to anything else.
Looks like Q from Bond has put in a smoke screen for the rest of the riders, doesn't it? Anyway, he's done the wise thing. I'd quit it there, Gav. Don't ride it back to the pits.
Yeah, just stop it. Seriously push it.
There you go. So Gav Stevenson goes out of this one.
Yeah, he's going to be asked to turn that off now because there's no fires in the paddock. That's just horrendous. So there we go. Our cameraman tries to find the racing again. And still Koulis with a 4.4 second gap over Tommy Searle as they started the previous lap. We are down to the second half of the race here, 10 minutes plus the 2 laps to go, as Billy McKenzie is getting some screen time, and deservedly so. He's up in the 6th place. He's 6 seconds down on his countryman John Adamson, but he's also 4 seconds clear off Peter Petrov. So this is a great looking ride so far for Billy Mack. Absolutely,
he's the leading Kawasaki rider out there, So the guys at Kawasaki UK have lent Billy a bike this year, just because of everything he's done for them down the years, his status. as a kind of Kawasaki ambassador. Obviously, Billy's got all his own sponsors as well to go racing, but he's out there as the leading Kawasaki at the minute. Still got it. Still got great style. The Jeff hasn't. He looks great on a bike. For all that you can say about him, he's certainly never, ever lacked in talent. And here's another smoking machine. This is Tristan Perrett. Now, that has been blowing a bit of steam out of the back for quite some time now. Petr Petrov catching Mackenzie, though, as they go through the finishing line area. That gap back to Petrov is not as much as it was the previous circulation. So, yeah, Petrov is still in 7th. Gilbert, like you say, would be disappointed at this. 2 and a bit seconds back from Petrov. Yeah, 3 seconds exactly. Yeah, he is now starting to get a little bit of a lick on now, Josh Gilbert. There he is. Yeah. So he's starting to maybe just now kind of confident enough to start opening it up a bit more. I'm starting to see now a little bit more of a kind of that one race line starting to develop. Obviously, we're in that transitional stage. If it stops raining and the sun comes out, more lines will start to open up again. But right now, we're kind of getting one dry line starting to form a bit. Not all the way around the circuit. There's a few corners where we've still got those split lanes, but yeah, you can see certainly on some corners more one obvious line. Not here. We've got 2 inside and outside, so that's kind of cool. That's actually developed more 2-lane than it was yesterday. Barely anybody used that inside jump yesterday in the dry conditions that the youth riders had on the Saturday here. But yeah, the weather has made that inside line a bit more favourable. It must be slicker on the outside for sure. There is Mackenzie, get 2 and a bit seconds clear of Petr Petrov as they last pass the stripe. Kulis has pulled away further from Searle again now, 5.8 seconds. They are 25 seconds clear of Sean Simpson. That's an incredible gap between 2nd and 3rd in the championship as well as in this race. And in fact, as it stays, if it stays as it does right now, then only 3 riders can be champion after this race. It's either Kulis, Searle, Simpson still has a mathematical chance, but Josh Gilbert will officially be eliminated from the championship chase if it stays as it does right now. Here comes Petrov, though. Petrov is attacking Mackenzie. Yeah, right up to the point where Billy just absolutely lathered him with mud. Yeah, that's the thing. We heard Bob Buchanan in here earlier talking about goggle prep. We had Neil Prince talk about earlier how you want to get a run on a ride. You don't want to follow, clogs the radiators. Bob said the same thing with the goggles. Yeah. Try and hold back and pick your moment where you can make a move so you're not getting so filled in all the time. But neither of them have goggles on, so Petrov would have definitely getting a load of mud chucked in his face from Billy Mackenzie. It's like playground stuff. Straight in the face as well. So they come up to the split lane section, and they're actually both taking the same line. Surprising for me. But yeah, there he goes. Searle has kept the gap to just under 6 seconds at the moment. Back to Harry Kulis as they have roughly 6.5 minutes left to go in this race. Starting to close up a little bit there. Purden is still smoking that KTM in 9th place, getting closer to Gilbert. They're all concertining together a little bit there, and yeah, not wanting to get too close to each other because of the mud. But I have to say, although they missed that shot there, how cool did that look? Those, I meant, you know, aesthetically, the jumps, the scenery. It's a brilliant venue up here. It's got character. Yes, it really has. If that was a still shot, that would have been a double-page spread in the magazine if I was the editor. I'm telling you. You're getting artistic there, Jeff. Yeah, well, you know, that's our sport. It's a beautiful sport. Yeah, and we've had some beautiful venues in this championship so far. Canada Heights, Blacksall are all up there, but this one's right in contention with that for me. It's a great place to be, a great place to go racing, even in the filthy conditions we have today. Here comes Petrov then. He's making a move towards Billy Mackenzie. This is the closest scrap amongst the top 10, although Martin Barr is just over a second behind Sean Simpson, so we could see some action for 3rd before this race is over with. Petrov getting close to Mackenzie. Mackenzie sliding the back wheel of the Kawasaki out. Gets a bit one-liney here, but Petrov digs in. Now it's going to go to the split lane. Mackenzie goes left. Petrov goes right. No, they switch over. And Mackenzie went just to block Petrov there, I think. He saw which way Petr was going and went to block off the Bulgarian as they head up the back hill. And Mackenzie pulls away again as the Bulgarian doesn't fancy the roost at full speed in his face there from the 450 of Billy Mack. Billy's got a load of experience. I'll tell you what he's doing there, because you slide into that bank, and then as soon as you come off the bank, you are already going up that corner jump on an angle. Very, very easy to wash the front end on that section, and Billy just threw it in there with total confidence. That was a bit of pure skill and talent was there. He really did throw that over there in such filthy conditions. There aren't many men on this planet that can do a move like that. That was a fantastic bit of riding from Billy Mack. Yeah, you can see that, if you're hearing some bangs through our microphones, that's the actual mud getting flicked up off the track and splattering the side of our commentary booth.
Yeah, somebody must have kicked it sideways there, because we literally just felt like we were being pummeled all of a sudden, like a hailstorm outside. Petrov is trying to make the move now. He goes up the left-hand lane. McKenzie goes up the right. They come out absolutely together. Oh, McKenzie, really? There's a nasty bump as they come off of that jump to start their descent of the staircase. McKenzie it is, still holding off Petr Petrov. Must be frustrating for the Bulgarian as Gilbert and Perrett follow them down the hill.
Yellow flags out. Yeah,
who is
could that be one of the riders ahead of them? In which case it would be John Adamson or Martin Barr. No, it's neither.
Destination MX is the badge on the side of the bike, so that could well be Drew Anderson, the number 425 Husqvarna. Has dropped it.
Billy!
Oh, Billy off at the far end of the circuit. Just set off camber, just caught him out there, and he falls from 6th position. Petrov has moved up, so has Gilbert, so has Perrett, and guessing Liam Knight might be next along. And Billy Mack just recovering. He's going to stick to the top 10, we believe.
Yeah.
And he might even benefit if Justin Perrett's bike continues to steam and then stops. But Billy Mack must be frustrated with that. Just after all that skill at the top of the circuit and a frustrating little tip over. It's always the easiest parts of the track.
But it just goes to show, this is how difficult it is. You're talking loads of experience there. Top rider that's won world championships. Ex-British champion, just like that. And that's how quick it happened. It looked like he was all in control, all in check, then boom. That's how slick it is out there. You can say just how shiny it is there, when you got on the gas. Harry Koulas, it's obviously starting to get a little bit tackier now, still slippery as hell, but just probably starting to tack up a bit now as he goes quicker. And then Searle reacts straight away. Comes in, so Tommy keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, 6.1 seconds back is Searle, so he's not an immediate threat, but Koulas knows he's there for sure. He will have the occasional look over, he'll probably be getting some pit boards as well. They don't know how the communication with the team works, whether he would want to know that Searle is back there. But yeah, he knows that if he makes a slip, Tommy is going to capitalise straight away.
Yeah, he'll know. Yeah, Steve will be, his lap times here. He'll be letting them know, I've got no doubt about that. To be fair though, Harry's so smart, he will be having his own visuals on track to see where Tommy is. These guys done it many times over. They're aware of what's going on. Well, certainly not every rider, but they absolutely know where their kind of championship rivals are, particularly these two, as they're fighting it out for the championship yet again.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a change as well for 4th place, if I'm not wrong. It looks like Martin Barr has moved up to 4th place. Adamson slipped back in that lap. As Billy McKenzie shows up on our timing screens now, as dropping back those 2 places that he did, and 3 in fact with Perrett going through. But yeah, Martin Barr is there now up to 4th ahead of John Adamson. Petr Petrov would match his best of the season if he finishes. In fact, that would be his very best of the season if he continues to stay in 6th place. Yeah, Martin Barr is starting to approach Sean Simpson as well. There's only a second between them, so we could have a battle for 3rd here. Martin Barr has moved ahead at the expense of the younger Scot and is now attacking his more experienced compatriot. Simpson is 3rd, Barr is 4th, and there's only about a second between them. If you're trackside, you'll be looking for that little scrap there. Simpson with the bright sort of purple and blue kit ahead of Martin Barr on the Apico Husqvarna. Adamson 5th, Petrov 6th, Gilbert now up to 7th after the mistake by Billy McKenzie. Then Perrett 8th, although that bike is smoking and I do not expect it to last the race. You never know. Koulas goes faster again, 2 minutes 18.2. And that looks like another smoking bike. No, I don't think it's a leading contender. But yeah, they are getting quicker, Jeff, isn't it?
Well, back and forth they go. That's what I was sort of chuckling at. It's like a pendulum thing, Koulas will go quickest, then Tommy will go, then Harry will respond. Here's Martin Barr, he's definitely closing in on that Apico Factory Racing Husqvarna. He is closing in on Sean Simpson on the SS24 machine, Gabriel machine. This is going to be a good one. Loads of experience between those two. And I'll tell you what as well between these two, utmost respect. These two have known each other a long time. They're good pals. Marty is just not the type that's going to run it in there and punt you down the track. But he's going to make a move in, make it nice and clean, efficient. He's always been efficient, as has Sean. But Martin Barr is loving this. And of course, Martin has had a difficult year. He's had like a bit of a mystery illness. They're still not to the bottom of it. Can't quite get to the bottom of why he's feeling so fatigued. He's kind of blowing hot and cold because of it. Yeah. He's had multiple tests. They still haven't really found out what's going on. Like sometimes it's that kind of Epstein-Barr thing or whatever, but it's not that. He's just under the weather a lot.
Yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? It's they operate on such fine lines, these athletes, the way they prepare and train, and obviously diet all comes into it as well. But yes, Simpson now having Martin Barr for company. Thank you, Mr. Director, for finding that scrap for us. It's certainly getting very close here. Liam Knight is the latest to start smoking now. He's in 10th place. So
I thought he'd gone way off track there. Yeah, he's starting to steam up.
That's looking suspect with, I think, just about 2 or 3 laps left in this race.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one then between Martin Barr. It looks like Kulas has got it in check. He's coming into lap traffic. You can see him in the white kit there. Coming up to the jump now, white crash helmet. Where's Searle? Or was that maybe... No, that wasn't Dan Thornhill, was it? No, that was Kulas.
Yeah,
he's opened it right up.
3 seconds there at the gap. So, yeah, it made a couple of seconds on him in that lap alone, has Kulas, who's pulled the pin. Tommy's going to try and bring it home for a second to keep the points tight. It's going to be 10 points the gap if it stays like this now. Drawing in now with just a couple of laps to go. I think Carrie's going to get the 2-lap board next time around, we believe. But yeah, it's certainly getting close. Simpson and Barr will be next along. Here they are at the top of the circuit here. The pink and blue of Simpson just keeping Martin Barr at bay. And in fact, Martin Barr's bike is the latest to start emitting some gaseous substance that is visible, and yeah, if it's smoke or steam, I never quite know, to be honest. I'm not great technical minded, right? I never have been, but yeah, that's the steam there from Martin Barr is in pursuit of Sean Simpson. Just going to hope that his bike holds on for the next couple of laps. Simpson sails over the uphill tabletop with ease. Barr in 4th, Adamson 5th, Petrov, Gilbert, Purden, McKenzie back to 9th after his slip off. He's got a couple of seconds of a buffer between himself and Liam Knight. McCormick's charge through the pack has stalled in 11th place. He's 3 seconds back of 10th place Liam Knight, and Dan Thornhill 12th. Charlie Putnam there in 13th. Brad Anderson has worked his way up to 14th in this race now. And then we've got the number 10 of Jason Mira. And then, James Hutchinson, our local wild card there in 16th place. And then rounding out your scorers, Brad Todd, Ben Edwards, Drew Anderson, and Scooter Webster in 20th.
Yeah, I think if he hasn't been given it already, we don't think he has. I think it's going to be the 2-lap board this time. I think he might have just missed it last time around. So if we can follow Harry all the way around to the finish line, we should see the 2-lap board coming out. It might be the 1, we don't know, but anyway, we're going to try and catch him if he wins it, brings it home. We'll find out his take on it.
He has really put the hammer down these last couple of laps, because 14.6 seconds is now the gap to Tommy Searle. That's quite an incredible pull away for Harry Kulas. When it looked like Searle was putting him under pressure, he's just found another gear. Looks like there's been a problem for Glenn McCormick. His charge has not just stalled, he's gone backwards slightly, yet Dan Thornhill has passed him back in that lap. McCormick's still on board, but gone back to 12th place now after his charge through from his initial first turn tip over.
Yeah, just probably trying that bit too hard from the anger of nearly calling a whole shot and having a clear track. So there's that.
That's
one lap.
Yeah, the other side of that 2-lap board means it's 1 lap that the riders have got to do now. So yeah, Jeff is going to go down and catch the race winner. Looking like it's going to be Harry Kulas on the Cap Screens Crescent Yamaha. Looking very smart in that brand new Fly Racing gear, and flying the number 151 machine down the hill one more time for the final time in this first race. And he's going to be hoping that something happens to Tommy or somebody else beats him. It's going to knock the points back to 10 points. But this is Harry's bread and butter. This would be the first race of the day that he has won through the season. So that would be helpful, but he now knows he does need to win constantly from here on out. If he is first and Searle is second all the way through, Searle will still be champion as it stands right now. So he has to keep winning, this Harry Kulas, and hope that something happens or somebody else can beat Tommy Searle in the remaining 3 motos of the championship after this one has finished. As Harry, under great control, brings it home there. Searle has certainly let the gas off a little bit. He's at 20.2 seconds back from Harry Kulas now. So Harry has suddenly pulled out quite a gap in these last few laps. Whether or not that is just through sheer pace or a problem for Tommy, or Tommy just deciding to save his energy for race 2, where he has been triumphant on 5 occasions this year. He's actually won 7 in total, but 5 times he has won the second race, and that has helped him to collect 4 out of the 6 overall round wins this season, and that's why he's leading the championship by 13 points, soon to be 10 over Harry Koulis. He's running quickly through there. Tommy Searle second, Sean Simpson third. Looks like he's held off the challenge of Martin Barr. John Adamson there in a solid 5th. Peter Petrov 6th, and Josh Gilbert 7th. Must be frustrating for Gilbert, and that officially does rule him out of being able to take the championship this year. He will slip to more than 75 points back, which means that it's impossible for him to catch and pass any of the championship riders. As Harry gives us the little signature wave over the uphill tabletop, clearly enjoying himself in these conditions. And the Estonian Express, although that was Tanel Liek's nickname, I think Harry Koulis can lay a claim to it with this stunning race win here. Tips into the final, split lane, couple of corners, left and then right. Harry Koulis punches the air, he takes the race win, and that tightens up the championship still further. Charlie Putnam just crossed the line a lap down, and a great broad slide there as a couple of riders bring it home. And that was the number 10 rider of Jason Mira there, just broad sliding across one of the highest riders to just be lapped there. 13th and 14th, in fact, was Mira. There goes Tommy Searle across the line, just cruises across there, picks up the 22 points for second place. And then we'll see who has won the Celtic battle between Sean Simpson and Martin Barr, the 2 riders who've probably got certainly more Motocross of Nations appearances than other riders in this field. They are there, 3rd and 4th, although a distance back from Tommy Searle. Here they come. Yes, in fact, they're charging into the final 2 corners together. Could be close. We'll see how it comes through. It is close, but Simpson just holds off Martin Barr for 3rd. There were precious few seconds in it. Fractions of a second, in fact. Yeah, 0.6 of a second between Simpson and Barr for 3rd and 4th. So great to see action from those 2 riders, veterans of the sport, still pushing for all their worth in these tricky conditions. But great riding there. We should see home next John Adamson in 5th place. Yeah, he's already gone across the line, has the Scott, number 2 on the ASA United Gas Cask, comes home in a happy 5th place. And then next up, Peter Petrov has crossed the line ahead of Josh Gilbert, 6th and 7th. And then we should see Tristan Purden in 8th, has survived. Billy McKenzie 9th and Liam Knight 10th. And we shall hand it down to Jeff Perrett, who will have the winner for the live stream and trackside as well.
Right, we are down here in the winner's circle with the MX1 winner, Harry Koulis. Harry, pretty much wire to wire, big grin on your face. Looked like you had a lot of fun. I mean, slipping and sliding everywhere. From our standpoint, it's pretty slick underneath, and you've got to be real good with that throttle. Is that the case?
Yeah, for sure. I made my life easier to get the whole shot. That was the key, and then to stay clean and have full good vision till the end of the race. That was the main thing. So I managed to get a good start and then just control the race. Tommy was behind me, like some laps he was pushing, then I was able to make a gap, and then he was coming back, and but I had like quite easy pace at the moment. Like, yeah, you can't over push it on that track, you know. Obviously it's quite slick, and there's like bumps from yesterday, and stones, so you have to really have to be careful with the track. But yeah, get the win, so it's always good.
I'm sure you're acutely aware of this. Obviously, you and Tommy are kind of battling for this championship. Sean is still in the mix mathematically. Ben made a good point in commentary about how Tommy's taken more second moto wins this year than you. You're acutely aware of that, so to get the overall, you know, and gain those points back, you'll be obviously looking to do exactly the same the second moto.
Of course. It's been many times that second race I haven't had a good start or like a whole shot, and then haven't been able to pull out, and then we have fought. Like Fat Cats also last round was pretty intense, but he has made the second race count, and but yeah, it's new day, a new try, and of course I give my best, and like you say, I think we are with Tommy, we are pushing for the wins at the moment, so and for the title. obviously we have to keep mind Sean and other guys, but it looks like we are 1-2 like pretty much every race now. So yeah. Try to do a good start second race, and we give our all, you know, like we give our best, and that's where we end up. So if it's second, if third, and maybe we can get the win today. So hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, we wish you the best luck. I just want to point this out because we say how professional Harry is. Look at this. Bob mentioned it before we went out. So we put the foam on the lid to stop the mud sticking. But ever the pro, Harry has got a Sharpie pen and just basically written his sponsors on the foam. See, kids watching. That's what you got to do if you've got to be a pro racer. Nice one, Harry. We wish you the best of luck for the second moto. There you go. That's Harry, winner of MX1. Up next, we've got MX2.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, we're down here at the winner's circle. Look, we're watching the pro riders. We aspire to be, you eventually get that. One of these kids, Gus Musto, stood next to me. He's been racing this track this weekend. So we thought we'd very quickly have a chat with a youth rider to find out if you learn, you know, do you actually go out there, Gus, like you just seen the MX1. How much do you study them and learn from them?
Yeah, I watched the pros qualifying before I went out, and I looked at their lines and
like you got a coach? It's Justin Morris is your coach, right? Yeah. So does Justin go through it all with you? He's like goes out there and said, look, really study these pro riders and the lines and their technique. I mean, obviously you want to be out there one day, so you must take real attention to what they do.
Yeah, Justin tells me to watch like Conrad Muse and Tommy Searle and that lot, and look at their lines and then use that when I'm out.
How's it going for you this year? Because obviously, you know, your brother Ben has moved up to the 125. You're now obviously in the small wheel, trying to follow in his first steps. How's your season going?
Didn't start off very well, but throughout the season I've improved and then starting to get into the top 10 and consistently now, which is good. That's good stuff. Watching the pros, you see, that's what does it. Well, look, get yourself out there, watch the MX2, keep up the good work. Give me one of them. That's Gus Musto on the Matt Gardner Racing Team. Nice one. We're going to go out now and watch the MX2. Gus is going to be out there watching. Sit back and enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. We join with the screen focusing on the MX2 starting line, and we can see the smiley faces of the Revo 7 Kawasaki team, with Dylan Walsh there out in front in qualification, got himself the pole position. Ready to go here is Dylan, looking nervous as they all are, ready for this race. See team manager Sam Yates there, all looking forward to this. So, yeah, hoping for a much better result there. Had some parts problems in recent races, the Revo 7 Kawasaki team, but all behind them now, they say, and looking forward to trying to get a good result out here. We can see there from our images, and of course trackside, you will know straight away, the mist has cleared somewhat around the circuit, so it's drying up overhead, and visibility is back to something like normal. But yeah, Dylan Walsh was fast in qualification, and then we had the rider that I was lucky enough to speak to there earlier, Bobby Bruce, who did very well, also in qualifying, qualified there in 4th place. So yeah, Dylan Walsh the fastest, Conrad Muse was 2nd, Jamie Carpenter that was 3rd, and we'll tell you the championship connotations moving forward now. Bobby Bruce was 4th, Jorgen Matthias Talvik on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, the new rider there for them. He qualified in 5th place. Tom Grimshaw 6th, Jamie Law 7th, Sam Nunn 8th, Mickey Ellis 9th, and Callum Mitchell in 10th place. In the championship, there's 42 points between Jamie Carpenter and the red plate holder there, Conrad Muse, just getting ready on our screens here. 50 points will be available after today's races. There's still 100 points in it, but basically put, if Conrad Muse pulls away from James Carpenter by another 8 points, then he's champion today. That basically means if he wins both races, Carpenter has to be 2nd both times. Any worse than that, and Conrad Muse is champion no matter what happens at Landrake. So they know that. I'm sure they'll be fired up for that, getting things sorted and try and seal it today if they can. But that's how it runs from now. 3rd in the championship is sadly absent Swede Isaac Gifting. He's hurt his knee at Blackshall after winning during his winning performance there. So Isaac Gifting fallen back to 3rd in the championship, and obviously not going to take any further parts. He's now got to get himself fit and ready for 2023 season. Tom Grimshaw, therefore, will also look to move up from his current 4th in the series. The number 16 Chambers Husqvarna is basically going to be assured of 3rd if he scores anything more than, well, anything from 4th upwards in this race for a start. Jamie Law, 5th in the championship right now, and Kai Kazamakers, the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee squad member, is up there in 6th. So we'll see how the racing develops. Dylan Walsh, after moving from 450 to 250, has got 2nd twice in both Ling and Canada Heights before the Gremlins denied him any chance of challenging at either Blacksaw or Fat Cat. So can Dylan, fastest in qualifying, take it to Conrad Muse? Can we see some action from Jorgen Matthias Talviku, who was spectacular at Fat Cat and is an exciting rider to watch? And then also Kai Kazamakers must surely be in the frame. The Dutch riders like it when it's muddy because it's very similar to their sand technique. They've got to keep it smooth and moving forward. Momentum is the key in mud, just as in sand there. Jeff is back from his excursions at the bottom there of the pit. Quite a hill to climb, isn't it? It's
quite a hill, and obviously the power washers, it's getting muddier actually out there where they're cleaning all the bikes. But I tell you what, there's a nice healthy crowd down there coming out here to Whitby. Skelderbank, thanks for coming out, and thanks to everybody at home watching, wherever you are in the world. Hopefully we've cleared a lot of the mist now. You're going to enjoy the action a bit more. Difficult conditions this morning, but here we go.
Eyes down, 5-second board is up. The riders look for the starting gate, and they go! Bad start for Dylan Walsh. He did not get off the gate well. And it looks like we've got a Husqvarna aside. No, it's Conrad Muse looking to stitch this title up, and he does so with style.
That
was
Speedway. That was proper Speedway style.
Oh, it's a pile up here. Husband down
and
on the floor.
Grimshaw.
Is that Grimshaw?
Looked like Grimshaw anyway on that Chambers machine in that Husqvarna kit, but that was definitely Carlton Husband. Jamie Law on the Pico Factory Racing machine in 2nd.
Fantastic result from the fantastic start for the two-stroke Pico Husqvarna rider. Jamie Law, seasoned campaigner, was looking quite confident through the pits earlier today. Spoke to him, he said it's not bad at all out there. So yeah, Conrad Muse out in front then. Can he stitch this championship up today? It won't happen in this race. It doesn't matter what happens in this race. He will not be officially clinching it in this race because there's still too many points to be had afterwards. But yeah, surely he can tie this up today if it stays like it does now. So down the hill goes Conrad, leads the pack down. Walsh has actually come out quite well considering he was so far down off the start. He's in around about 7th or 8th.
That's a good recovery, because I'm telling you, he made a dreadful gate drop. He spun off, shot to the side, took another rider with him. Wasn't pretty from the Revo Kawasaki rider out of the gate, but he's had a great couple of corners there. But Conrad, just everything going right, exactly where he wants to be, staying out of trouble, staying out of the mud, wanting to get this championship locked down and done as early as he can. That Carpenter, is it in 3rd, it looks like, maybe? Yeah, so he's there, keeping this championship alive.
Great to see as well Bobby Bruce, who qualified well. He is in 4th place. I had a chat to him earlier on the live stream as well. And yeah, Bobby Bruce coming back from sounds like a pretty catastrophic complete knee reconstruction there. Dylan Walsh just tucks up ahead of Jamie Carpenter. So Walsh is moving forward. He's up to 3rd place already, trying to chase down the Apico Husqvarna veteran Jamie Law. So Dylan Walsh moving forward. He was fast in qualification. Bobby Bruce also looking to make a move on Carpenter. This is not what Carpenter wants. You can see the towels flapping from Carpenter's. Carpenter's.
Sorry, I'm just
sorry, I'm spitting on you by accident.
That's all right, mate. I'm just stood there, still shaking my head, and how impressive that Dylan Walsh has been on that first half a lap.
Absolutely flew through. Bobby Bruce also trying to make moves there. Talviku got a medium start around about 6th, so still top 10 for the Estonian there. Coming through, look at this, here he comes. This is Law now coming under attack from Dylan Walsh. He carves across the front end of the Kawasaki, foils his move at that point.
I just think the momentum that Dylan Walsh is already carrying in less than 1 lap, he is just going to blow straight by Jamie Law. I'm pretty confident of that. Jamie's riding smart and consistent, don't get me wrong, but Walsh is so keen to get to the front and race Conrad Muse. He literally won't want to be behind him any second longer than he needs to be. He is going to run it in there the first opportunity he gets.
Yeah, it's getting very close. He tucked up the inside of him then, but just got held off a little bit. And looking good is Dylan Walsh. They come across the line. Walsh has actually followed him in to the right-hand side of the split lane, so there might be a problem with that left-hand lane. Oh, it looks ragged coming out of there.
Got dust coming up.
Got dust by that final corner, can you believe it? And yeah, here comes Law with Dylan Walsh chasing him right the way down the staircase here. In 4th place, we have got Jamie Carpenter. He's just fending off the attentions of Bobby Bruce. Talviku 6th, Collins 7th.
Walsh over the finish.
Oh, my Lord!
I just saw it out of the corner of the screen. I'm like, he's going to go off the side of the track there. But he forced the issue.
Walsh looked like he was going to land in the North Sea there, the way he sailed off the Dracula's drop, and his head actually buckled on landing. That was a serious landing. Great commitment from Walsh to take that 2nd place. Certainly no doubting that one there. And Law is there in 3rd still. So Walsh, what a pass that was.
Listen, you absolutely know you're going to get 100% from Dylan Walsh. In fact, we did a pre-recorded interview with him one time before, talking about his relationship with his mechanic, and that's the no-no from his mechanic, Luke. He's not allowed to, if Luke puts on the board, try hard or anything like that, Dylan said, I will literally pull over and whack the board over straight across his chops. Because he says, that's what you get from me. Don't ever tell me to try harder.
Yeah.
I'm always trying.
It's not possible to try any harder when you are at maximum effort, like he certainly was off that sky jump there. Seriously looked like he was going to land in Denmark. It was absolutely incredible. But yeah, so he has got a hell of a gap to catch up though. 8 seconds was the gap between Muse and Law at the start of this lap. And yeah, Walsh has got one hell of a job to pull back an advantage like that from a rider like Conrad Muse.
We got some kind of glitch, I think, on the timing. Oh no, Jake, because he's now overtaken Jamie Law. Sorry, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they haven't crossed the line yet. Our timing so far has been good. We touch wood, fingers crossed on that one. Carpenter is there in 4th place. The only rider that can deny Conrad Muse the title as it stands now. But that's looking increasingly unlikely. They come through now with just under 20 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Plenty happening here. Conrad Muse the fastest lap. The track is getting faster, and so is Conrad Muse. Just 1/1000th of a second under 2 minutes 17 mark. That's about a second faster than the MX1 guys were going there, Jeff. So the track probably getting better, and also, yeah, you've got to say Conrad's a quality rider around here. Bruce still looking good in 5th place. A second and just about a second shy of Carpenter. And Sam Nunn now making a move past Adam Collins on that lap, goes up from 8th to 7th place. Callum Mitchell 9th, and Rob Hollyoak. So a nice ride for the wild card there The veteran rider, I think, coming back to have a little bit of a blast here at Whitby in 10th place right now.
You heard Bob Buchanan earlier on talking about goggles. Rob, that's what he does. Rob is one of the guys that preps for the goggles for the Oakley Rider Service and Goggle Tech. So he's down tools to jump on the bike. I hope he's prepped his own goggles.
If he has a goggle issue, that would be very embarrassing.
That'd be really bad. Really bad. Going back to Conrad, this is similar conditions to Conrad's circuit, his own circuit back in Shepton Mallet. It's very, very hard pack. And I can tell you that Conrad has pounded out so many laps around his own circuit in the rain. So it's hard packed with rain on it. He is absolutely used to ride in these kind of conditions.
Absolutely. First thing I did when I saw this track on Friday when I did the track walk, which should be on YouTube today, we hope. We had some issues downloading that one, but yeah, the first thing I noticed was this feels like Somerset. This feels like West Country, like where I raced as a boy at the Corsham Schoolboy Scramble Club. It was proper like Evercreature, places like that. Some amazing Maggots Farm sort of material here with the sandy going and hard pack. So yeah, Conrad Muse will be right at home with this.
He will be. Let's see if Dylan Walsh can eat into that lead. It's obviously showing, we haven't got Conrad showing on the top of the timing column on the left there. We're starting from second place. I don't know why that's the case, but I can tell you right now, Conrad Muse is leading the way and leading it well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see a healthy crowd here as well, despite the weather. Wonderful to have your attention here. Yellow flags. Is this one of our leaders down? It looks like it's down at the Scott Sports corner. We've got not got eyes on it at the moment.
Well, let's see if that would have been Walsh ahead of those lot. Let's see if Walsh comes. Has he already gone through the shot?
Muse just sets the fastest lap, so it looks like we might have seen an error for Dylan Walsh, unless there was a lap rider. We never know. Yes, he is. He's down. He's dirty on one side. So Walsh has fallen back. Yes, it was Walsh that went down in the Scott Sports corner. I thought he looked a bit cagey on that corner as he was trying to pass Jamie Law. So he's obviously got that wrong in the Scott Sports corner. But yeah, so he has now got more work to do. So yes, it is Jamie Carpenter up to second place, where he needs to be to keep this championship alive in both races. Bobby Bruce up to third, Jamie Law fourth. So Bruce has made progress on that lap, as well as just benefiting from Dylan Walsh's error. And yeah, Talviku up to fifth ahead of Walsh, now back to sixth.
I'd like to personally thank Dylan Walsh for giving us an entertaining race thus far. You know, because he's well, he has, hasn't he? I mean,
through sheer exuberance of that pass, and then the error there has mixed it right up. He's now got to come through if he wants to resume that second place finishing for himself.
He made a great start, and then a poor start, then tore through the pack, got up to second, now gone down again, and we are going to get this little bunch here. Carpenter, Bruce, Law, Tilviki, Walsh. This is going to be a good few laps here. They are they're close together. There's going to be some good racing going on. There's
Talviku making a move on. Nice. Jamie Law tucks up the inside there on the 252 four-stroke. Great riding from the Estonian. That puts him up in the fourth place now, with Walsh hounding the pair of them, Jeff. Look at Walsh snapping at the heels of Jamie Law. Deja vu, he's been here before. He's looking right at the back end of that Husky again. Well, that was a tight line from Walsh, so tight he was inside our camera shot.
What you can say with Dylan Walsh is, obviously I've already mentioned how you know you're going to get 100%. What you also get is not 100% effort, you get 100% commitment when he goes for overtaking moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once he makes his mind up,
he's going
in there. That's it. Like, there's no, I'm pulling out of this one. Commit to those kind of passes.
And he's committing now to the pass. He's gone past Jamie Law. They went through the split lanes. He went right-hand side and went round the outside of the Pico Husqvarna man. So, yeah, it is Walsh up to fifth place now, ahead of Jamie Law. But Talviku has gone past Law in that lap as well. So, yeah, we'll see what the Estonian can do, and they will be snapping at the heels of Bobby Bruce in his return to action after knee surgery early this season. Great to see Bobby up so high straight away,
Absolutely.
Jeff.
Listen, he is one of our genuine talents that has got a shot at going somewhere in World GP. You know, he was there in the EMX-125, going for that championship, very nearly won it. Won a few races, whatever. He's taken some time off because he's had to, force injury. That will probably give him even more clarity of what he wants to do, even more focus. He's now on the 252 stroke. His riding style will suit that as well. He's learned a lot from the 125s. I just hope that he has a solid... Jamie Law runs the front end too high, just missed that kind of rut, that berm, and he took his front wheel high into the slop, and down he went. Going back to Bobby, I just hope he has a really good off-season, because genuinely, he is one of our top talents that could go on and be an MX2 title contender. He could be.
He's a real hope for sure. How old is he? Is he?
He's still young. I think he's only, 17 now, maybe?
Wow,
something like that. Just coming up to 18, maybe.
Cool.
Obviously, I had the privilege of working with him at Team Green. He was a pleasure to work with, the whole family. So I wish him just the uttermost best of luck going forward, and we should all get behind him. And obviously, fair play to Lee Tolan and the AC United team for putting a programme together to support him and keep him in UK shores, you know, so he doesn't have to go and necessarily go and ride for a team in mainland Europe to go and get the job done. So big up the whole team and Bobby.
Yeah, great stuff, and there's some good moves through the pack here. Charlie Cole on the number 82 machine there, the rider for the Blades Bikes Kawasaki squad, who apparently are Ace Karting team.
Yes,
how they did with Jude Morris, the Jude Morris Foundation Racing event there. But yeah, so Charlie Cole up to 10th place on that Blades Bikes Kawasaki, running nicely now, although he'll be looking to snap back at Jamie Law, who has fallen to 9th after that little tip over in the split lane before the finish line.
Yeah, just looking down some of the leaderboard, Jason Mirror, I kind of expected a little bit better things from him, being you know, used to these conditions. Again, another rider from Ulster, from Northern Ireland. He's no stranger to mud and slop, but I was expecting a bit more from Jason. Currently, he might have got a bad start, but I know he's certainly accustomed to these conditions. Michael Ellis as well, he's a good hard pack rider, more so when it's dry though. But he's good when it gets slick as well, but not quite where he needs to be. But he's had a few injuries and setbacks this year. Bailey Johnson, another young rider, stepping up out of youth motocross into the pro ranks, looking pretty good at the minute, just in 12th there.
Just one rider absent, and I'm not sure if this is news to anybody, but yeah, Kai Carsmakers does not appear to be on track, so we're not seeing the number 33 Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee squad member. Not sure what's happened there, Jeff?
Again, I really don't know. I've heard a few things, but again, that's just hearing things. I don't want to get caught up in the politics of it and the reasons they're not here. So yeah, just I guess follow them on social media and a few websites or whatever to get to the bottom of that. But they wasn't here. They appeared not to turn up. So they must have their genuine reasons as to not be here to fight for this championship. Maybe focusing on some of the GPs coming up and the flyaway, expensive races, all that kind of stuff. Who knows? Yeah,
championship's gone for them, hasn't it? So yeah, that is that from there. But yeah, Conrad News continues to dominate this class as he has done for a few seasons now. 28.4 seconds clear of Jamie Carpenter. And Conrad has been a topsy-turvy season for him. Injury after Canada Heights at the front, and the first corner crash there. And then, and previous to that, of course, he had the issue at Foxhill there, where he was penalised for a move on Isaac Gifting and dropped back to 11th in that race. But yeah, Conrad, despite all of that, he has got the possibility here today of clinching this championship early, although Carpenter is doing what's necessary. He needs to be second twice, and he is right there now, continuing his great season.
Oh, he is, I'll tell you right now, Jamie Carpenter, kudos, man. Yeah, I mean, he's having an absolute brilliant season. He puts the work in, he works hard, he's on a team, obviously, that want to raise their aspirations from being more than just a real successful youth team. It's clearly working for both parties, and it's great to see. And I'm just made up for Jamie. He's you get back what you put in this life, and he puts the work in. Simple as that.
Yeah, well and truly. We've got Carpenter in second, Bobby Bruce hanging on to third place there. Less than a second between Bruce and Talviku, so that could be an entertaining scrap to pick up on the screens if we are able to. We have got just over 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so we're well into the second half of this race now. So Talviku, the Estonian rider, actually had a message from a friend in Estonia saying he's cheering on Talviku there. So hello to Mr. Kadaksu Jones if you're listening, and great to hear your input, saying that he was enjoying the commentary. So yeah, all worldwide broadcasting here. Share and share alike. Get the live stream shared along. Tell your friends. This action is hot despite it being wet.
It's excellent part. I love all that. And of course, it's free to view. Free of charge. You don't have to. All you got to do is keep liking and subscribing MXN-TV on YouTube, and follow us on Facebook. And as long as you keep doing that, and we keep trying to get these amazing brands helping us out, all the beer brands, and with Seven, Oakley, Bell, Fly, we keep trying to improve our production. But basically, providing you guys keep watching it, keep coming back for more, we keep doing it and improving the production. I just want to throw something out there while we're watching Conrad go around. Motocross of Nations, being a team manager, I tell you, Mark Chamberlain, man, it's not an easy job managing anything, but when you've got to whittle it down to 3, Could this be Conrad's year, you know, where he gets a real good run at the Nations and does us proud? I don't know, you know. I mean, you can argue on the world level he hasn't quite done it on the MX2 bike.
Yeah.
But I don't know, you know. Can you leave Conrad Mewse out of a Motocross of Nations team?
I don't think you can. Who else have we got on a 250 that's fast? Well, having said that, who is going to progress to a 250 next year in America and is British? Max Anstey.
Absolutely.
He's already out there on a Honda.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So,
yeah,
so
it's
you
a
know,
tricky choice.
That would come as not really much of a surprise.
Or do you pick Conrad for the 450, seeing as he's already riding it now at Grand Prix level?
Yeah, it's a tough one. And obviously with the flyaway, with the event being in America, you'll be amazed how much logistics and teams can influence a decision, because the cost of getting riders out there and equipment. So, and
it's his own team.
Yeah, I don't know when exactly Mark is going to announce the team. I have spoken to him a little bit about it, but he's not anytime soon anyway. I think we're coming into, obviously sooner or later he's got to announce the team. I'm just intrigued to see what our lineup's going to be.
That's what we're just seeing on site on the in shot now. Jamie Carpenter having a great ride in second place. This is what he needs to do to keep the championship alive through to Landrake. And yeah, he's thankfully not needed the towels that are flapping out of his pants line at the moment because of the obviously possibility of falling, and they leave themselves an option to wipe their hands off should they fall, and a few of them have done that already. But it's getting very close for third place. Bruce and Talvica are absolutely together, Jeff.
Just want to make a point on that. If you're new to watching the sport, that's not some weird fashion statement going on by Jamie Carpenter. It's not like tassels. Just in case you're new to it, I know obviously if you're not new to the sport, you'll know what all that's about. But if you're tuning in for the first time, wondering what the hell that is flapping about, that is basically some paper rag, some towels. So if he crashes, he can wipe the grips, wipe his gloves, and keep going.
It was a Yorkshire rider. Wasn't it Joe Screen, the Speedway guy, used to have tassels off his arm? We love Joe. We really do love a bit of Joe. This is all action going on here. Dylan Walsh, he's in there again. Look, he's up to third. He's got past Talvica in that lap, and Bobby Bruce has made a mistake. Bobby Bruce has gone backwards in this first race so far. So it is Dylan Walsh has rapidly moved up to third place. He's got about 11 seconds to catch up to Jamie Carpenter, so that's quite a task. But yeah, Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki is up there in third place ahead of Jorge Matias Talvica, in fourth, and Sam Nunn fifth is putting in a great ride as well.
Yeah, Adam Collins having a great ride too. Adam showed a lot of potential towards the tail end of his 85 career. Then got onto the 125 and did some races in Europe. He used to go to basically race in Holland a lot, and then kind of just for whatever reason didn't quite work out, you know, kind of lost a bit of momentum, but he's out there having a good ride in 7th at the minute, so well done, Adam.
Yeah, there is Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki, just making his way up into the top field here. Also a good ride so far for Bailey Johnston, rookie to this series, moving up from the MXY2 class from last year, up there in 11th place ahead of Mickey Ellis, Jake Sheridan. Rob Hollyoak now dropping to 14th. The MXY2 champion from last year, Alfie Jones, is currently 15th. Carlton Husband has picked it up off the floor in the first lap, where he went down scarily in front of a few riders. He is already up to 16th place ahead of John Mira, Tom Grimshaw, Tom Murphy and Jack Lindsay round out your scorers. On screen now, here is Talvica. Is Talvica going to have a little scrap with Dylan Walsh? There's a second or two between them, and there's two of the most entertaining riders on the track are getting closer together for the battle for third and fourth place.
I hope so.
I do as well.
I really hope so. Yeah, because I'll tell you what, there won't be much quarter given if those two start banging bars.
Now, you can wish for two more action-packed riders to watch. I mean, you have got the stylists of this world who make riding look easy, like Conrad Mewse, like Charlie Heyman in the 125 class, but there are these riders that just look spectacular, completely on their own, and Talvica and Walsh are certainly in that department as they are laying claim to podium spots in this race.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dylan Walsh do a scrub on his way to the pit box. I mean, he just can't help himself, can he? That's the thing, he can't. No, if there's any opportunity to crank that bike over, he's like,
that's it. Yeah, you don't win straight rhythm without skills like Dylan Walsh's, and he is a champion at that the last 2 years, in fact. Yes. So here on screen now is Talvica down the bottom of the circuit by the dry stone wall. He is there in fourth place. Sam Nunn is actually not a million miles behind him. 1.2 seconds back only is the 365 rider for the Cap Screens Crescent Yamaha team. And yeah, down from Suffolk there, he'll be used to these sort of conditions, and he's certainly making that experience pay. That's a nice ride from Sam Nunn. He has not been that high all season, I believe.
I'll tell you, Sam Nunn has had some bad luck, genuine bad luck. All kinds of things happening in the race beyond his control. You know, the team are right behind him. They've had a few issues occasionally with the bike and whatever. Sam is great in these conditions. He's always been kind of good like that. He'd make a great enduro rider. I think he does some. I do think he does some of that in the winter as well. When it gets wet, he's up there. He's always has been. So good to see him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually closes in on.
He really is. He really is closing on Talviku now. They come up into the top field, split lane. There's a yellow flag. Who is that? Who is down? Is it Kawasaki? It's not Dylan Walsh. He's not got the red kit that Walsh has been wearing, that 7 kit. So here it is then. Sam Nunn. It's a battle of 4, 4th place. He's just knocking on the door of the Estonian Talviku. And yeah, looking very close together, these two, in a battle for 4th place in the race. Oh, Talviku sliding it into the corner just after the start there. Over the little tabletop. They come down the jump. It is still that inside line that seems to be favourable now on that corner before that, yeah, very savage. What did they call it? What did you call it earlier?
Well, it's like a little spine jump. It's basically like a thing where you just, you know, go up and down in an instant. So, yeah.
Well, Talviku on the pegs around the Scott Sports corner, coming up the big hill here. The big uphill tabletop, not quite clearing it now, though. They didn't get that corner right. Sam Nunn also just slightly short of clearing it cleanly. And, yeah, Nunn is hauling in Talviku. 2.5 minutes left, plus 2 laps. So we're going to see what are the lap times. Around about 2 minutes 20. So, yeah, I think we've got 4 laps left to go in this race as it stands now. Talviku's sliding it down. Look at that dry line, Jeff. Dust appearing. You wouldn't believe it after the rain we had last night.
Nice, very smooth, Sam Nunn. He's getting the power to the ground a little bit better. See how it's fishtailing when you got on the... As soon as I say it, you see... Again, commentators curse, you can say how good he is, and then he was just fishtailing.
I think he stuck the wheel onto the wet part,
yeah,
didn't he?
Maybe, but it's just that slippery. If you're just tuning in, by the way, and we got the timing column to the left, Conrad Muse, we're starting from second. I don't know what the reasoning for that, but Conrad Muse is your race leader by about 37 seconds. He's so good that he's gone too fast for our timing column.
That's it. Yeah, he just completely glitched it out. Here is Talviku looking nervously. He feels the presence of Sam Nunn for sure. They went across the line less than a second apart, and Sam Nunn is right on the tail of the Estonian. Can you believe this ride from Sam Nunn? Cab screens, Crescent Yamaha, giving some hassle to the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, new addition to the team. Talviku, Neil Prince was in here earlier telling us how happy he was that Talviku was coming to the team and showing his form. Well, what a style that Talviku's got around that corner as well.
Yeah, and you're going to see a contrast in styles here. That's the thing. Talviku is a bit more aggressive, you know, line up. Sam is very, very good at being smooth and throttle control through the corners. And if you watch closely, if you really study, you'll see that's why Sam's closing in on him. He looks like he's hardly trying. He's not lighting it up as much as Jorgen is in front of him. He's just rolling it on through the corners and therefore getting better traction. He's not spinning that wheel as much as Talviku in front of him.
Yeah, Nunn is certainly giving us some action here. This is a great battle for 4th place. Conrad continues to sail away at the front as he has done for most of the season when he's not had issues. Carpenter second, Walsh third. Those two guys are pretty well set. This is the action on track. Talviku ahead of Sam Nunn. Further down, Bobby Bruce, after his issues, has just gone back to 6th place, but still riding nicely. Here is Dylan Walsh on screen now, coming up towards the mechanics area. He's away in 7 seconds between himself and Talviku. It's Collings and Mitchell 7th and 8th. Jamie Law slipped back after that crash to 9th, but he's on his own there at that position, and Charlie Cole in 10th to round out your top 10. So we start to see that the clock is 0, so I think we have hit the 2 lap. No, I think it's clocked over to 0 just now. So Conrad's already gone through the time, so we've got 3 laps left in this race. The final 3 laps there for these riders, and final 3 laps for Sam Nunn to find the answer to the Talviku problem as they head down towards the sea.
Yes, he's just hanging back a little. I do reckon he's going to get a run on him before the flag drops. Maybe just biding his time, just maybe keeping out of the roost and waiting for...
this is where he's
fast. Look how good he is. See what I mean on the throttle, right? That's all throttle control.
Oh, Nunn!
God, he lunged it in and still kept it upright.
And yeah, Talviku was almost too slow for him there. He caught right up to the back wheel and almost, well, he had to take avoiding action. He just about kept it upright. It was sideways, not under control at one point there. So Nunn, that's where he's fastest, right at the bottom of the circuit. That bit of experience on the off-camber sections, old school British scrambling technique through there, and yeah, he is faster than Talviku at that bottom end of the circuit. Talviku a little bit better maybe over the jumps and the sort of obstacles he's more used to, but yeah, wow, what a great bit of battle this is between Talviku and Nunn for 4th place.
Yeah, that was a great save, actually.
It really was.
You know, he ran it in there with the risk of trying to pass him, nearly got it done, and he could have very easily bailed out there, but he just kind of got off the gas and let it slide and picked that up. Good save from Sam Nunn, and he's still right there in the mix. Walsh is he closing in? No, he's closed in a little bit on Jamie Carpenter, only by a fraction, I think.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
5.8 seconds between the pair of them. It's going to take a mistake from Carpenter for Walsh to advance any further in this race, you think. Here comes Nunn. That's not the pass on Talviku, that's a lap rider.
He got held up a bit.
Yeah, he has got held up and he's lost ground there to the Estonian. So we'll see how Sam Nunn progresses from here. Top Yamaha man in this race, and he's going very nicely there. Bobby Bruce still holding on to 6th place on the ASA United Gas. Adam Collins, Callum Mitchell 7th and 8th, Jamie Lord 9th, and Charlie Cole still 10th. And there's been a drop down the field for Bailey Johnston, who's down to 14th behind Mickey Ellis, who's risen up there into 11th, ahead of Sheridan and Carlton the husband.
That's a pretty solid comeback ride for Bobby Bruce there, actually. You know, 6th, good, but you know, maybe he'll be looking at the times, not the result. We've got 1 to go.
2 to go.
Oh,
2 laps to go. Yeah, 2 lap board is out. And Talviku, so he's got a gap on Nunn now. Nunn is just coming into shot. This is the part of the track where Nunn is superior. So can Sam make that benefit count? He's got a lot more gap to make up now than he did the previous lap. Talviku's put in a good part of the circuit at the top here. And I think, yeah, Sam got slightly held up by a back marker at that point. We'll see how that prevails. And yeah, going back to your point about the Nations squad there, yeah, it's difficult to pick. Here he is, Conrad Muse. We can pick him up on screen, out in front.
It's really difficult to pick. It just is, you know, like Searle is in contention. Obviously, that, you know, straight away he got tongue wagging when he did the little promotional video to buy the MX Nations merch. And he's like, oh, he's only doing that if he's on the team and all that. We just don't know. I mean, you know, there's only one person that probably does know at this moment in time, and maybe his close allies, and that's Mark Chamberlain. So, you know, let's find out next month. I know that he's going to be announcing it early part of next month. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see Conrad in there. I mean, I think he deserves a shot here. You know, he hasn't quite performed on a world stage, but he's got so much talent to offer, and if on a good day, if it goes for him, that's always the risk.
It's just getting him a good day out of him, isn't it? That's the danger always. Right, I better make my way down there, Jeff.
Yeah, so Ben's on the way down there to potentially talk to Conrad Muse if he doesn't make any mistakes on this final lap. We're going to speak to the winner, Jamie Carpenter, as we said, is having a blinding year, basically. He's having a great one. He's put another great ride together here in 2nd. He's keeping that gap. Walsh is closing in a little bit, but Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact machine having another great ride. Conrad Muse was majestic around that off-camber, downhill, sweeping corner of the way, just slid round there then. So it's he's looking good, Conrad. You can see the track is drying out. It's not going to dry out quick enough all over the venue as yet, so we're still going to see really one predominant race line that will start to tack up and get dry. It's going to take still a good couple of hours of no rain and decent sunlight for the whole track to start to get tacky. But we're halfway pretty much through the schedule. We've got the 65cc young riders coming out next. I don't know if we're going to do any track prep, as in just to scrape it about a bit, maybe take out some of the bigger ruts, I don't know, so the 65s can get round. But we are following Conrad Muse around. He is edging closer to once again being the British MX2 ACU champion. Revo MXGB, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Here at Skelder Bank in Whitby, we are literally about 3 or 4 miles, just kind of up the hill, northwest of Whitby. It's a great venue to come to. A lot of us go into town, have a look around because we're that close to Whitby Town Centre. It's just a nice part of the world, and it's great to be back here. It's been off the calendar for a couple of years or more, and it's just great to be back at Whitby. It's a great venue. So just a shame with the weather today, but the guys are getting it done. Here we go then. Conrad Muse is going to take another race win, and as we said, he gets closer to that title one more time. Bringing them home, it should be Jamie Carpenter up next. Rider 184, we're waiting for him on the GRT Impact KTM, will bring it home second. I say that, Walsh has closed in so much on this last lap, I don't know if we're going to see them over the line. Such was Conrad's lead, they're not even in yet. But on the last lap around, Walsh closed in dramatically. I can hear two bikes revving as they go, like, there they are in shot. That's why Dylan Walsh smashes the handlebars, gutted that he couldn't make the move on Jamie Carpenter. Just about comes up short. So Carpenter in second, Walsh comes in third on the Revo Kawasaki. Fourth is going to be Telvecchio. Jorge Mateus Telvecchio. Sam Nunn comes in fifth. And then good return ride for Bobby Bruce.
And here we are then with the first MX2 race winner, Conrad Muse. Conrad, looks fairly straightforward out there for you. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was good. I love these type of conditions. It's so technical, and yeah, I was just having so much fun out there. A lot of that was down to the start. I got an awesome start, got the whole shot. So yeah, you need that round here. It's crucial, and I got the whole shot, put a couple of fast laps down, and then just rode my own race. And yeah, it was a very enjoyable race. So I'm looking forward to Moto2.
Nice one. And Jeff was saying this is very similar to your home track, isn't it, that you own down there in Somerset? So yeah, was that played to your favour as well?
Yeah, definitely. All the winter days when it's been hammering down with rain and my dad's chucked me out on the track, it's paid off here today. So the track's in awesome condition. They're doing a great job, and yeah, looking forward to Moto2.
Great stuff. Nice one, Conrad. Thanks for talking to us, and yeah, have a good luck in that second race later on today. Cheers. So there you go, Conrad.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we go then, welcome back to the Revo British Motocross Championship fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Coming to the line now are the 65cc riders for their final race of the weekend. Quick mention out to our sponsors for the series, of course. Title sponsor Revo, world leaders in performance enhancing products for Volkswagen and Audi cars. So yeah, if you've got one of those vehicles, go and check out the Revo products to enhance its performance. You've also then got the fueled by sponsor Gulf Race Fuels, of course, keeping us all fueled up here with the British Motocross Championship. Charity sponsor Road to Recovery, and check out the amazing work that they do. 24MX are giving out the Whole Shot Award for race 2 of every class this weekend, so that will come later today for MX1 and MX2. We got Maxxis tyres will be giving out free tyres to the overall winner of all of the youth classes. That will be coming through. Bicker's the distributor there for Maxxis, of course, as well. We've got the Kex Fastest Lap Award gone to the fastest rider in race 1 of each weekend. In MX2, that just happened to be Dylan Walsh, who picked up the fastest lap in race 1 there, so he'll be getting the Kex Award later, and he'll be looking for more than that as well on the podium, I'm sure. And they also have Scott Sports helping us out. You can vote for your rider of the weekend on the Instagram story, and the addresses are the Instagram pages at Revo ACU British MX. If you go onto that page and vote for your rider of the weekend, the one with the most votes will get the Scott Prospect 6 Days France goggles to the winner on the podium. And yeah, so that's how it goes from there. We've got Kex chairs. If you're on site here up at Whitby, go and see the podium. The Kex chairs are up there right now. You can take photos of yourselves in those. And yeah, please share them around and tag us in the photo. Also, our series sponsor, Sports Insure, taking care of the coverage for that particular department. Wolf Sport for all the kit that we get here. Dulson Training for commercial driving qualifications. If you're in that industry looking to get some driving work, then you can pick up your qualifications with Dulson Training. They support us here at the British Championship. Surf and Turf, you see the work area awnings and covering there for the mechanics area. They are all supplied by Surf and Turf. And then we've got our media partner, TMX, who was, I was fortunate enough to see the editor of TMX, Mr. Sutton, down there at the leaving the track area. So yeah, great to see that. Please pick up your Trials and Motocross news each week. Keep that side of the industry going. And then yeah, Motorhead, the media partner, they produce some fantastic videos online as well of these championship events. So lots of help. Please pick up these supporters and help them out to help us, and we'll keep this coming live here. Here we go then, Jeff. 65cc race 4.
Yeah, green flag is up. This is going to be tough for these little kids. I'm telling you right now, they won't be anxious. Parents just know they're in for a 10-15 minutes of pure stress levels to the max.
So we got championship leader Marty Spires is still in front of the championship after yesterday, but Casey Lister moved back up from 4th to 2nd in the series. Watch for the number 22. Marty Spires is your series leader. 125. Casey Lister has won one of the races here this weekend. And the 5-second ball goes up. And we are go!
Yeah, I knew some of them would spin like crazy coming off that gate from the outside. Flyer from over there on the
It's Koen Jagielski, the number 75 auto champion from last season, and he's got another great start. But Arthur King, the number 12, has also started well all weekend, and it's between those two for the race lead going into the second corner. Looked like Casey Lister had a good one. He is currently holding the advantage in the overall reckonings. He's got an 11-point gap over Arthur Moore. There's been a pile-up in the first corner. Nixon Coppins has gone down.
No, he didn't go down. He he went into the back of the fallen rider. Kept it on 2 wheels. So Dad Josh is here.
Oh, yes, he is.
My God.
There is some
Loop
action
out
there. We got some problems there, and it might be one of our contenders. That looks to me like Marty Spires. I might be wrong. Apologies if I am. But Harley Marjak has got stuck. Arthur Moore, number 67, is in the mess as well. This could really shake things up because Arthur Moore was lying second in the points after yesterday. That spine jump is really causing some serious issues.
Deep ruts for those little 65s to get up over there.
It's number 73, sorry, Eamon Eshu that went down, not Marty Spires. So apologise to his supporters if I've just given you a heart attack. But out in front was Cohen Jagielski alongside Arthur King. How are they coming through on this one, Jeff? This is very treacherous for these young lads.
There's going to be parts of the track not too bad, but you saw there, that spine jump, very steep jump for the adults to stop them jumping over that whole section, and the ruts are really deep. So what's happening is the little 65s are going in there, and their foot pegs are just grounding out and stopping them dead. It's like literally like an anchor. And
dragging you backwards.
You know, and the kids are probably going, what's going on here? I was going along, and then all of a sudden I stopped. It's going to be difficult on certain parts here. Other parts of the track, I think they're going to cope okay. I do actually think they're going to, most for the majority, get round okay. One or two key areas they're going to struggle with.
Yeah, for sure. And it's Casey Lister who is out in front right now. He was second in race 1 and 2, but won race 3. Marty Spires, the championship leader, won the first 2 races yesterday, but had a nightmare in race 2, only finishing in 18th place. So he's currently lying 4th in the points as they head towards this, trying to get himself back on the podium again. There is Marty Spires. He's in the all-red kit at the top, and he's just trying to make his way around young Jet Gardner.
And
Jagielski's gone down.
Yeah, in that deep line. I said the track was improving. Once again, I should just quit this job because anything I say, it goes against me. It is now started to rain.
Right, okay.
The mist is coming back down. It looks like we've got another weather front coming in right at when these boys are out on track, the little 65s. Oh, tell you what.
That is all your fault. I'm putting that on you.
Blame it on me. We breed them tough. We breed them tough.
Yeah, this is tough going here. Leo Wilson is in shot there, the 578, still making his way round within the top 5 by the looks of it. Jet Gardner's had a good getaway. I think he's actually up into second place right now. He was fending off Arthur King. He was ahead of, he was actually behind Jagielski, but Jagielski dropped it briefly at the far end of the track, but he has picked it back up again. So here we go, Lister, as the fog descends. As Jeff just said, it is properly coming down again here. So what a nightmare for these young riders. And this is proving very treacherous here. You can't even see that spine jump as they head towards it. Up over it goes Lister nice and safely. That's a bit better of a camera angle there with the mist not showing so much. But Lister out in front on that little gas number 125 machine.
He looks good. He's one of the slightly taller riders in the class, so he's going to use those longer legs to advantage through those deep ruts, I'm sure. Obviously, I'm guessing that he's get some kind of coaching. Most of them do these days. And whoever his coach is, I'd like to think, is telling him to ride with his feet up as much as possible.
Yeah, TS Racing, a VIP Motocross sponsoring the gas there. And he is away and clear in this one, as he was yesterday in the final race anyway. Casey won 2 races at the opening round back at Culham, but he had a very rough second round at Fat Cat. This is only their 3rd round, the 65cc class, so actually the halfway point in their series. They've got 2 rounds after this as well. So here we go, Lister. He's got a clear lead. Look, he's got 3 jumps there between himself
and some.
That is a gap.
Yeah, he's gone. He's had a.
It's Marty Spires that's actually come through in a second place now. So our championship leader looking to defend that, 16.6 seconds back. It's young Jet Gardner, brother of Freddie Gardner on the Matt Gardner Motocross squad. Father runs the team, of course. He is there in 3rd. Leo Wilson is in 4th, the 578. Arthur King 5th, and Cohen Jagielski, after dropping it, has recovered to stay in 6th place at least.
There is your red plate holder, your current championship leader, Marty Spires, putting together a good season so far. But as you heard Ben say, we are only just really coming up to the halfway point. Loads of racing coming up. This will be their final moto of this round here at Whitby. And then these guys are going to have a youth-only round of a British Championship at Warmingham Lane. Yeah, and then we will see everybody will be back to finish off the series at Landrake. I'm looking forward to that because it's just a great venue. It's good, great access, easy to see, everything like that. And we'll be down there bringing you the action.
Can't wait for Landrake.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get, in some respects, we're going to get some riders crowned before that. But I got a sneaky suspicion that MX1 in particular is going to go right down to that last race.
Yes, it really is there. And so Casey Lister out in front here with a 16.6 second lead. That would wrap up the overall win for him, no problem at all. It's going to be quite hotly disputed, though, for the podium positions, because second place coming into this final race over the weekend standings, that is, was Arthur Moore. And after that pile up there, he's back down in 15th place, is the young Arthur Moore. So that is really not going to make him the points he needs to defend that second place, because Jagielski was knocking on the door. He is third overall and he's currently sixth in this race. But I think going to leapfrog the pair of them is Marty Spires, who should really recover through after winning the first two races. But yeah, 18th in race 3 yesterday has put pay to his overall challenge, but certainly Spires should really jump back up the second overall if he stays where he is and there's no further improvement for Arthur Moore or Cohen Jagielski.
Yeah, he's dropping the, was he? Oh, was that Arthur Moore? No, I think that was, sorry, that was a rider being lapped. Sorry, no, I think he's been so.
Yes, but I think it's Riley Ray Barrow.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
Oh no, Archie Stapley there. The 184 is in the mix there. Nixon Coppins has recovered well after initial tanglement to 9th.
It looks like on this lap, Jagielski has moved up past King, I think.
Yes,
on that lap.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Yeah, Riley Ray Barrow. Although Riley Ray is in similar colours to Jagielski, I think that's actually Riley Ray.
Yeah, that is, and ahead of him is Jagielski,
because
I saw him make the move up that back straight.
So they've both gone past Arthur King in that lap, then that's what's happened there. And Stapley is the next one to attack young Arthur King. Marty Spires has just overcome Casey Lister's fastest lap. They're doing a 2 minute 45.9, so that is showing you the difference there, because it was 2 minutes 18 on an MX1 bike. So yeah, that's predictable, but how bad it is on a smaller bike. Nixon Coppins trying to catch up to Arthur King now, who's also lost out in that lap to Riley Ray Barrow.
Yeah, as we mentioned, so Nixon, dad Josh, was obviously a top GP rider, running up in the world. All those things. Josh is here because obviously predominantly spends his time in New Zealand, his home country. But he's here for a month or so, whatever, and Nixon riding in the UK. So Josh will give him some sound advice, because Josh was great in the mud.
Oh, yeah, stunning rider. And also, Josh is actually joining Tristan Purdon and Rhys Roberts on our live show as well. So if you wanted to see that interview, that is up on all the right channels there. If you subscribe to RHL Activities or the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, the studio show did feature not just Tristan Purdon, the South African wildcard who's excited everybody recently in MX1, but also, Josh Coppins was there to join them for the interviews last night, which was good of him to do. Neil Wilson in shot, the number 578. He is there in 4th place. He's another one of those riders in the mix for the podium. He was lying 5th overall in the event after the first 3 races, with a 5th in race 1, 7th in race 2, and 3rd in race 3. So he is right in contention there. And with this sort of results, we're still early days with this. We got, not too early days, 4 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And it's going to be tricky for these riders, but I think Wilson might well be making his way to the podium if it carries on like this.
For the best part, these guys, these kids, are coping better than I thought. I have to say, I do. Credit to them.
Yeah, they're getting around all right.
I knew they were coming out later in the day. I thought, the track's going to be pretty beat up, and if the rain continues. But really, other than that spine jump on the opening lap where they all kind of bottlenecked and bumped into each other, they're getting around with not too many problems. So good on them. It's because it is slick out there. Just hope that this drizzle clears again, because where it was starting to dry out, if it comes down any harder, that's going to go super slick.
Yeah, absolutely. Elliot Scheuer just in shot there, just on the fringe of the top 20 for young Scheuer, but he's a lap down now on the leader. And here comes Leo Wilson to try and get through as well. He's got about a second behind Jet Gardner as they cross the finish line, but
you can just see how literally in the last couple of minutes how it's the mist and low cloud that's probably the worst it's been all day now regards of visibility.
Yeah, I think that's the camera point that's at the highest point of the circuit as well, so that's where the mist has descended. And like I say, compared to the previous lap even, this has got more murky on this view towards the Scott Sports corner. And Wilson, he's still got still got Gardner in his sights as they come up the hill. Just putting a couple of riders behind him there, lap down.
Nicely done. Just knocked her down a cog, make sure he kept it rolling.
Clean as a whistle there.
The Lister is having a blinder here in this one, but Spires, so far, as the reason he's leading the championship, pretty much sometimes you get riders that just prolific, win a load of races, then maybe will have a DNF but still hold on to it, whatever. Yeah. He's been pretty solid, pretty consistent over the first 2 rounds. basically he's hardly been out of the top 4 really, or 5 so far, and that's why he's leading the championship. Number 22.
Yeah, absolutely. We're sadly missing the winner of all 4 races at Fat Cat. Brian Giles was in race 1 yesterday, but he suffered a fall. He did finish the race, but we didn't see him for the rest of the weekend. So sadly, Brian has not been able to add to his 4 race wins from Fat Cat. At Fat Cat, Marty, as Jeff just said there, was second twice and then had a 4th and a 3rd to take 2nd overall there, and yeah, basically lead everybody in the championship because Giles did not do round 1 back in March. But yeah, so Spires is again making his consistency count here with a good 2nd place here in the mud, and yeah, just Casey Lister ahead of him. And he's got a bit of a cushion over KC in the championship. Roughly 23 points was the gap before this race. So that will only come down to 20 points. And red flag, and it's been stopped. And there might well be a pile-up on circuit there as Ian and the crew member there puts out the red flag. So we'll see what the situation is here.
Okay, well that's
they've done nearly the entire race, so I can imagine that would have been a call.
Yeah, they only had 1 minute 51 to go, so that's over the distance. Normally we've got to say what is it, like 50% or 75. We're past that stage where it's going to be classed as a result. I'm sure of that. Unofficially, that's just me and Ben calling it. Or me. I'll take responsibility. You're fine.
I suggested it. I'll take dual responsibility for that. But yeah, difficult to know what they're going to do though, because only 10 riders crossed the line having completed 3 laps, but there were a lot of riders being lapped, so it's difficult to know where they're going to take it from for the actual results here. So I was just about to sketch out the points and see if I could suss out who was going to end up on the podium, but it's difficult to establish that really. We'll see how it all pans out for the scoring there. Always a bit tricky when this happens because, yeah, the red flag can cause all sorts of issues here.
Well, let's go. I'm going to go. Let me go and see if I can see what's going on down there.
Sure.
At the winner's circle. See if we can grab some riders. They've probably all gone tearing back to the van actually now. But let's see if we can find that out as an official result.
Yeah, sure. Casey Lister should be the overall winner anyway. I think he was well up in that position anyway, so 1st or 2nd he would have taken the overall win for the weekend, so that would have been a great one for Casey Lister. Not one overall this season, although he did win 2 races at Cullum. That first race fall he had back there denied him that overall win. Here a lot of the riders on circuit there, and they're stopped over towards the far end, so you've got a bit of time, Jeff, before they come back to the pits, I believe, because they're at the far end of the circuit now. I think there's been a stoppage out there. And we hope that everybody is okay. And just a bit hot and bothered and, of course, muddy. There's one of the chief marshals there. Ian just sorts them out. Telling them what to do. Making sure they don't blaze past the scene of whatever incident has occurred there. We're not seeing shots of it. But we'll find out what's happened there from that side of it. Certainly, yeah, Casey Lister would have taken the overall win as it stood. And I believe that the top 3 in that race would be the top 3 overall because, yeah, Marty Spires with 2nd place would have lifted himself back up into 2nd place with some issues there for Arthur Moore, certainly, who was in that position before that race. Looks like Arthur was there in 14th, which is 27 points, so that's not brilliant for Arthur Moore compared to what he could have earned elsewhere. Jagielski in 5th place has actually helped himself out a little bit there. So yeah, it does go to count back. So we have got the race win then awarded to Casey Lister. He takes 45 points for that win. 2nd was Marty Spires. Going back to the previous lap, Jet Gardner is credited with 3rd place. So that's a good result for Jet, who had a pretty up and down weekend up until that point. So that's a very good result actually for Jet Gardner. But he's not in the overall contention. Leo Wilson was credited with 4th place. So that's him moving up to a few more points than Arthur Moore. So we'll just see how that works out because Jagielski finishing in 5th. He will be on 152 points. So that is your top 3 overall then. So we have Casey Lister has 1 overall. That's no surprise. Coming into this, he was a clear contender for that. But Casey Lister takes the overall win with Marty Spires 2nd overall. And it is going to be the young number 75 rider, Cohen Jagielski, on the number 75, Fast Eddie Rock Oil Gas, who will take 3rd overall. So Marty Spires there, DBC Motorcycles, 16 Designs KTM will still lead the championship standings. But Casey Lister on the number 125 TS Racing VIP Motocross Gas will take the overall win and close in on the championship by a few points, so leaves the gap at about 24. But these riders still have about 9 motos left in the series, because they're going to race 5 races, I believe, at Warmingham Lane, and then 4, of course, at the grand finale down there in Landrake. So there we are. That's the 65cc, brought to a slightly premature ending. But we hope that everybody is perfectly okay, or certainly treatable and good to go. And we just look forward through to the next race, which will be the 125 and 250 youth races again. And we'll see what happens on through. Just so you can see the murk really has descended here over Skelder Bank near Whitby. So yeah, you can see it's properly descending here over the Yorkshire scenery. Such a shame that we've had this weather today, because it was an absolutely beautiful day yesterday. Great racing amongst all classes, including these 65cc lads. But I'll just give you a quick rundown through some housekeeping of the 65cc riders. Casey Lister taking the race win ahead of Marty Spires and Leo Wilson. Then Cohen Jagielski and Riley Ray Barrow get into the top 5. Archie Stapley is there in 6th. Nixon Coppins 7th. Arthur King finished 8th, and Ethan Gawley 9th. Henry Lewis rounded out the top 10. So we'll see how that all works out there. Arthur Moore ended up finishing 13th. So, of course, the top 5 riders in the standings do make it to the podium in the 65cc class. So we will also see 4th overall finisher Leo Wilson will be up there as well. And then in 5th overall is Arthur Moore, after his problems earlier in that race. But Arthur Moore looking good, and I think we've got the interview ready to go down at the bottom end of the circuit with Mr. Jeff Perrett, and I believe we've got Casey Lister with him, so we'll look forward to that interview here now.
Okay, while we sort out the results from that red flag incident with the 65s, we thought we'd get in a team manager, and one that's loves the competition, loves being in a championship hunt. Obviously, Lee Webber from Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha. You got your man taking the first race win. I casually mentioned to him he doesn't often get a second one done. So talk us through how it's gone so far today. Obviously a mudder, and how the season's gone to this point, Lee.
We kind of wanted a mudder, to be honest with you. Good old English mudder, which is we haven't had one for a while. Harry likes the mud, rides it well. Yeah, we've got, as you mentioned, we've got race 1 done. I want race 2, and I've told him that, and he knows that. It's been the story of our season, to be honest. We've won, I don't know how many race 1s now, not got it done. We need the points. There's a 10-point gap now. We've got to get it down. Tommy's a shrewd man. He's still a wily character. Still got it when he wants it. But yeah, we've got to do race 2. We've got to.
In the grand scheme of things, though, and I mean the whole grand scheme of things, you have to be happy with how it's going. What I mean by that is the amount of time that you guys have actually been doing it as a team, because you're still a relatively young team, and in no time at all, really, you've worked your way up there to be title contenders.
Yeah, this is our 10th year, actually, this year. But I'm really happy. I couldn't be. I mean, now I've kind of felt the race wins, and once you have that, then you kind of don't want to step back. But I mean, just kudos to Harry. I mean, he has just stepped it up, and there is no one on his or Tommy, with the greatest respect to the other riders. Him and Tommy are on a different level right now, and we're pushing Tommy all the way. And I think Tommy and Tommy's manager Dave will be the first to admit that we've pushed him to another level. Without one of those guys, the championship would be boring.
Yeah.
So they're making it exciting, but yeah, I'm really happy. I'm happy with Harry. If I'm not happy, I'll let him know. But oh no, I'm really happy.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall in that conversation, because Harry's so cool. I'd like to see how he reacts to that. You know, maybe we should get the cameras in one time.
Yeah, we're both very passionate about what we do, and we never have an argument. We don't. I just tell it exactly, and he says it how it is as well.
Yeah.
And you know, if we have a problem, we sort it out quite quickly. We get on really well. And this is our 4th year together, and he's such a good guy to work with, you know. And hopefully we'll be working together again next year. That's the plan. So yeah, he's a great guy to work with. Really good.
I'm sure the main objective is not winning, is actually putting a smile on Steve Henderson's face. That's probably the hardest thing.
Never going to happen.
Sorry, Steve. Couldn't help that. Just thought I'd dive in. Let's talk about, obviously, your other riders. Sam Nunn had a great ride going on there. He can ride the mud. He is so silky smooth and good in the mud. You must be pleased with him. He's had a bit of bad luck, but the kid is a trier, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's difficult to forget sometimes that he's 19 years old, and he's not 20 to the end of the year. So when you take that into account, you go, he's got a future in front of him, you know. And he's chased Telvico over the line there for 5th place. What a ride. And he was real fast at Culham, and then he got injured, and it's taken him a little while to get back to where he was. But yeah, that ride was his best one by far.
Yeah, it's good, and it's good that you got the whole programme going on. You got the 250 and the 450 now, and of course Dan's had a bad run as well, and he's, you know. But what I like about Dan, obviously, he's just a nice guy, isn't he? I mean, what can you say? He's there, he's all the time, and I know that fair play for sticking with him. And I don't mean that he doesn't perform. He's just had such a bad run of luck where a lot of other people go, do you know what? Maybe we should go our separate ways, try something different.
And I think a lot of guys would have quit with the injuries there, but he's such a determined guy. He never gives up, and he's not there because I like him. He's there because, you know, he's got something a bit more, and you know, we'll keep going with him, and he's a good guy to work with as well.
So obviously you said 10th year, no sign of quitting soon already. I'm sure you're planning for 2023, but no doubt you're going to want to come out of Landrake this time around with the results swung the other way.
Yes, yeah, Landrake still sits in the memory a little bit. Yeah, I'd love it. I mean, we're in a different position now. We're obviously a little bit behind now. But, you know, the next race, if we can get it done the next race and we go to Landrake, it's still mathematically in Tommy. If Tommy could take second at the next race, take second at Landrake, both races, and still win it by a point. So it's in his hands to lose. But this is motocross, you know, you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly that. Lee, we wish you the best of luck. Keep up the good work. There you go. Lee Webber there from Cabs Greens Crescent Yamaha. We're going to go back up to the booth, find out what's happening with this next race. Hopefully the results from the 65s will stand. Up next is the 125s and 250s.
Here we are, that's not a white screen, that is the view of the start straight at the moment there. We're seeing on the live stream here with the Skelder Bank track here near Whitby, just bathed in fog right now, which is a real shame. The track has dried out slightly from the earlier slop. We had massive overnight rain. Certainly felt its presence in my tent, so if I am a bit shaky on the commentary, it's because I barely slept much last night in the weather. Thought the tent was going to blow away at one point, although it wasn't too bad, just lots of rain really. But there we are, so this is what we have now. Out on track we have the 125 and 250 youth class, 13 to 17-year-old riders for their last race of the weekend, and hopefully we'll see more scrapping like we've had in this pack all day today.
If we can, I mean, somewhere in there is a motocross track. Yeah, hopefully it'll clear again. Yeah, it's been great racing again. It really has. Actually, all classes have been tightly fought this weekend. Coming into Whitby, I kind of anticipated would be because of the nature of the track, actually. It offers good racing. It doesn't get, say, necessarily as rough as we saw at, say, Fat Cat, as an example. So the times between all the riders just are not sort of so spread out, and you get a little bit tighter racing. Obviously, differentials this time around with the mud, again, that will stretch out. Some riders will excel more than others, but yesterday, as we said in particular with the youth racing, I took the opportunity once to actually just kick back and watch the racing and let Ben suffer and blow his throat out. It was great, you know, just kicking back, walking around, and I just saw some great racing from top to bottom, I'd like to point out as well. It wasn't just always the racing at the sharp end, which does make it more exciting when it's for a race win, of course. But further down the field, we saw some brilliant battling yesterday and some genuine, wholehearted, committed overtaking manoeuvres. Like, some of the lads really did throw it in there. Aggressively. Yeah. It was good.
Yeah, there's some proper battling going on there. So, yeah, just to give you a quick rundown of the contenders in this class. Number 422, Charlie Heyman has been clean and perfect, as he was at Fat Cat, winning all 4. He's looking to do the same again here. He has won races 1, 2 yesterday and 3 here this morning. So, yeah, Charlie Heyman looking like the class of the field and romping away towards a British Championship. It seems fairly certain. With the remaining 2 rounds after this, it's not certain yet, so I should maybe calm down a little bit there, but certainly he's got a commanding advantage in the series. Second in the championship right now is 456 of Ollie Colmer. He's had a sort of medium weekend so far, really, a 4th, a 5th and a 4th, because he's really been outdone for pace almost against the rookies, the riders coming up from the Big Wheel 85 class, which was one of the best championships last year. We talk about Landrake and how amazing that place is, and we're really looking forward to going there again. The Big Wheel 85cc class last year, between Tyler Hooley, Ben Musto, Wal Beanie, even Finley Evans, who's out here on a 250 right now, they were flying around in those 85s, and it was a stunning weekend, and they're making their presence felt again, Jeff.
They are, and to be fair, Colmer, probably by his own admission, you know, was hoping for a bit more this year. You know, he's there, don't get me wrong, you know, he's riding well, but he's probably just not where he wants to be. And he wants to be right there, chasing down Heyman at the sharp end, you know, and when Brooks was on the scene as well. He wants to be in there with those guys. And he's just been off it this year, just for whatever reason. Not, you know, he hasn't had a nice run going on. He's had a couple of setbacks. But I'm sure Ollie will want to finish the season strong, you know, like genuinely just bridge that gap a bit more to Heyman, if he can. Tough ask, because Charlie's riding so good. But
it's been a hectic schedule for Ollie as well. Unlike Charlie, he is taking in the EMX series. He got inside the top 15, I believe, at Lommel recently in the support of the Grand Prix there. So that is going to take it out of you anyway. The Lommel situation is just quite unreal. And Ollie acquitted himself quite well there. And so he is lying second in the championship, but for the overall honours this weekend, he's got a bit of work to do. Second overall, having taken second in all 3 races so far, but it's been far from as straightforward as that, because he's been second in every race, and that's Tyler Hooley, the 101, who won that Big Wheel 85 class last year in the Ultimate Championship reckoning by a single point. From Ben Musto, let us not forget. Wal Beanie has had an up and down season. He moved up from Big Wheel 85s and went straight to MX2 on a 125cc bike, as well as riding that bike in the EMX class. it's fair to say that the jump to MX2 was a big one for him, and he's now just taken a step back into 125cc action to take on riders of a similar age against still plenty of competition, of course, but yeah, it's not getting as punished as he was in the MX2 class and the 125cc class. He's done well this weekend. He's had 3 third places to go with the 4th overall that he had last time out at Fat Cat. So yeah, Wallbeanie is in contention for the podium. He's certainly in that a commanding position for that right now, because he's got a 9-point gap over Ben Musto, who is lying 4th overall this weekend. Ben has moved up recently to 4th in the championship. In fact, he was equal 4th with Tyler Hooley going into this weekend. So those two together again, of course. And yeah, Hooley has taken the advantage in that side of it. So yeah, currently we're seeing Musto 5th in the championship, in fact. So there we go. And yeah, also sadly, Joe Brooks, who is 4th in the championship coming up to here, is now sadly just missing from the rest of this series. Maybe he picked up an injury there.
I think, yeah, well, no, I think it was before that. I think it was around the MX Nationals. Yeah, he had a knee injury, and then he aggravated it again there. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what it's been, a knee injury for Joe.
Yeah, fair enough. So there it is, yeah, so watch for the 422. Also out there in this class, in this race, we have got the 250cc 4-strokes. Let's not forget, they've got their own separate championship, completely scored separately as they come through to the start line through the Merc here at Whitby. Tyler Westcott has not had it all his own way this weekend. He was first 250 in race 1, but he lost out to Jack Taylor. He denied Jack Taylor the win in race 1 in the class by a last lap pass that just broke the Welshman's heart. But Jack came bouncing straight back and took that second race victory yesterday. But then Jack got held up at the start. He hit the gate in the first race here today, but actually recovered very well to come through to 3rd in class. The first victory of the season went to Dominic Newbury, who won that race. He's currently lying 4th in the championship as a direct result. So yeah, Dominic Newbury took a fantastic race win on the number 404 Moto Extreme X-Rutted Media Gas, and he'll be looking to repeat his mastery of the mud in this final outing for the 250s and 125s here today. So watch out for the 202 Tyler Westcott wearing that bright red plate, and then the 22 of Jack Taylor Kawasaki with the yellow striping he's got on this.
He's yellow, yeah. So what we've done there?
He was purple before that, so maybe
yeah,
the bike went.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's out on his spare. Yeah.
Ah, right. Okay. There we go.
So originally at the start of the year, we had all the riders running the yellow, the flow yellow, and then to mix it up mid-season, we've given them an individual. They get their own colourways. So Jack is now running with purple stripes. Hudson runs with blue. Nice. And Charlie with red. Charlie Palmer is not here this weekend. Just carrying a little bit of knock, and he's had a tough season anyway. So, yeah, just down to the 2 Team Green riders this weekend. I'd like to know, I didn't get a chance to go over and speak to Jack between motos because I'm still sort of miffed as to what happened at the start of the first one. They just suddenly shot forward. Like I honestly, I think, I can't guarantee it, but it looked like he just kind of accidentally knocked it into gear without his hand on the clutch.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, he buried the bike in that gate. I mean, I've not seen a start gate go that deep for quite some time. He really properly leveled it in there. So, yeah, I mean, he had a great recovery to get back to 3rd. Yeah. And he's kept himself in the overall position for the podium. Basically, there's 2 points between Tyler Westcott and Jack Taylor for the overall win this weekend. It's between those two. Mackenzie Marshall had a good couple of races yesterday with 3rd places in both of them, but they had an awful race 1, burying the Yamaha into the fencing near the finish line, and he ended up thanking the low numbers in that class because he was still classed in 8th place. But yeah, that's pretty much ruled him out of the overall. Dominic Newbury, though, with that race win, could well see himself up onto the overall podium if it stays like it is. He's got to fend off the attentions of number 12, returning to the class after a bit of injury, the GRT Impact KTM member Finley Evans there.
And well done, Dominic Newbury. Always good to win your first national race win, so well done you. Deserved. Out there in the mud, kept it clean, excuse the pun, of mistakes, and deserved win.
Yeah, well and truly, well and truly. We'll see how that pans out as they go through for the rest of the day. Yeah, 125s It's fairly cut and dry with the overall. We'll see how it goes out between Hooley and Beanie. But Ben Musto will also look to make some progress and see how he goes there. But yeah, it's all to play for the 250 victory overall between Tyler Westcott and Jack Taylor. Winner takes all in this race, basically. That's how it's going to work out. And then we've got Dominic Newbury, Finley Evans, Mackenzie Marshall, Hudson Roper, number 36, and Josh Bassett had a good start in the first one as well here today. So there's a small but angry set of 250 four-stroke riders in amongst the 125s. Riding against 125s makes me angry anyway, you know, fuzzy little things. I know you're a fan.
I think you're a fan. No, I just know that some of the not at all. I know a lot of the 125 riders say differently. They're the same with the 250. So they're so annoying. Why are they out there? Here we go then. The 15-second board is up. You can tell by the revs and their body language. Here we go. Gate drop. Final moto of the day. 125s, 250s.
And there I go. Wow. It's a mixed up gate there. That looks like Dan Arcus having to start. Newbury in front of Tyler Westcott, so it's all to play for. Whoa, Newbury nearly goes down. It is slick and muddy out there. That's a proper shot of motocross. Look at all that mud in the air. Beautiful stuff. It's between Newbury and Westcott, as it is for the overall. In fact, I got it slightly wrong here on my points. I do apologise. But yeah, Westcott and Newbury are tied on points going into this race.
Right.
It's winner takes all between the three of them.
Westcott's made the best start he's made all weekend, because his starts have been pretty shocking by his standards this weekend. He's finally on the fourth moto.
He's in front. He is in front. He is in front over the big uphill tabletop. So Tyler Westcott leads the way. We look for Charlie Heyman, who's been the class of the field. Thank you, Tyler Westcott, for that bright orange crash helmet. We can make you out from some distance here. There he goes through the cleaner part here. Dominic Newbury second in there. Tyler Hooley is leading 125 ahead of Eris Melman. Then it's Heyman, Beanie, Bo Brown, Ben Musto. Oh, bit of a problem for Jack Taylor in that corner. And Jack has got some ground to make up on his 250 rivals. They fire through. James Barker ahead of Finley Evans. Down the staircase they come. Heyman made a move on Hooley down there, I think, because Heyman had gone through. So, yeah, had a bit of interference from that camera. We apologise for that. But, yeah, Tyler Westcott has got the start and got the lead on track as well. Although, no, Newbury's overtaken him. Dominic Newbury has gone past Westcott going down the staircase. Must have been a mistake from Tyler.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? Dominic Newbury looked good in that first race in the mud. Maybe mud is his thing. You know, I don't know the guy well enough. But he obviously took his first moto win of the series in the opening moto. And he's made a move in this one, and he's going potentially for the overall, which will be huge. This will be a good one to see. Charlie Heyman again has not made the best of start, but this time he's already up to third. I was going to say, how long will it be before he starts chasing down these 250s? And there's your answer.
Fires around the outside.
Not very long at all.
Rips past Westcott, and he's got Newbury in his sights. I got to make a big heartfelt apology here, Jeff. I got my numbers wrong. They're actually 10 points apart. Westcott and Taylor have got a gap over Newbury. So Newbury not really in contention for the overall, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So it is between Westcott and Taylor for the overall, but Newbury should get himself onto the podium if it carries on like this.
Which will be a solid performance, no doubt.
Well, truly, yeah.
It looked like, to me, that Charlie Heyman just took over the lead of the race. He was already leading the 125s anyway. No, he didn't. Not quite. I thought he slung shot round the outside there of Dominic, but he didn't. But Charlie searching for new lines.
It's got wet between those jumps, Jeff, wasn't it? That was very wet when he landed short there. We saw a big splash in the mud as he went through it. Tyler Hooley's got overcome a little bit there by Charlie Heyman. There's no disgrace in that. Most riders have not had anything for Charlie at all the last couple of rounds. Down goes Newbury down the hill. Look at Heyman launch there. That was much higher than Newbury, wasn't it?
Well, Charlie's done the triple there. Newbury was only doing the double. Finn Evans already got his goggles off.
And he's down, and he brings down another rider as well. The rider behind had nowhere to go as Finley Evans lost it, and then the riders behind are cursing them because they've suddenly got to check up and not hit that nice berm that stops them as they slide down the off-comer there. That was the number 9 of Liam Bennett, the 125. Carl Harris.
Carl was just minding his own business, then just had a mouthful of rear tyre from a GRT Impact KTM in his chops.
Here comes Heyman now. He's making a move to take the lead on the track and get the clear track. Yeah, that was
just overran there. Did well to keep it. Could have easily tucked the front end as he went wide into that loose stuff.
And here they go. Heyman still has Dominic Newbury in front of him.
He won't rush. You know, he knows he's caught them. Look at the way he manualed over the top of that.
Such a beautiful rider to watch as Charlie Heyman cranks it over there.
He'll pick his
Just
moment.
makes it look easy. There he goes. Flies up the inside of the gas of Newbury. And SJP Moto KTM team are enjoying this yet again. Charlie Heyman has the lead. Tyler Westcott there in second place in the 250s with Tyler Hooley second in the 125s, barking at his rear wheel. It also looks like a good ride for Ben Musto, and Wall Beanie is right up there again as well.
Yeah, but Hooley, this is again, those three really are always kind of together, aren't they? You said it time and time again. Hooley, Musto, Beanie.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Just
followed each other through their careers. Great. I mean, if they push each other forward and forward, moving up to the adults class as they will, then that would be fantastic rivalry to continue through the seasons. Kind of like the Americans, where you've got Tomac and Anderson having followed themselves all through their career. Barsha as well, yeah, of course. 326 is Walt Beatty there. He is in the camo gear, approaching the rear wheel of Tyler Hooley as well. So yeah, they're all continuing up together again. Not quite sure if I've got the ID right there. Behind Westcott is Tyler Hooley. My mistake, I thought it was Ben Musto. I don't quite know when Musto is on track. We'll find out when the timing catches up.
Obviously, wherever you are in the world, I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on MXN-TV. It's just a shame, really, that the conditions are like they are, because this track is pretty spectacular. We've got some cool jumps here, elevation changes, these split lanes. You're not obviously seeing Whitby in its finest, its best, basically. So, well, hopefully we'll be back. We'll be back next year, and the weather gods will be more on our side. There's Rafe Broadley going through shot. Still sort of, just getting to grips a bit more now with the 125. Rafe, he's a smart kid. He's got a great technique. He's been an arena cross champion before, so he's good with the jumps and the timing and all that kind of stuff. But he's getting up to speed a bit more on the 125 now, Rafe.
Looks like Tyler Westcott is attacking the rear wheel of Dominic Newbury. This is the battle for the lead in the 250 class, with Jack Taylor further down the pack. Westcott's got a clear run at the overall victory again. So yeah, he's looking now to make it doubly certain by passing Dominic Newbury as they head down towards the bottom end of the circuit here, alongside the dry stone wall at the bottom. And Westcott with the red plates proudly being presented there on the HJA Motorcycles Planet Motor Holidays KTM. KTM, trust me, it is under all that black kit, but he's well up there now, with Hooley still barking on his rear wheel, then Beanie behind them. They've got a bit of a gap behind those guys to the next rider. Can't even make them out in shot as we held the camera shot a little bit there.
Yeah, the guys at HJA have done a good branding job. They're distinctly black, the guys there running the chrome graphic. But, nice.
Well, he did him no favours there.
Yeah, well, Tyler left the door open, like that split lane. You don't have to stay in the lane.
No, that's right.
And that's exactly what Tyler Hooley did. He took the inside split lane, rode over the mound, and just basically blocked Tyler's classic block pass, and a really good one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's denied Tyler Westcott the chance to attack Newbury for the lead in the 254-stroke class. For the meantime, you get a feeling that Hooley is on the move.
That looks like Ollie Colmer off screen that was pushing his bike
I think
back
it was.
through.
Yeah, that's,
it certainly looked like Ollie to me. He was tall, he was thin, it was a KTM. It looked like him. I'm sure
he's not showing on the standings hardly at all. In fact, right towards the back now. He is actually down the back there, just completed the one lap where everyone else has completed two. So Ollie Colmer is out of this one by the looks of it, pushing the bike back. So that's the end for that GRT Impact KTM. And the other one, the number 12 of Finley Evans, is still out there, still fighting. But after his crash early on, he's also outside the top 20 on track, that is, but not in class, of course.
This is a real good scrap here. Dom Newbury is...
He's not rolling over, is he?
He's good, best I've seen him. So honestly, I think he must be a genuine... he likes the mud, simple as that, He took his first moto win earlier on today. And as it stands at the minute, he's on track for making it 2 on the spin.
Yeah, the Moto Extreme ex-rutted media rider from Wiltshire, so yeah, he's used to this sort of going down there. Although
Yeah, he
it's
would
a bit
be
more clay sort of based,
yeah, but
isn't
still
it? Yeah.
hard pack, you know.
Yeah,
so
very
like
much
you
so.
know, tracks like Marshfield in the area. You know, this is what Marshfield would be like.
Yes, it really would.
I know
that one.
Bigging up
I know that
Marshfield
one well
there.
enough. Marshfield is unreal in the wet.
Yeah.
I've had my fair share of that. Thank you very much. There is Tyler Westcott now. He has got a clear run again at Newbury because Hooley has got past Dominic and moving forward. Don't think he's within scope of catching Heyman, but Tyler Hooley looking to put a solid stamp on second overall. But Heyman, 11 seconds clear. It's scary how fast this kid is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Just, you know,
Scary
making,
for everyone else.
Well, you know, these are all good, talented young riders. You know, there's no, you know, it's British Championship. They're the best, but
yeah.
Heyman just is that next level. Or he has been this year. You know, there's no denying it. It's there. Proof's in the pudding with the results, and you've only got to look at lap charts throughout the series across many championships. You know, he's normally the guy that sets the quickest lap times by healthily by a few
by
seconds.
Distance,
So.
And Jack Taylor's actually had a decent run through the pack now. He's come up to be third, 250, albeit 15 seconds back from Beanie, who's fourth on track. Jack Taylor is fifth on track, but third, 250 at the moment. Not going to be good enough to take the overall victory, but it should certainly seal second place on the podium again for the rider who's second in the championship as well on the Team Green Kawasaki. But here comes Westcott attacking Dominic Newbury as they approach the top end of the circuit, coming down towards the big downhill tabletop, then the uphill tabletop. That big loop is quite a spectacular section of the circuit where all the spectators, most of the spectators are held anyway. And then, yeah, Ben Musto currently sixth on track. That is fourth, 125. And Bo Brown showing nicely as well. That's fifth, 125 for him, which certainly will be above his normal average score, if you like. Again, another rider who must like the wet, although I can see Tyler Hooley has slipped down the order somewhat. So Hooley has not moved past Newbury. He's fallen by the looks of it. Hooley has slipped down the rankings
that
there.
must have been a mistake. Yeah, you don't lose that many positions, I should imagine, without hitting the deck or stalling it or something like that. So he's had an incident. I can see Ty Westcott just trying to search for new lines now to try and find his way past Newbury. It's constant pressure, but I have to say Dominic Newbury is withstanding the pressure pretty good at the minute. He's just sticking to his line. He's not getting flustered. I haven't seen him look behind him much, so he's doing everything right.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the old shirt flapping in the breeze there and his fly racing kit. And yeah, look at all the Jason Anderson comparisons you can. Got the shirt flapping, and yeah, he's giving Tyler Westcott a face full of mud on every opportunity here.
Oh. This is good. This is good. Westcott's just kind of stepped it up a bit over the last lap and a half, though. He's definitely closer than he's been for the last couple of laps. Looks like he's really now trying to force a move in some respects, trying to force Dominic into a mistake.
He's faster than everybody on track apart from Heyman in that lap. 2 minutes 25.7. Heyman 2 minutes 22.4.
Well,
crazy speed.
He's learned.
Look at this.
Westcott's changed his line there because he got done earlier on by Tyler Hooley.
Yes.
And he's since wised up on that corner and changed his line.
Stalking Newbury, here it comes out. Is he going to take a different line up this hill, up the split lane? They go out the corner together. Left goes Newbury, right goes Westcott. Here they go then up the hill. This is for the lead in the 250 class in this race. The inside line was better though. Newbury made ground there on Westcott. And yeah, Tyler has to think again as they head up towards the top of the hill. But Newbury looks uncertain on that tabletop, on that one of the double jumps up there. And yeah, Westcott draws back in again. They head towards the mechanics area, bounce against that big, soft, deep mud berm.
Yeah, looking at going up the long drag against the side of the woods there, that outside line, which was yesterday the more favourable one, it looks like it's got quite choppy and rough in there. And of course, when it gets wet, the wheels don't grip too good.
Oh, he's down. Tyler Westcott down.
Pushed it too hard.
Oh, he's picking it back up though. No injury, no problem there, but Newbury's out, can breathe. A big sigh of relief there. Looks like his second race win of the day and of the weekend.
Oh, you're brave calling that so soon.
Oh, it could well be on.
Oh, I tell you what, surely you must know by now, commentators are just doomed when you start predicting things like that. He's gone out on a limb, Ben has there. Do you know what? You're a brave man, because Dom, if you watch this back and it doesn't go your way, I'm not
in
accountable
trouble.
on
Yeah,
this one.
okay, yeah, all right, I got you.
But he does look good. He's looked good all race, you know, and he proven in the first one when he took his first race win. So
it could well be. Look, let's see if Westcott has recovered in time to keep it ahead of Jack Taylor, because that could be the overall if it ends up like this. If Westcott has dropped it and not picked it up in time, he did have some distance, 15 seconds between himself and Jack Taylor. He would have needed most of those to pick that bike up and get it going again, although push button start might not have been too bad. And now it looks like we got some arguments going on here. This is Tyler Hooley. I think he's just actually made a move past, is that Rafe Broadley, I think, for 8th on track. We'll see as they come across the stripe here now.
Is that Musto he's over, maybe, actually?
Not
I can't tell.
Sure.
I can't
no,
tell.
that's too, I think that's too tall for Musto.
Yeah.
No, I think they're still further back in the pack. Musto is up
okay.
6th on track, 3rd 125. So yeah, I think that's Hooley just attacking Bo Brown there. Just see if it all catches
yeah,
up
that's
with
who
us.
it was. That's
It's
who it
Bo
was.
Brown, yeah. Yes, so there's Ben Musto on screen as we call his number. Up he comes. He's got a couple of seconds between himself and Jack Taylor just ahead of him, but he's got an acre of ground, 13 seconds between himself and Rafe Broadley. But Musto, this is another nice result, another nice performance from him. 3rd place in this race would be a great result. He's catching Jack Taylor visibly on screen. So the Matt Gardner Motocross squad leader, if you like. He's the eldest rider now, I think, on that team. So yeah, he's making great progress here in this race, trying to catch up to Jack Taylor. And yeah, 3rd there would see him up into a good position. I don't think he's there quite for the podium overall. But you never know. With Hooley having his issues, it could be getting very close at the top end of the order. We've got just under, well, just over 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go, and Musto is catching Jack Taylor on track. But of course, it doesn't matter for the points there.
No, it doesn't. But in many ways, it keeps each other honest. From a 125 perspective, obviously Ben would be like, oh, I wish Jack would get out of the way so I could get a clear run on Beanie. But that's it. That's how it's decided. The rules, the 250s and 125s are in together. Deal with it. I kind of don't sympathise as much as I should. I just like, it's another rider. Doesn't matter what he's on. You know, just pass him. Yeah. You know, find a way round. It's making you a better rider. You know, learn how to go quicker.
Yes.
That's my take on it.
Musto just puts a lap on the number 79 there of Ryan Christian, one of our wild cards here, and riding at his local event. And yeah, so from that side, Heyman's making the maths easy. 4 wins out of 4, it looks like at the moment, if it stays as it is, with 2nd in the 125s being Wool Beanie in this race. That would see Wool up to 82 points. 3rd in the 125 class in this race is Ben Musto. So that would see him up to at least up to 71. So that's how it would look at the moment. We'll see how Tyler Hooley gets on is the main question for the 125cc podium, because Hooley there is 6th 125, and that would only be 15 points, and I don't think that's enough to hold off the contenders behind.
I think unless there's mistakes involved, the highest he's going to get to is just one more spot up past Rafe Broadley, and he's 13 seconds behind him. That's doable, but then Ben Musto is another nearly 15-30 seconds in front. So unless there's some serious mistakes out here, Tyler Hooley probably at best is looking for where he is. We've got 2 minutes 41 left on the clock, plus 2 laps these guys get, or one? It's
just
one,
the one, yeah, just the one for these guys.
So yeah. So running out of time to make those moves after whatever kind of mistake Tyler made.
Rafe Broadley's looking at his best finish of the year here. That's 4th place in the 125 class for Rafe on the number 72 machine. Famous number, of course, for the DEP CI Sport Gas rider from Kent. He's up there in a very good 4th 125, and has got a gap, in fact, in front of Bo Brown, who's also having one of his best of the year.
Here's your race leader. He doesn't always get, he gets enough TV time. But there's sometimes where we just go, you know, we can't keep just as good as he is. So we break away from Charlie sometimes to just see what's going on in the others. Right now, he has just got a 16-second lead. In his terms, that's not a massive lead.
No, it really isn't. That's a measure of how fast he has been this year. There's no surprise, is that, really, for anybody.
Yeah, but he's got a good 16 seconds to work with, and he's he's probably led more laps than anybody else. He knows how to win races from the front, basically, bring it home. He also knows how to win them from behind.
Yeah, he's been tested on occasion this year, but yeah, he's had some good races with Joe Brooks, who's sadly absent with injury from this round here. But yeah, from the 17 motos before this one, Charlie has won 14 of them, so that's pretty impressive run there. Joe won a couple, and Ollie Colmer also took just the one from him earlier this season. So yeah, Charlie, it's not championship over yet because they've still got 8 races after today to decide this series. But yeah, Charlie in a commanding position, and riding like this, it's hard to bet against him because he really is just in complete control. Look at that, feet on the pegs. His backside did not touch the seat until the end of the rut there, where he just accelerated away from it, kept the 125 pinned. A beautiful rider to watch, Joe, at his very best.
Yeah. I mean, I can remember him on a 65 when he was actually quite short, small. You know, now he's obviously grown up. He's quite long in the leg, and he, you know, but that technique from back in the day when he was short and kept his feet on the pegs a lot. Yeah, just body weight. If you really want to study about where your torso should be, you know, as in the balance of the bike, weight front to rear, he's always kind of sat centrally in the right place, uses his torso a lot, but keeps his hips in that kind of locked position. Nice straight back, which is more of a thing these days, like the Lawrence brothers. It's now like motocross has evolved with all the jumps, and posture is a bigger thing now, and this kind of new technique of riding a bit more with a straighter back. So yeah, what can I say? You know, the results prove that the boy knows how to ride a bike.
Absolutely. Here comes Dominic Newbury headed for what looks like a second race win perhaps of the day. He's got about 8 seconds over Westcott as they crossed the line last time around. And yeah, that's going to basically seal third place overall. So it could be a podium position here for Dominic Newbury. Sails over the uphill tabletop.
Dom's never been on the box at a British, has he?
It hasn't this year, no.
No, that's what I mean. Sorry, this year, yeah.
Yeah, no, this year, no. His best was
yeah.
4th at Blacksall, where he had a 8th and a 3rd. So yeah, this is season best, and I think perhaps career best for Dominic Newbury. I've only just joined the series, so I couldn't tell you career-wise, but yeah, I think that's his best we've seen from him, which is great. The 125s, there looks like a change going on here for the overall podium. Heyman, of course, has it stitched up at the moment, but if it stays like it is, with Beanie there collecting 2nd in the 125s, as it stands right now, Hooley is back in 6th in the 125 class, so he'll lose out to Beanie by a point for 2nd overall. So that would be 2nd overall going to Wall Beanie, and 3rd overall going to Tyler Hooley. If it stays as it is now, Hooley's got a couple of seconds to catch up to Ashton Barlow, and Musto's just gone past Taylor. Not going to be enough for Musto. He's still going to be 4th overall based on this, and that's not going to change because he had a bad race partway through there. 6th in the first race was his worst, where he's dropped a few. But yeah, so there it is. So it's going to be Heyman, Beanie, Hooley on the overall for the 125s if it stays like it is, and then Westcott, Taylor and Newbury in the 250s. We'll see how it goes. Looking like I'm going to have to leg it down there soon, I think. 1 lap to go, so I'll get myself down there and see the leader.
Yeah, as it stands, Ben will be chatting to Charlie Heyman. It might be worth, Ben, actually, before we go out the door, to see if we got time to chat to Dom Newbury, if you can grab him, if we got time, rather than obviously just interview Charlie, because we've done that in the first moto. Try and get Dominic Newbury's taste on it all and what he's done. But right now it's Tyler Westcott who's in 2nd in the 250s, 3rd in the race, is looking good for another overall victory in the 250 category. It should be Westcott taking the race win on the HJA KTM overall victory anyway. And then it should be Team Green's Jack Taylor for 2nd and Dominic Newbury for 3rd. No mistaking who's going to be the overall winner here if he can keep it on 2 wheels, and he's done it immaculately so far over the weekend, taking all 3 race victories. Charlie Heyman on the SJP Moto KTM, backed by the guys at Beer with brands like Seven, Oakley, Bell, all these brands that are basically also get behind us and make it happen. He takes the checkered flag, so it's 4 for 4 for Charlie Heyman. On, as I said, that RFX supported SJP Moto Machine. He'll have to wait a little while because Ben's just on his way down there now, so we need to pull him in, speak to him, and let's try and see if we can grab Dominic Newbury as well. We might be able to, if somebody can grab him, but Ben might be mid-interview to try and grab him. But it's another race win then for Charlie Heyman, another overall. Again, big shout out to the guys there. You can see it on the bottom of the screen. Bell, Fly, Oakley, RFX 7. All these brands have made this live stream happen, not just here at the Revo British Championship, brought to you fueled by Gulf Fuels. These guys are the backbone of what we do. So thank you to them. Ben is down there, ready to go.
Here we are then with our overall race winner, 4 out of 4. Perfect weekend in the 125 class for Charlie Heyman. Charlie, how was that one? How's the track changing? How's it looking for you?
Yeah, it was good. The track was definitely more technical than this morning. But yeah, I just got on with it. I didn't get such a good start, just made my way through. But yeah, it's been a good weekend again.
Fantastic. And yeah, you got 2 more rounds left in this championship. Looking forward to Warmingham Lane in a couple of weeks. Been there before?
Yeah, I've been to Warmingham a couple of years ago, actually. But yeah, that shouldn't be a bad track. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the last 2 as well. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get cleaned up, and I'll see you on the podium later, Charlie. Thanks very much, sir. Here we go then through with our 250 class winner, Dominic Newbury. He's just going to move forward here. That's good. Get the banners in. Well done, Dominic. You're a seasoned pro already. So there we go, Dom. Your first 2 race wins in the British Championship, wasn't it today? How was that for you?
Yeah, it feels great. I had my first ever 2 national wins. Yesterday weren't the best of day, and I woke up today trying to turn it around, and I've definitely done that.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. Do you just love the mud or what? I mean, you're absolutely flying in this one. So, yeah, was it the mud that just turned it around for you, or just feeling something with the bike? What was it do you think made the difference?
Well, I always train in England during the winter. These boys go to Spain, and there's no rain in Spain, so we put all our work in England. We love this weather.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your first 2 race wins. You got on the overall podium as well, so I will see you there later, Dominic. All right? Any messages for your sponsors, anything like that at all?
I'd just like to thank you, Mo Extreme, X-Rated Media, JMR Foundation, Mum, Dad, everyone, Stego, campers, hire out a camper. Thank you.
Great stuff. Get yourself clean up, mate. I'll see you later. Thank you very much. So there we go. Happy boys, the 125, 250 podium here. We've got 2 more races left today, MX1 Race 2 and MX2 Race 2. So we look forward to those here to see out the day here at Whitby at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, so we said that was the 125s, 250s. Big up Dominic Newbury there. What a breath of fresh air he was. Very charismatic with his interview, taking his first ever national win today, and then backing up with a race win straight after. Like buses, you see, you get one, confidence goes up through the roof, and then you get two coming along. Just while we're waiting for the MX1 riders to go out on their sighting lap, they are in that murk somewhere. We're trying to zoom in on Whitby. Right now, you can see the Abbey just about. That's what we're dealing with up here on Skelderbank. While we're waiting for the MX1 riders to come out, I've got a guest come in the booth. Needs no introduction, but he's going to get one anyway. Three-time world champion Dave Thorpe and team manager of the Crendon Fast Track Hitachi team. Dave, we spoke yesterday a little bit about your book, which we'll talk about in a minute. Before we crack on with the book, let's talk about today. You've just come in and said you absolutely made up with Tommy's performance for second. Most unlike you to be happy with a second, but there's a reason for it.
Yeah, he's Tommy's not something he's put out there, but he's sick. You know, he's got a sickness bug. He's had it for a few days, and I was absolutely astounded actually with his second place. And he, as the days goes on, he feels a little bit better. So it will be interesting to see what he can do in this second race.
Yeah. As a team, obviously, you know, you focus on all your riders. In many ways, you've had a kind of indifferent year. You're now down to one rider. The advantage of having three riders sometimes, because you can keep one out on the track. How's it going with Jay? Because Jay, I see walking around his arm in a sling, so he's kind of done for the year, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jay's got a very similar injury that Jake picked up, where he broke his shoulder blade in the season, and so really it's the end of the season for Jay. It's about recovery and looking towards next year.
So at this stage, is Jay likely to be where you go? Is it too early to say? You know?
We would like to think so,
good.
but there's nothing nothing agreed yet.
Okay, so this championship, very quickly then, you know, you've been there before, you yourself, but obviously as a team manager now, it looks like we're going to go all the way back to Landrake and do it all again like last year. Been there, seen it, done it. Right now, nerves are in check for you both. You've both got plenty of experience, yourself and Tommy.
Yeah, no, I think we're fine. As is Harry and his team. You know, we're both teams that have been around the block. Our riders are very experienced, and yeah, it's a great end to the season. It's always nice for the fans and people to watch, to have a championship that goes to the wire, and yeah, I'd say yeah, we'll probably go to Landrake. So yeah, very exciting.
Yeah, good for us as neutrals. We spoke a little bit yesterday. Obviously, your career is, you know, has been prolific, been great for you. To win one world championship is something else. To win three in an era like that, you finally explained to me me yesterday. You finally sort of dedicated some time to get a book written. Tell us more about that, because you're just about to launch that book, aren't you?
Yeah, the book. We thought about it some time ago, and I started the process and then dropped out because other things in our life took over. And then Gail and I sort of thought about it just pre-lockdown, and we got involved with Jack Bernicle, who's been with me a long time. You know, when he was an aspiring journalist, photographer in the early days, he used to travel with us, so he knows me inside out. And, you know, together we've put this book together, which is really my story. It's about racing, it's about life, it's about many things, really. And I have to say, I have enjoyed doing it, and my wife and Honda UK have been incredible, supporting me, supporting it to get it there. And yeah, it's pre-orders right now at davethorpe.co.uk, and the book will be readily available by the end of August. So we're really excited about it.
I am. I mean, you know, dark winter nights are not too far away. So that's the kind of, because to be honest, I can't stand the rubbish they put on TV these days. So yeah, it will be a good read. And of course, in the process of making it, you went and caught up with obviously one or two of your ex-teammates, and sadly some of them are no longer around. So that must have been like that trip down memory lane, just reigniting all those memories, some little ones that maybe that even you forgot about. It must have been a brilliant experience putting together the book.
Yeah, it was. And Gail managed to get in contact with Andre Malherbe, and he was kind enough to let him go and see him in Belgium. He's had quite a tough time at the minute, so you know, it probably wasn't the ideal time to visit him, but he allowed us in. with the camera crew, and I've got to say, I mean, I always had the utmost respect for Andre as a racer. But as a person, you know, we kind of reminisced over stuff and chatted away, and it was really nice, actually. I have to say, as I said to you earlier, the sad part for me is obviously Eric and George and Halkan are not around. You know, we would have a lot of stories to tell one another. So yeah, it's been really nice. It's been a really cool experience to be involved in the book and get it done.
Yeah, you just like those three names there, man. I just think of them as characters and how strong they were, you know, and the fact that you were racing them. It's like, we keep saying, oh, it's like golden era, but it really was. Obviously, that was your riding career. You said something to me yesterday that really did make me laugh. You said, now I'm a civilian, which made me laugh a lot. Because you didn't see yourself as a civilian when you're racing. It's kind of like, oh yeah, now I'm in my civvies, I'm just normal. You almost made it sound like you had to be unnormal to go for those 3 world titles.
Well, I think when you're a sportsman, you are very selfish in your approach to life, and your sole focus really is about racing and achieving whatever you can achieve. And I think we all know that the window of opportunity in sport is small. And I never wanted to get to my age, which is very nearly 60 now, which I can't believe, and look back and think, you know what, I didn't give that 100%.
Yeah.
And as the title says in the book, it does say no regrets, but in very small letters underneath it says, well, almost. So I'll leave that to the imagination.
We need to, exactly. We're going to have to read the book to find out what those, well, nearly regrets are. So listen, we're at the British Championship. We're back here at Whitby. Do you like the fact that obviously tracks are becoming harder to find? It's good to be back here and a bit of variation, you know, to make a real genuine champion. We need to have tracks with varying conditions of, you know, hard pack, those kind of things. Do you think it's good to keep that variation? Because the modern era, we seem to prep tracks so much so they're all kind of similar. And sometimes I think we need that. I mean, you've ridden tracks like San Marino where it's like riding on tarmac.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've really enjoyed this track.
Yeah.
It's the Noble family have got a different take on it. You know, when we got here and we saw all the split lanes, and you're like, really, what's that about? You know, we motocross or supercross?
Yeah.
But, you know, we've had difficult conditions this morning. The track has developed amazing. And I walked round during the first race, and I mean, I don't know how it shows on the TV, but actually it's pretty tricky out there. You know, it's very, very easy to make a mistake. And yeah, I think Whitby has a place in our calendar year on, year out, if it works for everybody else, because it does bring something different to the championship.
I would agree with that. I'd love to see it stay here, and of course we're just a couple of miles up the road from a major town, so going forward hopefully we can get people that visit the town to come out and watch our sport. That would be really good. You seem very calm sat here as your boy's about to go out, but said been there, done it many times before. You obviously with this then, what would you say to Tommy, even though you guys have got so much experience together? He's sick, you know that, you know, what was, if you can enlighten us a bit without giving too much away, what was said between motos?
Really, I mean, Tommy made a little slip at the start, but recovered halfway up the start straight, and we talked about the first corner. He was probably a little bit tentative, A, because of the way he feels, and B, it was quite slippery in there. But I would expect him, if he can make the start, to be a little bit more forceful early doors, and maybe try and run the race as Harry did, pushed on and tried to gap and keep it under control.
Well, you'll like what I'm about to say, because we kind of, Ben brought it up actually, that Tommy's been a bit more successful in the second motos than Harry this year. In fact, I mentioned that to Harry. I'm surprised he didn't lay one on me for mentioning it. Tommy's just seems to be stronger in the second moto than Harry, so you've got to be pretty confident, even though he's under the weather.
Yeah, but, you know, this is a championship, and we got, you know, Tommy's been around the block many times. He doesn't need us to say, but it's all about a championship, and you don't want to push too hard and throw something away. But in the same token, if it's there for the taking, you've got to take it. So I'm really looking forward to this race. It should be very interesting.
Yeah, well, you continue to run an amazing team. Obviously, just before you go out the booth, you just obviously got some great sponsors. Do you want to just give them a name check? Because I know even with your background, we still have to work hard to get people in to support motocross, and you've got some great brands behind you.
Yeah, we're very lucky. I mean, you know, obviously Crendon are our title sponsor, which is amazing. But, you know, we've got Hitachi, True 7. We've got an enormous amount of sponsors that provide support for us in many different ways, and to list them all.
Yeah, I'm not going to get you to list them all.
We might get to halfway through the race, but we're all very, very appreciative of everything everybody does for us as a team, and we hope that we, give them something back.
Well, it's great to have you in here, Dave. Good luck with the book. I'm sure it'll be an absolute barnstormer. We'll let you get out there and do what you do as a team manager. Watch Tommy go for this title. We're going to get Ben back in. So enjoy the race, Dave. And as we said, go and check out the book. It'll be a great read, I'm sure, from a golden era of motocross. Here we go, then. We're getting ready for the MX1.
Here we go.
I bet you never thought that you would, Ben, all those years ago, that you just suddenly jump into the hot seat of a three-time world champion. Did you? You wouldn't have thought that, would you, back in the days? Like, there you are.
Well,
it kept your seat warm for you.
I got a world champion in the family, but
yeah.
There are world champions and there are world champions, let's put it that way. So, yeah, great stuff. Yeah, Dave obviously raced against my uncle, Neil Hudson, back in the day, and I think he said he was thankful for the likes of Graham and Neil to get the Japanese looking at the British Championship, and I'm sure Dave will keep the focus going. Here we go, though. It is MX1 Race 2. Who's going to take it? Is Harry going to take his second race of the day win as we go here? I'm just going to press home that I got that stat sorted.
Yeah,
but yeah, even so, it's 10 points between them now. Their heads are down. Harry's going to take it, and they are go, and it's Tommy clearly. Look at this. Tommy has got a great drop on the gate, but Simpson is trying to skate round the outside of both him and Koulas. Simpson and Searle absolutely together going into the second corner. Simpson just about hangs on, and Koulas is third. McKenzie, oh my word. Martin Barr, he did a 360. Martin Barr did a 360-degree turn and stayed on. I'm sorry, that's the move of the day. Where's that Scott Sport ride of the day? Get your votes in now for him staying up there. He was facing backwards. Sorry, I've lost track of the leaders.
I don't think I've seen anybody do that. It was such elegance.
That's a first for me. Oh, someone's off at the top there. There's a pile up down the bottom of the Scott Sports corner. But out in front was a great battle between Searle and Simpson, battling it out. They know how important it is, and they have got the lead over Harry Koulas. Here they go now. Koulas has got a battle on. He is in third. They give out the Whole Shot Award. The 24 MX Whole Shot Award goes out to the second race every season, and Tommy Searle must be collecting them by the hatful because he's out there again in the second race, and the pressure is on Harry Koulas. He needs to get Simpson between himself and Searle, but not this way round. This really is not helpful for Harry's championship campaign. But here we go. Sorry,
this is going to be game on. There's no doubt about it. A cracking first few corners, and the big three are there. We're going to have to see Harry work on this one. To be honest, I'm still in shock and awe of Martin Barr's kind of like Mission Impossible handbrake turn. That's insane. But yeah, this is going to be a good one. No doubt, Koulas is already thinking he's going to have to clear Simpson and clear him quick if he's going to win this overall, because Tommy, he's now found out that Tommy's under the weather. I'm sure the Honda team would have tried to keep that under wraps.
Yeah, for sure. They would have kept that as secretive as they could.
So he's not firing on all cylinders, but now the pit crew, Koulas's pit crew, will know it. I'll tell you what, trying to go past Sean Simpson, though, is not going to be easy. Koulas is going to have to put in some really good 3 or 4 laps here if he's going to challenge Searle, I reckon, for this overall.
Absolutely. They go up the split lane here with Simpson trying to go around the outside of Searle. Nothing doing up there. He certainly did not make a great run of that hill. That outside lane, like you said in the previous race, Jeff, is just not working as well as it should. Or sorry, not working as well as the inside, or as well as it did yesterday, should we say. So yeah, Tommy out in front then. He's made the hard ground. He has got the start, got the lead. How fast was Tommy out of that gate? I mean, he was literally about a bike length in front halfway up the start straight. And just amazing how he just fires himself up to do the necessary every single time in this second race.
Yeah, and it was interesting, obviously, to have his team manager in here, Dave Thornton, saying one of the key things they said between motos was obviously his poor execution of the first gate drop.
Yeah.
And to focus with that pressure, knowing you get chalk and cheese, because that was a dynamite start. He was a couple of bike lengths clear of the people around him after about 10 feet.
Absolutely stone drop, but Simpson's not letting him get away with this. Simpson is the only other rider to have won the second moto of the day in this season. He did so at Blacksall, and he said he was going to do so before the even weekend happened. So, yeah, Sean is not going to let Tommy get away scot-free. He doesn't care there's a title on the line. He's still mathematically in it, but, yeah, he just wants to get as many points as he can and, yeah, take more than just a single race win he's had so far this season. Quite incredible efforts here, and Simpson is so good in the tricky going. Don't forget how he won his Grand Prix. He won it in the filth of Indonesia, I believe it was, where it was so wet. There were parts of the track completely underwater, so bad that they actually had to cancel the second leg of that Grand Prix. So having won the first moto, he won the overall. But yeah, so Sean is... This is like easy to him, isn't it? This is like as tough as like Fat Cat was to Todd Kellett.
I'll tell you where Sean's at as well. You mentioned it earlier on in the opening moto that he is still the only rider out, you know, mathematically that can win this championship other than Searle and Kulas.
Yeah.
Sean, you know, he might be getting towards the twilight of his career, as is Tommy. He will not want to just kind of like let the end of this year just peter out.
No, absolutely.
You know, and just go, okay, third it is, blah, blah, blah. No way. He'll want to just go out in a bang. He might not be, mathematically, he's going to struggle to win the championship, but he'll want to just go out on a high and win races. That's all he can do.
Yeah, absolutely, and he has to overtake Searle in this race to keep that mathematical chance alive, because if it stays as it is from this one, he'd be 55 points back with just 50 left on the table. So, yeah, even for Simpson, the clock is ticking. He has to pass Searle to give himself even a mathematical chance of the championship if Searle suffers a double disaster down at Landrake. But, yeah, Searle is not want that to happen, and he doesn't want Sean to pass him either.
He's going for it. Simpson is stepping up, and it seems to me now as well, Harry Kulas doing what Harry Kulas does, settling in, a couple of laps, finding his way, looking at it. He looks like he's starting to turn up the wind.
Oh, he's passed him. Simpson has gone round the outside of Tommy Searle down the Scott Sports corner. Searle goes to retaliate straight away. Kulas will be in a very interested party in this one, although Harry is not as close as he would like to be. Look at these two, split lane going across the finishing line. They go past us together, make the floor rumble here in the trailer park. Wow. Simpson, fastest lap, no surprise there, 2 minutes 12.8. That's 6 seconds faster than they were going in race one. That's how much quicker the track is right now than it was earlier in the day. So Searle, now, can he retaliate? Can he have something for Sean? Well, has he got his main objective, that is being ahead of Kulas?
We now know, of course, that he is under the weather, so if he's going to do it, he's going to have to dig deep. He absolutely dug deep and showed what a champion he is last time out of Fat Cat.
Yeah.
Extreme heat. Tommy that's the most I've seen him like exhausted after a race in many a year at Fat Cat. He left it all out there on the track. He's going to have to do the same here, because I've got no doubt we've still got plenty of time left that Kulas is going to start winding up the wick now. He can see his prime target directly ahead of him.
Yeah, indeed, and just further down through, Billy McKenzie is still holding down a fantastic 5th place. The elder Scotsman is still up there, although he's fighting with John Adamson right now over that particular scenario. John Adamson is there in 6th place, Liam Knight 7th, and Martin Barr in 8th after that spectacular first corner for him. Brad Anderson 9th is up there as well, the old timer, and Dan Thornhill is there in 10th. What do you have to there, Jeff?
I was just trying to work out, obviously, the overalls and the scenarios of who's going to do what here. You know, obviously, if Kulas currently gets into second, that should just pip him, get him the overall just about, wouldn't it? Over.
Yes, it will. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So Simpson would go 3-1.
And here's the battle on track. Here we got Petr Petrov having an attack on Dan Thornhill. Wow, there's a whole freight train of them together here as they approach the far end of the circuit. And we have got there Brad Anderson just ahead of this pair. And that is Martin Barr just ahead of those as well. So Liam Knight, Martin Barr, Brad Anderson and Dan Thornhill and Petr Petrov. 5 riders all within sight of each other here. And they're all trying to chase down Billy McKenzie, who has lost out to John Adamson in that lap and is now in 6th ahead of Liam Knight. So there's actually 7 riders in a complete freight train. They're a distance behind the leaders who just go past us now. We can hear the floor rumbling as Simpson and Searle go past us, and then Harry Kulas as well. There is 2 seconds between Simpson and Searle, and about that as well between Searle and Kulas. That's the battle for the lead right now. But further down through the pack, Josh Gilbert's in a lonely 4th place, and then there's this battle between Adamson in 5th, McKenzie 6th, and so on and so on.
I just want to make a public apology to Billy McKenzie. It turns out the bike he's riding is not one that Kawasaki UK gave him, although it's actually bought by a sponsor. It's Geordie sponsor, he told me. Dibble. I don't know who Dibble is.
Dibble?
Officer Dibble. And it's tuned by the guys at MODU or Modu. So Billy, my apologies, and apologies to your sponsors. Well done for getting behind the old boy and keeping him out there.
He's loving the mud this weekend, but he won't be loving the fact that he's got 6 riders snapping at his heels as they go through this staircase section here. Just coming through past us there is Charlie Putnam there in 14th place. Bit of a disappointment there for Tristan Purden down in 13th place. Not what he would have liked in his last ride in this championship this season. We hope maybe to see him next. We'll see how that pans out. Keep our eyes on that one. But yeah, from here on in, it is between Simpson, Searle and Koulas for the overall. If it stays like this right now, it would be Simpson that took the overall victory ahead of Koulas and Searle on the podium. But what can Koulas do? Surely Harry knows that he is now the one that has to dig deep. He is the one that now has to make the efforts and get past Searle. And it's not enough to do that. We said already that if he's first and second, it's Searle's title anyway. Harry will need to pass Sean as well.
Yeah, he's got to make a push on. He is now closing in on Searle, no doubt about that.
This could get tasty.
It will. Well, I'm sure it will. You know, but Tommy is just such. You know, we're talking riders here of real experience now. You know, these guys, they're not youngsters anymore. You know, they're into their late 20s, early 30s, of course. Loads of experience. They know how to handle these situations. And sometimes they ride like they've got eyes in the back of their head. We know that Koulas can definitely ride like that. Josh Gilbert says it. Josh Gilbert's like, Harry Koulas has got like this sixth sense that he knows where you are on the track with block passing and riding all the right lines. But now he's got to find the right lines to get past Tommy Searle and then go after Sean Simpson on that SS24 KTM. It's tightening up. It's definitely tightening up a bit.
Tough.
Only marginally, but it is getting closer.
Yeah, 4.3 seconds between Koulas and Simpson. So, yeah, that's what he's got to try and make up. It's quite a scary scenario because otherwise he's still making ground. I mean, he's 10 points back as it stands now. This would make it 12, and that's a lot to make up in 2 motos that they have left at Landrake. So he has to both pass Searle, that would make it 8 points, and then he has to pass Simpson, and that would really make it close. That would make it 5, and now we're talking. Then
you are talking, yeah. 12's just that little bit of buffer with these guys because we kind of said, you know, in the opening moto, realistically, Tommy and Harry were just that cut above, but you can never rule out Sean Simpson. But you can comfortably say, really, these 3 guys have been the kind of faster riders on occasions. Obviously, Josh Gilbert has been phenomenal as well, but not found that level of consistency as Koulas and Searle in particular this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So here he is then. Simpson has the lead. He could play spoiler in this championship, or he could just make it a lot easier by clearing off ahead of both of them. Camera lies now on Josh Gilbert coming up the tail end of the circuit. Josh in 4th place, won't be too happy with that. He didn't quite get out of the gate with his top few. But I think for Josh now, he has to see through the rest of this season. And of course, he's looking forward to his big American trip with the SC Sport Homes team.
Absolutely. He's got 3 major US nationals on the bounce in incredible circuits, by the way.
Unadilla. Wow.
Unadilla. I've been fortunate enough to have been there. Some venue that's incredible. So yeah, a real good experience for all the guys at the SC Sport Homes, powered by Stebbins Car Super Tour team. They're off to America, and good on them.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to seeing how Josh can deliver there, especially Unadilla. They call that a Euro track, don't they? So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Certainly been kind to some British riders over the years. There is Sean Simpson. Tommy Searle not letting him get away. They crossed the line together. They were 2.1 seconds apart at the start of the most previous lap. We'll see if our timers can catch up and tell us where we are with that. 1.4 seconds. Tommy has caught up in that lap.
He's going for it. He's digging deep again. You know, Tommy's showing he is, you know, a champion in every sense. You know, a lot of people thought that he maybe hasn't got quite the same hunger or desire, understandably, as you get towards the tail end of your career. He's now obviously, you know, started a family. All those things can go into a rider's head saying, do I need this anymore? Do I want to push anymore? But over the last 2 rounds, Tommy Searle is showing that he still wants it. Still digging deep.
Well and truly, yeah, absolutely. Well, Harry Koulis turned 30 at the start of this year as well, and he is up there looking to try and bring home a British Championship, but he's got some work to do. Searle is on Simpson's case, there's no doubt about it. It is time for Tommy to try and make the move, and he's got to dig in against one of the best mud riders on the planet here in Sean Simpson. 1.4 seconds was the gap, it's not that anymore. Searle is closing in on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. Just sat with that perfect hump on that seat, just keeps it in a great position then. And let's notice that the positioning on that hump of the seat is absolutely perfect for where Tommy sits on the bike.
I'd want a full backrest if it was me, to be honest.
Harley style.
Yeah, full armchair would suit me with my current state of my back. But there we go, Tommy, that little hump keeping him in position. Because let's be honest, these 450s are a handful. And to just keep your backside planted in the right position on the seat.
Yeah, he braces himself against it there. It's quite an underrated part of the sport, how that has developed. There's nothing like that back in the 90s there. Jeff, we were lucky to have ribs on it, weren't we?
Yeah.
Try and keep ourselves solid in the mud there. But yeah, Simpson rails the outside of the Scottsport corner. Tommy Searle tucks it tight. Koulis looks closer than he has been as well at that lap. So Koulis is getting the message that he has to dig deep as well. He won the race, first race going away, but now he's got to make some passes.
I'd say on over the half of the circuit now, 3/4 of the circuit, the race line has come really good. It's starting to now just go to that stage where it's gone past the shiny point and it's just starting to tack up a bit, where you'll see then, you know, the tracks are there knobblies in the ground. Not there, obviously, that's still quite shiny, but like I said, on certain parts of the circuit, it's coming real good now. Koulis starting to wind up the wick. Come on, Harry, just for the sake of an amazing race, just get onto the back of these two, will you?
It's 0.9 of a second now. Tommy less than a second behind Simpson as they cross the line. Koulis is still about 3 seconds back. He's got ground to make up, and he needs to. He has got to beat Tommy in this race, and he would most definitely like to beat Sean as well. But it's getting very tight here between the leading pair, the two elder statesmen of British motocross, veterans and massive experience between the pair of them. They go around the Wolfsport corner absolutely together.
Oh, he's going to run
Searle's
up the
going to go on the inside of Simpson. Is he going to take him? Oh, he is, and he cuts across him going out. Oh my word, it's very close. They both stay on. There was very minimal contact, if at all, but Simpson now has the battle on with Searle. Tommy is doing what is necessary in this championship there. What a stunning move that was from Searle.
Yeah, it was. Do you know, I think Sean honestly thought he had him covered.
Yeah.
He was inside, but not quite that very inside line. And I honestly thought that he didn't realise that Tommy was there, and Tommy just came through. Classic block pass. As soon as he got level with him, he didn't try to turn the arc of the corner. No. As soon as he got level with him, he just took Sean's space.
Yeah,
perfect.
All you got to do, and my old man taught me this one, all you got to do is make the other rider roll off slightly. That's it, job done. As soon as he has to get off the power because you're in the way, that's it, you've made the pass, and that is exactly what Tommy did in that corner. Fantastic bit of work there from Tommy Searle. Now the gauntlet is thrown down. Harry Koulis, what can you do here? At the moment, you're going to lose 5 points to Tommy in this race. That's going to make it 15 going into Landrake, and you're really then relying on a disaster for the other rider. So yeah, look at Billy McKenzie in shot, 6th place. Yeah. He's held off that freight train. I thought they would all barrel past him. And here we have our, what do they call it in drifting circles? Our donut king.
He is a donut king, yeah.
Martin Barr, who did a complete 360. Let's not forget this. The first corner, he was facing backwards and he kept it on and then faced forwards
speed.
Again.
It was like it happened so quick.
And he's recovered from that, and he's up to 7th now.
It was like a Fast and Furious moving bit, you know. The only way that would have been better is if he took both hands off the handlebars and shot some guns. That's the only way he could have made that better. Tommy Searle, you can see how slippery that corner is because Tommy had to get his body. It's not Tommy, sorry. Billy had to get his body weight so far up the front. But Koulis, Tommy Searle set the quickest last lap around, so he is on it.
Look at that. That is, yeah, Searle, 3.6 seconds now ahead of Simpson. He is asking them the question, how much do you want it? How much do you really want to beat me? Because he is showing that he is wanting it more right now. Digging deep, 3.6 seconds fast. If he's under the weather, Jeff, I don't want to see him when he's healthy because that is very, very scary. Yeah, just one last word on the Martin Barr thing there. That's almost the sort of stunt that you would see in a Hollywood movie on a bike. And as a bike rider, you go, nah, that's not possible, mate.
Exactly. It's all done with CGI and all that. It was incredible.
Right, Koulis is answering the call here. He is attacking Sean Simpson as they head back up towards the top field of the circuit. We have got 7 and a bit minutes left in this race, plus the 2 laps, of course. Still lots of riding to happen here. As we just fade through across to see the Live Motocross circuit there. There was Lee Webber, the
yeah, looking anxious,
very concerned Crescent Cap Screens, Crescent Yamaha team manager, and I'm sure he'll be trying to get a rocket up the backside of Harry Koulis to try and get him past Sean Simpson to the point where he's attacking Tommy Searle. Now or never for Harry, I think. It's got to be. It's got to happen now, or he's relying on luck come Landrake.
Yeah, obviously it's still doable if it stays like it is and they go to Landrake. Anything can happen, but it is just favouring, giving Tommy that little bit of buffer for like a bad start or something like that to work with. So if he can get past Sean Simpson and reel him in and overtake him, and not only that, it's bringing the points right down, but it's that psychological as well.
Yeah,
you know, like he turned it around. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting and quite important 6, 7, 10 minutes or whatever we've got, plus the 2 laps in this one for Harry Koulis.
Yeah, for sure, and I don't think that tight line that Harry's using at the bottom of that Scott Sports corner is doing him any favours. I think it's stopping him short of getting the full momentum there, because Sean stretched out a distance on him again going round there by railing the outside before the big uphill tabletop. With the power of these bikes, Harry was still able to make it over that jump, but the tight line's definitely not working for him around there, so we'll see if he recognises that and changes it up next lap through. Just give you a quick rundown through the top 10 if we can while we're watching Sean Simpson on the screens here. Tommy Searle leads by 3.7 seconds from Simpson, and then Harry Koulis is a further second and a bit behind them. Josh Gilbert a lonely 4th place at the moment ahead of John Adamson, an equally lonely 5th. Billy McKenzie still lying in 6th place, incredibly for him. 7th, Martin Barr. 8th, Liam Knight. 9th, Dan Thornhill. And 10th, give it up for the old veteran, Brad Anderson, is still in 10th place. Tristan Perrett has made progress. The South African is now up to 11th, ahead of our fastest qualifier, Glenn McCormick, in 12th. Peter Petrov, 13th. Jason Mira, 14th. And Charlie Putnam rounding out your top 15 of the second race here at Whitby.
Quite shamelessly, I'm keeping an eye on Billy McKenzie and Martin Barr, because they are the 2 team captains for the Four Nations Cup at the end of the year, where we're going to have England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales all go at it. And our other team, English team captain, Brad Anderson, in the top 10. They've got to put together a teams of riders to represent their country. So the banter has already started. So I should imagine on our group text, Billy will be straight on it tomorrow. Just reminding everybody he's still cutting the mustard.
The scrap is on screen right now. Yeah, McKenzie's still holding on to 6th. He goes around the corner where he dropped it in race 1. He'd be hoping not to make a repeat of that for certain. But Martin Barr, with no goggles on, he's got the big extension for the kit there, the peak on that crash helmet. But yeah, that's not going to do him any favours with the roost from McKenzie. And he's still got a freight train behind him there. Knight and Thornhill are coming fast on the veteran pair here. Oh. Martin tucked into that tight line very nicely there. Takes a split lane. Looks like it makes advantage. He's going to square him off. Martin Barr around the Live Motocross corner. Takes the 6th place away from Billy McKenzie. That will add to the banter on
yes,
that group chat indeed. And Barr
and it was on screen, so definitely.
That's replayable.
Yeah. I'm sure that little bit will be cut out and put onto the group text this week.
For certain. Yeah, there is FXR sponsor there. Liam Knight there on the 134 machine in 8th place.
And Anderson is closing in on all of them. British Bulldog still going strong and actually closing in.
Incredible.
Believe it or not. Pushing those guys along. The gap at the top, it's still Searle is managing the situation with a 2.4 second lead over Simpson. Koulis looks like he's lost a bit of ground to Simpson.
Yeah, 2.9 seconds back in that lap. Yeah, Koulis, a lap time last time around was 2 minutes 13. That was 2 seconds shy of Simpson and about the same pace as Tommy. So he's not catching. This is the vital thing for Harry Koulis. He needs to beat Tommy Searle in this race, and it ain't happening right now. So this is going to be very tricky for Koulis with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We're probably talking 4 laps in total. So yeah, McKenzie holding on here to 6th place, but the battle for the championship up front is being won right now by Tommy Searle. In this second race, yet again, this would be his 6th second race win out of the 7 rounds.
Billy McKenzie's rear end just so very closely, very nearly just broke over the top of that berm. We're talking like millimetres there, another inch or so, and that would have been, he would have spun round. Probably starting to feel it a little bit now, as we said. Billy rides a bit more now, obviously, but I don't think he throws himself into any kind of gym training or anything like that.
Yeah, we're talking about a 38-year-old rider who, like I say, his best years, he knows it behind him. He won Grand Prix a good 10 or so years ago, and he's, although it was only in Japan that he ever won one. But Billy McKenzie still showing great technique, great talent, as he has done on several occasions this year. And this is by far his best day of the season, so the old experience in the mud is paying off. We look at Harry Koulas on screen, the white fly kit and the professional felt tip pen on the phone.
Well, exactly. It is. It's brilliant that he does that. So the guys at Cab Streams Crescent Riding now signed up with Fly. This is the first time we've seen them in Fly Racewear, one of our many sponsors that make this live stream happen. So not only are they making Harry look sharp, they're obviously enabling us to do this live stream. So thank you to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Koulas is doing all he can. Look at this at the front end. It's getting close. Under a second it was as they crossed the stripe. Did Cyril make a mistake, or is Simpson just pouring on the coals? Here we go then. It is not over at the front here. And Harry Koulas will be buying Sean Simpson a beer if he can get past the championship leader coming through here.
I don't think it's Harry Koulas. I think the whole
Cab team will be handing him around.
We're doing that right now. Lee Webber's probably thinking, come on guys, get together, get together, get together.
Will Sean Simpson take offence to that block pass earlier on from Cyril and double pay back the favour? Certainly Koulas and the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha team will be hoping so, but Simpson attacking Cyril, getting encouragement from trackside support. Great to see people leaning over the chestnut paling, urging on their favourite riders. Obviously Sean...
It is, Ben. It really is. It's good to see people out here getting involved. You know, the weather hasn't been great. Yes, we're doing the live stream, but we still want loads of people to come out and taste the whole experience. You know, smell it, feel it. You know, it's all very well watching at home, but if we come to anywhere in your region, try to get out to support British motocross, no matter what the championship or series.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't call yourself a motocross fan unless you're picking dirt out of your hair, and you'll certainly get a fair dose of that this time. Liam Knight's just gone past Billy McKenzie in that lap to move up to 7th place, and Brad Anderson's actually passed Dan Thornhill for 9th, can you believe? So yeah, there's some of your team captains all together there, Brad and, Brad Anderson now catching Billy McKenzie. So here we go though, the serious business at the sharp end. Is Simpson going to make a move on Tommy Cyril? The time is ticking down, so this is it. When they cross the stripe next time, it will be 2 laps to go, and Simpson urging that KTM up the hill. Of course, you've got to remember now as well, Sean has actually kind of had a teammate the last few years, last few weeks. He's actually had a bit of help there, developing the bike maybe, a bit of work, a bit more input there from Tristan Purdon, which can never be harmful. 2 laps to go it is, the 2-lap board is out. Is Cyril going to hang on and put in a crushing 5-point blow over Harry Koulas? That's going to be difficult for the Estonian to take. I could see, I'm supposed to interview all 3 on the podium later.
Good luck.
I'm not looking forward to interviewing Harry if it stays like this. But Tommy turning the wick up again, pulled out about a second over Simpson in that lap. So maybe it was a mistake, the previous lap from Tommy, that allowed Simpson to get that close. Still treacherous down the back end there. Sean just about correcting a little slip over, but holding on to it.
It's kind of all in at this point, but Tommy's, I'd say, in more of a precarious position because obviously he wants to take this race win, gap even further, but by how much? You know, if he's going to be pushed by Sean, is it all in? Is it absolutely all with that little risk of throwing it all away? You know, Harry's just got to go for it. He's got 2 laps where he's absolutely just got to chuck anything he can at it.
I think it's worth it. I think Tommy will want this win more than ever because it's that extra 5 points, 15 points is a hell of a gap to catch up over two races.
Absolutely wants it, but how far? You know, if you start riding just that little bit on the edge, and
you know,
exactly,
Right.
But he's been there before, so I'm sure, you know, and he kind of proved that as well last time out at Fat Cat. So he's looking good at the minute. It's going to be an absolute all-in last lap. He cannot rest for a second here because Sean will be right there to pick up any kind of little mistake. Even if he didn't stall it or anything like that, if he just overrun a corner, missed his rut or anything like that, Sean's there to pounce.
Yeah, absolutely, and Simpson is still on the case. Of course, you've got to remember that Sean Simpson still wants the dose of this championship himself. It would still only be a minor mathematical chance of the championship, but that is going to be non-existent if it stays like it is. He has to pass Tommy to keep it interesting. They catch a lap rider, so they have to go into the left-hand side, the unfavourable option on the split lane, but they
I
do
want to
so.
stay and watch, but I got to go.
You can watch my trackside, Jeff. Rightio, I'll keep you informed here. Look at this, Simpson is attacking Searle as they go through there. They'll get this lap done very quickly, Jeff. Get down there. Simpson is attacking Searle down the staircase. Here they go then, it is between the top two here. Koulis is keeping a watching brief from behind. He'll be cheering on Sean Simpson for sure. But Koulis has got no answer to the top two right now. We're trying to find them down the far end of the circuit. It's still very, very close. They just appear briefly in the distance with Searle marginally ahead of Sean Simpson. They're not come through to the top field yet. They're still in the bottom section. There's Koulis through the Wallsport corner. Let's move our cameras a little bit further forward. By the Live Motocross corner is where they will be about now. We're looking to see if we can see them. They're going to flash into view any moment now, but which order will they appear in? Our screen, so Tommy Searle is up front still. Sean Simpson goes for a dive up the inside, not able to make it. His time is running out for the Scotsman to make a move on the championship leader. I'm going to have to try and squeak my way through the end of this race here. The voice is going and these two aren't helping, but Searle is up front. Simpson takes the inside line. The split lane, is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. He's getting very close. He's not made it. Searle goes over the berm slightly. No, he hangs on to it. That might have been the last ditch manoeuvre. That might have been the final bid for Sean Simpson. He's not giving up though. He's still on the case. Searle throws it down the big tabletop downhill. Goes wide, the faster line now on this Scottsport corner. Simpson follows suit. There's only a few corners left for Tommy Searle to put a big stamp on this championship with Simpson in between them. It's going to make it 15 points over Koulis, meaning that he's going to need bad luck to lose it. Here he goes, left-hander, right-hander. Tommy Searle takes the race victory, absolutely exuberant as he crosses the line, punches the air, shouts his satisfaction at that result. Koulis almost dismissively crosses the line in third. Josh Gilbert will come home in a distant fourth, but quite an incredible race there. And what a result for Tommy Searle. You could not have asked better than that. And I'm sure he'll shake Simpson by the hand and thank him for getting in between the pair of them. Simpson wasn't going to let him have it. He did a massive last-ditch attempt at the top end of the circuit there, but still not able to get past the super resilient, obdurate Tommy Searle. And he has taken that race win, has Tommy. That's quite an incredible result for him. Josh Gilbert now does come across the line in fourth. There's a bit of chasing going on for fifth place. No, it's going to be going to John Adamson, and that's a sterling ride there for the ASA United Gas rider in the closest race to his home area up here in Whitby, North Yorkshire, just off the coast of the North Sea. And across the line, that's a great result for John Adamson, his team there. Very happy with that one. Martin Barr should be next along in sixth place. Billy McKenzie looks like he's dropped in the last few laps because he's dropped down to 12th place now there, just picking that up on the screens here. But yeah, Martin Barr 6th, Liam Knight 7th, Brad Anderson, believe it or not, is going to bring it home in 8th place, can you believe? If it stays as it does the previous lap. There goes Barr, so Martin Barr crosses the line in 6th. 7th there is Liam Knight, 8th for Brad Anderson, incredibly passing Dan Thornhill there, who finishes 9th, and Petr Petrov 10th. Tristan Purdon, Tristan Purdon crosses the line and then comes off right by the finishing line. So Purdon, well, that's not the greatest way to finish your little stint here in the British Revo Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Purdon looks up at the camera, hoping he didn't get picked up, but sorry he did. And now we're going to pass down to Jeff Perrett with, I'm sure, will be a delighted championship leader and red plate holder, Tommy Searle.
Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle with a very elated Tommy Searle, and the reason for that, if you were listening before we went live that last moto, his team manager Dave Thorpe revealed that, Tommy, you've been sick as a dog basically, and I can tell by your reaction that one you dug deep again and it means a lot.
Yeah, it just means a lot for the points. I either was going to have a really hard day at Landrake, and now it's took the pressure off a little bit because points would have been close, but I feel terrible all week. I rode Wednesday and then I got sick. I think I got a bug went to a wedding at the weekend in Italy. That didn't help me. And I've just been really sick. Lived on cream crackers. Jacob, so thanks for those. And we got it done, so really happy. So thanks to Honda, GTCI, all my sponsors, and everyone to come up and support me.
So whose wedding was it? Sam Lowe's?
Sam Lowe's, yeah. I don't want to talk about it. It was a stressful trip, and putting it lightly.
Well, listen, well done on extending your points lead and going into Landrake with that buffer. You worked hard for it. One more time, everybody. Give it up for Tommy Searle, the overall winner here at Whitby. So he's gone. We've still got an MX2 race to come, so don't go away yet. We've still got the MX2 race coming up next. Can Conrad Muse wrap up the championship? Tommy's going to take it to Landrake with a good, healthy lead now. So sit back. One more race to go. We'll be back now with the MX2.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the British Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels here at Skelder Bank in Whitby. It looks like from this camera shot at the top of the hill here, we can finally see the sea. That generally is how close we are to the North Sea, and then further on over there it's Denmark and Norway. So yeah, that's how close we are here at the furthermost north visit on this year's British Championship calendar. So just got to give a shout out with one race to go, just to make sure that we know who's been helping us out here with the series, of course. Our title sponsor, Revo, world leaders in performance-enhancing products for Volkswagen and Audi vehicles. So, yeah, if you've got a VW or Audi, VAG Group vehicles, then, yeah, you can get some great stuff from Revo. And they are truly international as well. So, wherever you are in the world, you can check out some Revo products to really improve your performance there. We've got Gulf Race Fuels, of course, fueling this series. And, yeah, fantastic to have their support, as always. Charity sponsor, Road to Recovery. Check out the amazing work that they do. We've got the 24MX Whole Shot Award, goes to the Whole Shot winner in race 2 of the weekend, and that went to Tommy Searle in MX1 after a pitched battle with Sean Simpson for that particular award as it carried on through the race, and that will be handed out as well to the Whole Shot rider for this upcoming final race of the day in the MX2 class. Vote for your Scott Sport Rider of the weekend. Got a last chance to do it here with the Instagram story. The Instagram address is at RevoACU British MX. So Scott Sport will provide a pair of Scott Prospect 6 Days France goggles. A beautiful bit of kit will be handed to the winner of that particular Rider of the Weekend award, which is voted for by yourselves. So get on the Instagram story at RevoACU British MX to vote for that. Keck's Fastest Lap Awards will go out for the fastest lap in race 1 of all classes. Those will be handed out on the podium. Also, thank you to Max's Tyres, who will be giving tyres to the winners of all the youth classes on the podium later today. Also, if you are on site, get one last chance to get your photo on the Keck's chairs on the podium. Check those out and, yeah, get the photos, tag us in the photo, make sure we get some coverage there for Keck's. Obviously, Tommy Searle actually involved in that company, so great to see them putting some support back to the sport as well. We have got help from Bickers, the distributor, the supplier of great products across all motorsports. Factory Image Racing, they're in the trade area. I've got some fantastic FIR kit there at home as well, some great caps and sunglasses as well. 10 Plant Power, keep us all in the power here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Sports Insure, underestimated how important insurance is in this particular arena. So yeah, Sports Insure, they're the best products there as well. Wolf Sport gives some great jackets and some great kit. Dulson Training for your commercial driving qualifications. Go and look up Dulson, D-U-L-S-O-N, Dulson Training. They can help you in that particular field. Surf and Turf with their great work area covers, the pagodas, the easy ups as they're called now. And then, of course, our media partners. Trials and Motocross News, out every Thursday, improving in quality all the time. We've got some great features going on. I myself put forward a 1980s feature, which... in the current issue, that is Donny Hansen, who's a very underestimated career, and it's great to find out more about him as well. And Michele Rinaldi will be the feature rider in the upcoming issue this Thursday, so it's a fantastic career that he had. And then also we've got Motorhead, the media partners. They are the ones who provide some fantastic compilation videos on YouTube, get the real atmosphere for this particular championship. As we look towards the Blades Bites Kawasaki rider Charlie Cole. Give us a wave, Charlie. Fantastic to see the Union Jack advertising there in Jubilee year all over the crash helmet and front fender there of Charlie Cole, who's had an increasingly good season. And MX2 then, Jeff, how about that in MX1? Was that an incredible finish to their weekend or what?
Yeah, and you know, as we said, shows how much that it means to them all. You know, still at this stage, Tommy really did, you know, go to the reserves there. You didn't see it on the camera there, but his initial reaction before we put a camera on when he came in, he was absolutely ecstatic. I mean, really ecstatic, almost like he'd just won the championship.
Yeah, yeah.
He knew the importance of those extra points. He's not feeling very well, but he was absolutely pumped with that. I won't repeat the exact language he used, but all I'll tell you was he was elated, as was his team manager, Dave Thorpe. Dave came over.
Oh, good.
Equally choice language, I have to say. They were made up with that, and that's it. I mean, it's not done. It's not by any stretch. It's not done, but it just gives them that little bit of buffer going into Landrake, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure, and yeah, I'm sure they'll be able to catch up with that language on the on their YouTube channel because they're not shy on that channel. So yeah, be careful, kids, when you're tuning into that. But here we go with MX2. Then it is possible we could see Conrad Mewes take the championship here in this race. He is hugging the doghouse in the middle of the starting line there, not literally, but yeah, it means he's lining up right next to it. Sam Nunn in shot on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha also did a great ride in race 1 in 5th place there. Talviku lining up. Here's Jamie Law. Adam Collins also got into the top 10 there. Jake Sheridan on screen. Tom Grimshaw and Dylan Walsh will be looking to avoid their issues at the start of the race last time. And there's Jamie Carpenter on screen, the 184, the only rider that can deny Conrad the title. Basic, simple maths, if you like. They have made 11 points now, the difference between the pair of them. Sorry, no, 16 points between the... No, I've got it completely wrong.
You're just randomly picking numbers now, aren't you?
I'm usually good at this. Right, anyway, so yeah, basic, long story short, if Conrad Muse wins and Jamie Carpenter is anything worse than second, Conrad's the champion. If Jamie Carpenter is second again, it goes to Landrake, because mathematically it's still possible, even if it's very difficult for Jamie to wrest the championship away. But there we go. Jamie Carpenter is third from the inside. Dylan Walsh just outside him, and then Tom Grimshaw. Right from the middle of the pack is Conrad Muse, the 426. He's all in black. Dylan Walsh is all in red. So those are some of the contenders there for the Whole Shot Award. Jamie Carpenter with the white crash helmet, the 184. Could well be in contention for that as well. The revs rise. They edge themselves forward. Whole shot device is in place. Any predictions for yourself, Jeff? Is it going to get done?
I think it will. I think it's going to be hard to stop. You know, Jamie's got to get a solid second, and I think Dylan Walsh will be stronger this one. So, yeah, I think...
Head down 5th, and they are go! Oh, Jamie did go away from the gate well, and Dylan Walsh got a better one that time. It's Adam Collins who's shot up the start straight, and he looks like he's going to take the 24 MX Whole Shot Award. He can stay on. No, he just about holds it. Dylan Walsh, I think, crossed the line first, and Collins goes down in front of the pack. Oh, and who's got caught up in that? Talviku's had a terrible getaway anyway, but that's someone down. Is it 426? No, it's 48, Adam Collins.
Oh, it's Jamie
Carpenter is down at the back of the pack, and that makes it virtually impossible for Jamie Carpenter to keep this championship alive. Oh, what drama for Carpenter, and you got to say, I mean, got to give Collins full points for trying, because he certainly did.
It was a little bit like we saw McCormick in the MX1. I personally felt he should have just yielded a little bit. He still had a great start. He would have still been in second. But, of course, the adrenaline, all that got to him, and he tried to hold on to it. But Walsh pretty much had the move already done. So, yeah, but it's messed up Jamie Carpenter's race, that's for sure. Is that Conrad?
That was Conrad, looking like not quite full pace, but he's certainly not at the front of this race. It's Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki, has got that Kawasaki finally up at the front of the sharp end. This has not been the season that Dylan or the Revo 7 squad would have wanted at the start of this year. They were chasing a British Championship initially in the MX1 class, but of course their forays into America have been mainly 250 based, so they decided to keep it down into this class where he was the champion in 2019. So yeah, he's finally getting himself up at the sharp end of the British Championship race, which is great to see.
Well, you live and learn, don't you? They'd have learned a lot from this year, absolutely,
sure.
You know, by those decisions. They already made the decision that he will be on 250 next year. I don't think you'll see Dylan Walsh pursuing that 450 route. And hopefully we'll see them at all the rounds next year. There was certainly talk of that from team manager Mark Yates yesterday evening. So that's right. You know, a long way to go, lots of deals to be signed, etc. But really hope that the Revo Kawasaki team are out in force at the Revo British Championship fueled by Gulf Fuels next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Nunn having a decent start as well. And Carlton Husband is also up there, and Grimshaw having a much better opening lap than he did in race 1 here today. Muse, I think, is about 3rd or 4th. Can't quite tell from our screens.
Is it? Is that John Mir or Jake Sheridan that's in the lead? We Okay, folks, welcome back to the live stream here at the Revo MXGB British Championship, fueled by Gold Fuels at Whitby, Skelderbank. Apologies, technical issue. Sometimes these things happen. We've had a very difficult day here, moisture in the air. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but needless to say, it's been problematic, and it caught up with us there just midway through this moto. So apologies on this wet and damp day at Skelderbank and Whitby. Little technical glitch, but we are back online. Obviously, as we said, sometimes it doesn't live TV and things happen. We hope it hasn't spoiled too much of your viewing pleasure. We are back, and I can tell you that Dylan Walsh is leading the way with a very solid ride from John Mira in second for the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki team. Mira, again, used to these kind of conditions. Conrad Muse finds himself in third, probably at this point knowing that he's got this championship in the bag, because Jamie Carpenter, before we unfortunately lost the stream, was a collateral damage on the first corner of Adam Collins's crash. So basically, Conrad, if he won the race and Jamie finished second, was the only way that it was going to go down to the final race of the championship at Landrake. That's now not going to happen unless something happens, of course, to Conrad Muse. Conrad will love to win the overall. He's probably in a position to do that if he goes past John Mira anyway. So right now, all cards are stacked towards Conrad Muse winning this championship. Ben is now back in the booth after quickly picking up the on-track commentary for everybody that was here. But we are back. So again, our apologies. Hope that hasn't really taken the edge off your viewing experience. It sometimes happens. We got it quickly back online as quick as we could.
Yeah, that was pretty hectic. Had to climb the tower there. We did apparently have picture but no commentary, so people are telling me. So that's all good then. You didn't miss out on the action, just on the words, which might.
No, we did. We dropped the stream for a bit, unfortunately. But yeah, we're back now. So our severe apologies for that.
All good.
Yeah.
Walsh out in front then. Still got a good lead over that battle of a second. Conrad still not made his way past Mira by the looks of it.
No, I think he's biding his time. He didn't know the situation. By all accounts, I think he could even sit there in third and still win the overall, couldn't he?
Yeah, he would do. He'd win the overall, certainly. The championship, we'll have to see. I mean, James Carpenter is currently 10th as they cross the stripe now. He is trying to get on terms with Jamie Law, but he's got a 5-second gap to make up to the Husqvarna rider. So our streaming is now on screen there. So Carpenter in 10th. That's 11 points. And with Conrad, even if he finishes third here, that would be enough. Yeah. Jamie Carpenter setting the fastest lap of the race, though, as he tears through the pack. That is a great charge for Carpenter. Certainly can't fault the effort. from the rider who's surely going to lose out in the championship stakes today. I'm sure he never even expected at the start of the year to be challenging for the championship anyway with Jamie Carpenter. So yeah, for sure, it's still a great season for him.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
So as it stands, actually trying to think of the first moto. Walsh did he have a third in the first moto, Dylan Walsh?
Dylan
He
Walsh.
got up to third, so I think Walsh is looking good for the overall as it stands. Oh, maybe not now, because Conrad has gone past John Meara. So there you go. So I think we're obviously with a 1-2, that will beat Walsh's 3-1. So Conrad just needs to really be, he's got the overall. Will he make any kind of effort to chase him down? Dylan Walsh, I wouldn't. Why would you? You're going to win the overall.
Yeah,
you're going to win the championship.
I think the race win would mean more to Walsh at this point than for Conrad there. So I'll have to interview the pair of them, I think, later on if we get down there.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly it's looking good for Conrad Mewse to wrap up this championship as it stands. Great little scrap going on here. Mickey Ellis is there in 4th place ahead of Tom Grimshaw, Sam Nunn and Carlton Husband. They're swapping places left, right and centre. And Bobby Bruce is not far behind that bunch as well, trying to chase it down with Jamie Lord 9th and Carpenter charging through in 10th. Just at the fastest lap, and Dylan Walsh has just taken that off of him there. So Walsh it is that has got the fastest lap in this race anyway.
Yeah, another solid ride from Sam Nunn. He's sort of closing in on these two guys. Saw him make some nice moves. Much better ride from Grimshaw in this one. First one didn't kind of go his way. And obviously a better ride from Michael Ellis as well. Mickey Ellis on the Store 114 machine. As we said, he loves hard pack. It's now starting to get slick, so more to his liking as this track dries out. But Sam Nunn is pushing them along on this new look for them with the Fly racewear on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha.
Yeah, it's looking good as Sam Nunn. In fact, he might even be in contention for the podium positions because, yeah, with Carpenter's misfortune, Talviku has also had a nightmare. He's down in 16th at the moment, and Talviku was the only other rider apart from Mewse and Walsh to be in front of Sam Nunn in that first race.
Do you know, a lot of riders would argue they deserve podiums, all these kind of things. Of course they would. I really would love to see Sam Nunn get a podium. I think he's really worked hard all years. He's just gone down. Oh God!
I think we just
it's impossible. This job. He just slid out around there.
Yeah, slid
tried
out.
that move, like in the first race he tried the same move, and he kind of ghosted it and saved it. This time he didn't. Well, that maybe is going to affect his overall. Who went past him? Did anybody? Carlton Husband.
Yeah, he lost
Bobby
out
Bruce?
to Husband and Bruce. I think yes. Jamie Law still a bit further behind him on the 2-stroke.
What a shame, just when we were kind of like hoping to see him have it, he rolled it in there, didn't quite work out. Still got time though.
Yeah, it might still be on.
42 left, plus 2 to go.
Yeah, it might well still be on there for Sam Nunn to try and get onto the podium. It certainly would be his first of the season. And yeah, he's looking very strong in this race, but he has got some work to do now to propel himself further up. We'll catch up with the points in a second. But getting it sorted out here. We'll sort it out from there, tell you who's going to be there.
These two on circuit, you're currently watching Michael Ellis, number 10, and Tom Grimshaw, two of the bigger 250 riders, certainly in height. Yeah, they muscle them around. I think Tom's probably ready for a 450, I would say. He's not an easy tool. He's a big, strong lad. Michael's a little bit lighter, slimmer.
Yeah.
But I think Grimshaw would be kind of ready for a 450 in that sense. Conrad, well, let's see what he does next year. Whether he's, he's got in GPs, he can't stay in MX2. It would seem an odd decision to try and maybe race MX2 in the UK and then have to jump on a 450 for GPs. If he does, of course, do GPs, he might not even bother.
Yeah, I mean, he's been guesting there with the KTM team on the not the Red Bull KTM team,
the
but
Digger,
the Digger Procross team there in the 450s. Not had the results he's wanted so far at Lockett and Lommel. So yeah, two contrasting circuits there. So Conrad is going to put in a winter on the 450 machine for the Grand Prix. Maybe we're not really sure. I might well ask him on the podium, and he might not have an answer for me.
No, but at least ask
the question. I will certainly ask. But yeah, this at the moment is looking like he is going to stitch up this championship with a round to go still. And who would have thought that when he landed on his collarbone and broke it badly, as well as other things. I mean, it broke a lot of bones in that accident at the start of Canada Heights. And to come back to this would be definitely a testament to his resilience and strength that sometimes might be questionable at Grand Prix level.
Yeah, it's obviously put the team together this year. The Stebbins Car Superstore supporting them, as heavily do the guys at RFX with Fly Racewear and other products and stuff as well. So he kind of put together his own team. You know, we all know the story from last year and moving on. So he decided to do it his way. You could argue, of course, looks like he's going to win another British Championship. So in that sense, it's kind of worked out. Not still quite hit the heights we were hoping for him at GP level, but 450s next year could be a different proposition for him once he gets to grips with it. Great ride from Mira, obviously getting back onto, he guest rode for the Phoenix Tools team, Even Strokes team, obviously filled in for Carlton Husband. Carlton is now back, so John is now back on his own model, although to be fair, he's out there on I thought he was still riding Kawasaki back home in Northern Ireland, but he's on a KTM out here now. He's got a different number plate on. I don't know what's going on there on the front. 60 on the side, 71 on the front.
Yeah, and 60 on his back, which is quite bizarre. He's actually took 16th overall at Blacksall with a 17-14 car when he guested earlier in the season. That's his only other appearance in this championship, and he was only 16th in race 1. So to be up here in third, it's like, yeah, he's getting a nosebleed with that sort of territory there, certainly that high up. But yeah, so great riding so far from John Mira. He held up Muse for quite some time there, and he's still got 15 seconds between himself and the battle for fourth between Ellis and Grimshaw. Husband and Nunn aren't out of that one either. Bobby Bruce a little bit further back from them, and then Jamie Law, who's going to get pressure soon from Jamie Carpenter. That's going to be a battle for 9th place on track between the number 25 and the number 184.
Yeah, John Mira, another rider from Northern Ireland, and they do get a lot of rain over there. Of course, it's a lot of rocky, hard ground, grassy, off-cambers, all those kind of tracks in Northern Ireland and Ireland. So these guys are well accustomed to these conditions. Oh, look, see, why do I bother?
Just as you say it, John Mira just drops it in the corner. He didn't lose a place, Jeff.
I'm going to park it up. I'm going to mute myself. You carry on.
I've already got the blame for blowing up the place, so I don't need more than that. It's going to be interesting to see how it works out there as our esteemed series organiser there, Gareth Hockey, gets some screen time. Gives a smart Gareth. And then, yeah, we got Ellis Grimshaw there in 5th place at the moment. Carlton Husband is battling all through this pack, and it's actually making the overall a bit tricky to negotiate. That's Carpenter, or is that Sam Nunn moved backwards?
Well, I think that's Sam Nunn moved backwards a little bit because Carpenter has come back up through. There you go. So
and he's still behind Law. Jamie Law I just saw in front of them. So yeah, those guys have moved up then. So nightmare for Sam Nunn. He is literally doing his best not to appear on the podium right now. But those calculations are still happening, I'm afraid. I'm still working on that. It's quite a sketchy one. They're all over the place in this second race. First two definitely going to be Dylan Walsh and Conrad Muse if it stays like it is. But right now, the battling through the pack is really leaving it up in the air with 3.5 minutes plus the 2 laps to go in this fascinating second MX2 race. Championship could well be decided, looking like it right now. But even then behind them, the podium positions are all over the place, and Sam Nunn trying to make a move back past Jamie Carpenter for what would be 9th place.
Yeah, as you can tell by brain, you can hear almost the cogs of Ben's brain going here as he's trying to work out the overalls because it changes and swaps and changes. He's trying to do it on his own account, not waiting for the official, like my laps to work it out. He's got his pen and paper here. So that's going to change it because Carpenter's got
past Law. That's going to make things different from here. And Grimshaw's just past Ellis as well, just to throw me right off. But yeah, that's all good work.
Do you know, I think you might be better off waiting.
Yeah, I think I will.
Do you know what I mean? Just wait till the flag drop, then work it out. Right now, what we do know is Dylan Walsh is looking good out front here to take the race win, not necessarily overall. Here go 3-1, and Conrad Muse is going to go 1-2. So obviously Conrad, with those points, will take the overall victory. So we know pretty much, I think, at this stage, the top 2. Ben's just trying to work out who is going to grab that final place on the podium. We also know at this stage, if things stay as they are, Conrad Muse is going to be crowned the 2022 Revo MXGB ACU British Motocross Champion, fueled by Gulf Fuels. So that's where that, if it stays like it is, Walsh just doing his thing.
Yeah, it's looking like actually third place overall with second in race 1. Completely overlooked him there. Currently up to 8th in race 2. There is Jamie Carpenter. So, yeah, Carpenter, although he is going to lose the championship by virtue of losing more than 8 points, which was the remit for the day, he's currently dropping 12 to Conrad Muse on the day, which will see Conrad as champion. But yeah, he's going to have a consolation prize of a podium appearance, is Jamie Carpenter, if it stays as it is now, because second in race 1, 8th in race 2 is going to be enough for third overall as it stands right now. And in fact, that's by a distance. There's going to have to be some serious moves made to deny him of that score as it stands right now. Bobby Bruce is close. Bobby Bruce is actually looking down 4th overall at the moment as it stands, which is looking great for him. Talviku is not out of the reckoning yet. He's still got some places to move up, though, to really get himself back into contention, because he's down there at the moment in 14th place, and that is only going to be good enough for around about 8th or 9th overall. That's there's a load of riders on 26, 25 and 24 points. I ain't even going near that lot. I will draw the line at that one. But yeah, certainly Carpenter is going to make the appearance on the third step of the podium if it stays like this. Husband goes past Mickey Ellis, and that's making Mickey's day even worse, because he is only 11th in race 1, and he's currently looking at around about 6th or 7th overall is Mickey Ellis. Carlton Husband putting in a good ride.
Yeah, good coming back, because that foot injury, lower leg injury, was bad. He really did smash his foot up in the top. So good to see Carlton come back. No doubt he's probably having a few complications with it, even though, probably a bit sore and tender. Takes a little while to come back. So good to see him out there. And again, he'll just try and finish off the year as best he can and get reset with the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes team for next year.
Yeah, I think time has expired, so I think Dylan Walsh is going to take the 2-lap board. No goggles, so he will see it clearly here. He's got nobody else in front of him apart from any lap riders he catches, but nice technique from Dylan there. Certainly no mug in the muddy conditions. He was our pole setter earlier in the day, and he got off the gate incredibly poorly in race 1, which denied him a chance of fighting for the win. He did get the Keck's fastest lap award in race 1, and so he ended up finishing 3rd there, and this second race win should put him up into the 2nd overall spot on the podium, just behind our rider on screen right now, Conrad Muse, who is looking in prime position. Not quite how he would have wanted it. He hasn't been able to challenge for the win in this second race as of yet. We've still got a couple of laps to go. 9.5 seconds the gap between the pair at the front.
Don't think he's bothered, do you? I mean, it looks like he's just, he knows exactly where he's at. He knows he's got the overall. Yeah. He knows he's going to win the championship. Why on earth would you risk, for the sake of a few little more dollars in your pocket? He's not going to risk throwing it all away at this point. He's just going to bring it home. Walsh probably knows it. He keeps checking over his shoulder to see where he is. Those two, they've got it in check. It's whether Jamie Carpenter knows whether he's in 3rd. That's the thing. I'm sure the pit board would have gone out. Yeah, he can make that even better with looking to get past Bobby Bruce. Now, these guys were fast last time, so a lap wasn't quite enough for me to get down there in time. So I'm going to leave you to it there for the rest of this race here, and I will see you down at the far end. I'll come down there, I'll bring the riders over the line. As soon as they're over the line, I'll come and meet you down there. So there goes Ben. He's on his way down there to speak to the winners either of the race and the champion in waiting, Conrad Muse here, 4.26. Conrad just footing it round, nice and steady as he goes. No heroics from him. He's gone past Alfie Jones. Dylan Walsh is now 10 seconds ahead on the Revo 7 Kawasaki. It's all just, it's a good ride from Grimshaw. Chambers, Husqvarna, looking good. Or is he on the gas? Because I'm never sure. I think he's on the Husqvarna. They kind of got working both those models of bike within their team, but I think it's a Husky that Tom's on. Mira, after that mistake, dropped back to 4th, but that's still a great ride from him. Carlton Husband, as Ben said, good return to action for him in 5th. Good ride as well for Michael Ellis. Carpenter working his way up off the deck, so it looks like he will get that 3rd overall. Here it is then, Dylan Walsh. He's chucked his goggles off some time ago. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board. 1 lap then for Dylan Walsh. as he works his way round. The track actually, incredibly, in some areas now starting to kick up some dust. Just goes to show how hard pack it was underneath. Light drizzle still out there. We're still seeing a lot of umbrellas up in the air. It's been a challenging day here at Skelder Bank at Whitby, not just for the riders, for us from a technical point of view. Again, we can only apologise for the loss of the feed there temporarily. As we said, water playing havoc here, standing water as it comes down again, raining hard on this last lap. Oh my God, I thought he was going to jump on Clem McCormick's head. Not Glenn McCormick, sorry, Ben Franklin's head. But he didn't. He's keeping it on the island, keeping it rolling. Those dry patches that's now dry will start to get very slippery with 1 lap to go even, because it's coming down quite hard again. The low mist and cloud is coming in. What a day it's been here. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get better weather conditions for the final round at Landrake in a few weeks' time. Obviously, remember to keep following the Revo MXGB British Championship on social media, on the website. Also, MXN-TV, keep liking and subscribing that. The more you do that, the more chance we've got of covering live stream British Championship motocross events next year. If it's popular, admittedly, you know, like you guys can just, you're not having to pay a subscription, you're getting it to free to view. So if you like and subscribe the pages, obviously the numbers go up, and then our potential sponsors and current sponsors will be happy to keep investing into British motocross. That will get it out worldwide as Walsh fishtails his way out of that corner. He's looking across, waiting to see. He's like, did I see the 1 lap to board last time? Waiting basically to see if the checkered flag is going to be waved in earnest. It is. Dylan, you've just got 2 corners to go. Here we go. The checkered flag at the ready. It's a race win Moto 2 for Revo 7 Kawasaki's Dylan Walsh. But the big story here is that Conrad Mewes has retained his British Championship title if he can just come over the line. He's backed it right down. He should be crossing the line anytime soon. There he is. That's going to be job done by our reckoning. I hope we've got the maths right on that. I'm sure we have, because Carpenter is several places behind. Dropped a bunch of points. He had to finish second to Conrad if Conrad run the race, but Conrad's pulled more points on him there. So Mewes in second. We're waiting for Tom Grimshaw to cross the line. He's going to get third potentially on the Chambers Husqvarna. There's Mira punching as he goes over the line. So Mira comes in fourth. Right, Ben has made his way down there. We're going down now to speak to the winners.
So here we are then with Dylan Walsh, Revo 7 Kawasaki rider, finally taking his first race win of the season. Dylan, you've kept us waiting for so long. Great to see you on the top step. I know you must have sore eyes, so I won't keep you long. But yeah, thanks for that and talking to us. And Dylan, how was that race for you?
Yeah, no, it was good. I got the whole shot and then, yeah, pulled away pretty quickly and was in my own race, and then unfortunately crashed out the back, so yeah, had to get up and get going again. But no, it's been a difficult year so far, but the speed's always been there, so no, we're just, the team and I are putting in a lot of work. I got to thank them a lot for, yeah, just always having my back and making sure that they give 150% every time I'm on the line.
Nice one. Did you feel that somebody was inside you in that second corner, because Collins went for a move on you and just went down and sort of helped by holding up a few people? Did you feel anyone else there?
Yeah, no, it looked like he was going in for the takeout, so I, over the next jump, I gave him a thumbs up, so it was all right.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Dylan, and yeah, all the best in America, and yeah, we'll see you at Landrake for sure. Take care. Thank you very much. So here we go then. We're going to get an interview, hopefully, with our recrowned MS2 champion, Conrad Mewes. We can swing round here. We can see Conrad just getting thanks from all his team and all his supporters here. Great ride for Conrad. British champion for the 3rd time. The staff is still in there. Resist the urge to fill Conrad in, which is great stuff. Conrad Muse, British champion for the 3rd time. How does that feel?
Oh, it's awesome. So nice to wrap it up. Not the way I wanted to win it in that last moto, but I rode a consistent race. I didn't make any mistakes, and yeah, we brought home for the title for the 3rd time. So over the moon. Can't thank everyone enough who's got behind me. Anthony from Stebbins, this one's for you. Really appreciate you backing me. And all my other personal sponsors. Couldn't have done it about everyone. My girlfriend, all my friends and family here today, and most importantly, the fans. Thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, see you next year.
Absolutely. I'm glad you didn't make me run across the track like you did at Landrake, so that was all good. Did you think this was possible when you were on the floor in the first corner at Canada Heights? Because it looks like really bad for you there, and you've shown a lot of resilience coming through. How was that recuperation in all seriousness?
Yeah, no, that was a difficult time. That was, look at that.
Nice one. Great stuff. We'll leave it there, Conrad. Congratulations. MX2 British champion for 2022, as it was in 21, as it was in 2018. Conrad Muse, MX2 British champion for the 3rd time. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
Okay.
Together, just together. Thank you very much.
Well done, mate. Good work, good work. Well, there you go, everybody. It's chaos down here, and quite rightly so, because Conrad Muse has just won another British Championship, and good on him. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on MXN-TV from Whitby. Ben's been great. He's been doing 2 days, lost his voice. Obviously, little and large kind of gig going on here. Camera makes it difficult. Hope you've enjoyed it. Apologies for the little technical delay there, but as you can see, the weather's been terrible. Keep subscribing, keep liking to MXN-TV. Also the Revo.
Yeah, share alike here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. From myself, Ben Rumbold, Jeff Perrett, and the whole team here. It's been a fantastic weekend, fantastic championship so far. Join us at Landrake for the MX1 Decider. It's still not over there, and yeah, we're going to have a great end of the season. Thank you for tuning in.
Exactly what that man said. Yeah, do that. We'll see you at Landrake in several weeks' time. Thanks a lot for tuning in.